Hello, everyone, and welcome back to KevinAudiobook.tv. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together, we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now, sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter, Complete Martial Arts Attributes, Chapter 301. The Talents on the Gifted Ranking. At this moment, Wang Teng was standing in the courtyard outside the female dormitory with a frustrated expression. He wanted to go in to take a look, but he couldn't lose his dignity as a man. Peeping was unscrupulous. Lingxuan didn't leave for long. She came out after some time, with two beautiful young ladies beside her. They were chatting happily. "Let me introduce you. This is my master's new disciple. His name is Wang Teng. These are my best friends. The taller one is Shu Hongye, the daughter of the city lord. The shorter one is Tan Shasha, and she's the granddaughter of the vice principal of the academy." Lingxuan came closer and introduced both parties. The two ladies were a little reserved, although they were amazed that Wang Teng was President Gorlin's second disciple. They didn't need to flatter him because of their own status. Wang Teng couldn't help but glance at Lingxuan. Birds of a feather really flocked together. Lingxuan was gifted, and her family was powerful. Thus, her friends wouldn't have a low status. Their background even exceeded Wang Teng's expectations. One was the daughter of the lord of the city, while the other was the granddaughter of the academy's vice principal. They must be among the top-tier figures of Yang City. The meeting of both parties seemed a little peaceful. With Lingxuan as the bridge, the three of them got familiar with each other quickly and started conversing happily. The atmosphere was harmonious. Shu Hongye and Tan Shasha had a good impression of Wang Teng. He was handsome, his aura was exceptional, and he spoke naturally. He was outstanding compared to his peers. When they chatted, he could carry on their conversation, so there weren't any awkward moments. Just as they were having fun, they saw a bunch of people walking towards them fiercely. Xiashan and his friends who got beaten by Wang Teng just now were among the group. They looked at Wang Teng with hatred. This fellow was extremely bold, daring to stay in the academy even after he beat them up. He didn't seem to be afraid of their revenge. Actually, it seemed as if he didn't care about them at all. "Wan Feipeng, Kui Bayan. Why are they here?" asked Shu Hongye. "They seem furious." Tan Shasha smiled. She glanced at Lingxuan and Wang Teng. She could tell that it had something to do with them. Lingxuan gave a bitter smile. She quickly explained what happened in a low voice. "These people are outrageous." Shu Hongye frowned and continued, "Do you need us to mediate the situation? After all, Wan Feipeng and Kuo Bayan are hard to deal with. Thanks for your kind intentions. However, I don't want to trouble you. I'll solve this myself." After scanning the group of people with his spiritual sight, Wang Teng smiled and shook his head. "Are you confident? Wan Feipeng and Kuo Bayan are not Xiashan. They are both 4-star soldier-level martial warriors, and their names are in the gifted ranking. Wan Feipeng is Wan Feiyu's brother. Lingxuan couldn't help but remind Wang Teng, enemies are destined to meet. Wang Teng smiled and continued, "I want to see how powerful the talents on the gifted ranking are." "What's their rank?" "Wan Feipeng is 132nd rank, while Kuo Bayan is 126th, Lingxuan said sternly. "They are not in the 100. Wang Teng's expression was strange when he looked at Lingxuan's serious face. "Hey, don't underestimate them. The gifted ranking includes all the youths in the empire. Anyone who can make it to the ranking is strong." Lingxuan stomped her feet and said, "Don't worry." As they spoke, the group of people had already gathered around them. Wan Feipeng and Kuo Baian ignored Wang Teng and looked at Su Lingxuan and her friends. Junior sisters, long time no see. Seniors, why are there so many of you? Shu Hongye asked. We can sit down and have a chat. Tan Shasha smiled and said, I heard that someone hurt our students in our school, so I came to take a look. Wan Feipeng looked at Wang Teng. I heard that you came with junior sister Su. You must be the one who beat my young brother. Wang Teng glanced around him and didn't reply to him. Instead, he smiled gently and said, I saw many heroes of the Yang City Academy today. Wan Feipeng frowned. Just as Ya Shan said, you are arrogant and impudent. People like you need to be taught a lesson. Kwa Baian smiled as he knocked his fan. He was fair and handsome. Sai, someone like you needs to be beaten up badly, Wang Teng replied calmly. The exchange of insults, tit for tat. In that case, why don't we fight and see who will be the one who's given a lesson? You look confident, so I don't think you will reject us, right? Kuo Baian said. You don't have to coerce me. Wang Teng smiled. I'll give you a chance. You can attack me together. I'll challenge all of you together just like before. Shu Hongye and Tan Shasha were dumbstruck. One person against all of them? They exchanged glances with each other. They suspected if they heard wrong. Imbecile, Wan Feipeng's face turned black as he glared at Wang Teng. However, before he could finish speaking, Kuo Baian stopped him. He said, Sai, Brother Wan, since he has this request, let's satisfy him. Wang Teng sneered and hooked his fingers. Come. Wan Feipeng and Kuo Baian felt that they had suffered a massive humiliation because of this contemptuous action. Even Kuo Baian, who had managed to maintain his composure all this while, got infuriated. Wan Feipeng attacked Wang Teng immediately. He took a big step forward and slashed his battle blade horizontally at Wang Teng. Bright red blade glows shot out in an instant. The people around them didn't expect them to start fighting so suddenly. They quickly retreated. As the crimson blade glow flew towards him, Wang Teng held his battle sword with one and threw out a wave of fiery red sword glow. Boom! Along with a huge explosion, a violent airwave spread out. Suddenly, a figure dashed out from the airwave. The folded fan opened with a loud sound. He twirled it skillfully, and rays of green wind blades shot towards Wang Teng. The person who attacked was Kuo Baian. Wang Teng's expression didn't change when facing this sudden attack. He tilted his body slightly and evaded the wind blades. He didn't move his feet at all. He does have some skill. Kuo Baian's gaze turned serious. Wan Feipeng struck again, throwing a flaming blade glow out. The glow was powerful, sharp, and scorching, and its might was formidable. Blade presence. Brother Wan's ability rose again. I can't lag behind. Kuo Baian laughed out loud. The green glow on his fan became thicker and congregated into green light blades shaped like a crescent. There seemed to be violent energy hidden in them. He flung them out. This is wind presence. Wang Teng raised his eyebrows. He was honestly surprised. Both of them had comprehended their presence. No wonder they were on the gifted ranking. Two powerful attacks charged towards Wang Teng, one after the other. He was in a precarious situation. Be careful. Su Lingxuan couldn't help but remind him. Shu Hongye and Tan Shasha were worried for Wang Teng too. The next moment, a stronger aura exploded in Wang Teng's body. Cremation, the earth-rank battle technique, and the flaming sword presence erupted at the same time. It roared up the sky like a fire dragon. Boom! Wan Feipeng and Kuo Baian's attacks turned into ashes, and the violent flames engulfed the two of them. They suffered severe injuries as they vomited blood. Chapter 302, Mood Damage Compensation, is a few thousand energy stones. Flames swept through the area, and the resulting airwaves were extremely violent. The onlookers' expressions changed as they retreated continuously. Powerful. So powerful. Wang Teng's aura swept towards Wan Feipeng and Kuo Baian and injured them heavily. This ability was astonishing. Everyone's gaze changed when they looked at Wang Teng again. This fellow wasn't a simple person. Xie Shan's face turned pale, a bad feeling rising in his heart. Everything had happened because of him. So Wan Feipeng and Kuet Baian wouldn't let him off. He sneaked out from the crowd when no one was looking. He should hide for half a month if he could hide from them. Once again, Su Lingxuan had a new understanding of Wang Teng. He had defeated 2 talents from the gifted ranking just like that. Her senior brother was a little too powerful. She must hug this Buddha's leg tightly. Shu Hongye and Tan Shasha couldn't help but exchange glances. They could see the astonishment in the depth of each other's eyes. Wang Teng was President Gorlin's disciple, so his rune talent couldn't be weak. Yet, he displayed such powerful martial arts prowess, he was many times stronger than the talents like Wan Feipeng and Qiu Baian. At the start, they thought that there was no harm in making friends with Wang Teng because he was introduced by Su Lingxuan and was President Gorlin's disciple. Now they felt that he was a friend worth making. Everyone's expressions and thoughts were different, but Wang Teng didn't care. His gaze landed on the attribute bubbles on the ground: Fire Force 55, Flaming Blade Presence 10, Wind Force 62, Wind Presence 12. A satisfied look appeared in Wang Teng's eyes. Blade Presence and Wind Presence were dropped. Wan Feipeng and Qiu Baian had given him a huge gift. They were good people. They themselves came for a beating and even gave him this huge gift on a silver platter. Good people. Yes, they are good people. Wang Teng felt that he should repay them properly. After he picked up the attribute bubbles, his fire force increased by 55 points. Including the fire force he accumulated in the past, he had 1,257 points of fire force in total. Fire force, dwell 57 to 1,000, 4-star. He was getting closer to hitting 5-star. His wind force increased by 62 points too. He had 263 points of wind force now. Wind force, 2633 Treth, 1,000, 3-star. Also, he gained 2 new attacking methods: Flaming Blade Presence, 10.100, first level; Wind Presence, dwell 100, first level. Everyone knew that it was difficult to comprehend one's presence. It required extremely high enlightenment and many years of hard work. Wan Feipeng and Qiu Baian were gifted youths. Hence, their enlightenment wasn't low. It was understandable that they were able to enlighten their presence. If not, they wouldn't be able to enter the gifted ranking. It might seem long, but only a few seconds had passed. Wang Teng turned to look at Qiu Baian and Wan Feipeng, then walked towards them directly. You came to take revenge for another person while clamoring about this and that. Have you ever thought of this ending? Wang Teng asked calmly. Wan Feipeng's face turned ugly. 2 4-star talents attacked one person together but lost. This was a huge humiliation. Why was this person so powerful? He wanted to take revenge for his younger brother, but he got beaten too. They were fellow sufferers. Qiu Baian's expression was no better. He knew that Wang Teng wasn't easy to deal with, so he brought Wan Feipeng along to fight him together, yet they still lost. As a talent in the gifted ranking, this result was a little hard to accept. That bastard Jia Shan provoked this guy without understanding his ability first. Was he blind? Qiu Baian had forgotten that he also came to find Wang Teng without ascertaining his ability. The arrogance of a gifted youth caused him to disregard this point. He thought that it wouldn't be a problem, but he offended the wrong person. This time he had hit a steel plate. He only regretted it after everything happened. Is this all of your power? If you're not convinced, we can go for one more round. Wang Teng suddenly smiled, an excited glint shimmering in his eyes. These 2 people were worth beating. Wan Feipeng and Qiu Baian felt a chill down their spines when they saw his gaze. That gaze was a little eerie. Wan Feipeng was furious. Qiu Baian stopped him hurriedly. Before they got injured, they weren't his match. Now that they were seriously injured, that was even more out of the picture. Wang Teng looked as though he hadn't given his best. If they continued fighting, they would be asking for torture. He had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill of humiliation. He asked, "What do you want?" "You're not fighting anymore? What a pity." Wang Teng shook his head, finding it regretful. The muscles on Qiu Baiyon's face started twitching. He felt that this young man in front of him was a little cunning. Wan Feipeng decided to keep quiet, too. It looked like the other party wanted to hit them again. If he acted, he would suffer more embarrassment. Hence, he should just bear with it. "Your actions just now caused me great unhappiness. You need to compensate for the damage to my mood," Wang Teng said. "Mood damage compensation?" Wan Feipeng and Qiu Baiyan were dumbfounded. What on earth was mood damage compensation? "Just tell us if you want to threaten us." "How much do you want?" Wan Feipeng asked directly. Problems that could be solved with money were no problems at all. 50,000 yellow rank low-class energy stones, Wang Teng replied. Wan Feipeng's face turned black. He shouted angrily, "Why don't you just rob us? Are you sure you want me to do that?" Wang Teng sniggered. "Don't. We will give you 50,000 energy stones," Qiu Baiyan replied hurriedly. 50,000 each, Wang Teng added. Now Qiu Baiyan's expression turned ugly too. While cursing in his heart, he laughed awkwardly and said, "Isn't 50,000 a little too much? Is it? Why don't you let me beat you then? One punch is 10,000. You won't owe me anything after I hit you 5 times. Isn't it worthwhile?" Wang Teng touched his chin and said, "Worthwhile your head." Wan Feipeng and Qiu Baiyan cursed simultaneously in their hearts. This fellow was shameless to the extreme. He wasn't a human at all. "All right, 50,000 it is. However, we don't have so many energy stones on us." Qiu Baiyan gritted his teeth as he nodded his head. "You can collect it on the spot. You brought so many people along, so you must be able to gather 50,000. Wang Teng turned to look at Wan Feipeng before continuing. "You're Wan Feipeng, right? This was what your younger brother did. He's smarter than you." Wan Feipeng's expression became even worse. He snorted and turned his head. He couldn't look at Wang Teng's face anymore. He was afraid that he might die from anger if he continued looking at him. Hence, the two of them had no choice but to gather energy stones from everyone at the scene. They took a long time and emptied everyone's pockets before they finally managed to collate 100,000 energy stones. "Take it." Qiu Baiyan didn't have many emotions just now, but when he looked at the pile of energy stones, he felt his heart ache. Sigh, as expected of the children of elite families. "You have a wealthy background. You're able to gather 100,000 energy stones so easily." Wang Teng smiled and took the stones. He weighed them like a money slave. Wan Feipeng remained indignant and quiet all this while. He couldn't take it anymore, so he turned around and walked away. Qiu Baiyan was frustrated too. He didn't want to stay here a second longer. "Take care. You're welcome to find me for trouble in the future." Wang Teng waved his hands behind them. Both of them stumbled. Chapter 303. A Huge Leap in Ability. This was the first time Shu Hongye and Tan Shasha saw Wang Teng in action. They found it interesting and funny. This fellow was a little evil. Su Lingxuan knew how shameless Wang Teng could be, so she wasn't surprised. Instead, her eyes shone brightly when she stared at the pile of energy stones. The energy stones were the size of fingernails. Since most of them were middle class, there weren't many of them. One bag was enough to fit the stones. In Su Lingxuan's eyes, this bag was like a mountain of treasures. Wang Teng took the bag and walked around her. Then he kept it in his space ring. Su Lingxuan cried loudly when she saw the energy stones disappearing in front of her eyes. "Everyone here has a share in this bag. Besides, you only managed to earn this fortune because you came to the academy with me. I should get some of it. Go away. You must be dreaming." Wang Teng was rendered speechless. This young lady was full of evil thoughts. She was indeed a money lover. Shu Hongye and Tan Shasha shook their heads and laughed out loud. "You must treat us. I want to eat the force dishes cooked by the force chef masters of the academy." Su Lingxuan knew that Wang Teng wouldn't share the stones with her, so she changed her tactics. "What a good plan you have up your sleeve." Wang Teng rolled his eyes at her. He continued, "However, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll indulge you." "Let's go," Shu Lingxuan sniggered. She pulled Shu Hongye and Tan Shasha and headed to the school cafeteria. "Slow down, slow down." Shu Hongye shook her head and exclaimed. Wang Teng followed behind them, slowly. Su Lingxuan started urging him when she saw his zombie-like walk. "Hurry up. Why are you so impatient? The food is there. It won't fly away." Wang Teng couldn't understand her haste. When Su Lingxuan thought of the force dishes, saliva started dripping down the edge of her mouth. She secretly sucked it back and gulped. She said agitatedly, "I'm not going to care about you anymore. I'll order the dishes first." "Go ahead." Wang Teng waved his hands. Su Lingxuan left immediately, leaving the three people strolling behind. Lingxuan has always been like this. She's cheeky, naive, and innocent. Tan Shasha smiled and said, "She's a sincere person," Wang Teng said. "You are very strong. You didn't use all your strength just now, right?" Shu Hongye probed. "They aren't worth my full strength," Wang Teng replied calmly. A startled look appeared on the ladies' faces. They nodded and dropped the topic. They chatted about all kinds of things as they walked to the cafeteria. Wang Teng spent 1,000 energy stones on this meal. Su Lingxuan took advantage of him the best she could. In the afternoon, the ladies had to attend lessons, so Wang Teng casually wandered around the academy on his own. While strolling, he heard some shouts. That attracted Wang Teng's attention. He followed the noise and walked through a small path. A spacious plaza appeared in front of him. There was a stone tablet erected in the middle of the plaza. It was exceptionally conspicuous. Wang Teng looked at it from afar, and the words Cultivation Plaza appeared in his vision. At the moment, many young people were practicing in the Cultivation Plaza. The shouts came from them. Some of them were using swords, while were using blades, rods, and whatnot. All kinds of weapons could be seen swinging through the air. The glow from the different forces shone in every corner of the plaza. It was dazzling Earth Force 25, Fire Force 18, Spirit 2, Enlightenment 8, Water Force 30, Wood Force 24, Spirit 1. Attribute bubbles were floating all over the plaza. There were so many of them that Wang Teng didn't know where to look. He was delighted. He came to the right place. He was just walking around casually and never expected that he would come to the place where the students practiced martial arts. There were so many attribute bubbles around him. He was going to be rich. Wang Teng became excited. He swept the attribute bubbles towards him using his spiritual power and picked them up. He spent more than 10 minutes picking up all the attribute bubbles. In the end, he got 361 points of metal force, 411 points of wood force, 358 points of water force, 502 points of fire force, 435 points of earth force, 121 points of wind force, 36 points of spirit, and 250 points of enlightenment. Enlightenment, spiritual realm 93.6 tenths, spiritual realm 97. 8 for 100. Metal force. 1130, 2000, 4-star, wood force. 1016, 2000, 4-star, water force. 1210, 2000, 4-star, fire force. 1759, 2000, 4-star. Earth force, 1322,000, 4-star. Wind force, 384, 1000, 3-star. Wang Teng felt satisfied when he saw the changes on his attributes panel. His 5 elements were inching closer to the 5-star soldier level, especially his fire force. It was very close. His enlightenment and spirit had almost reached the peak of the spiritual realm. What would be next? What changes would it bring? Even though he hadn't broken through the barrier, Wang Teng felt that he had gotten smarter as his enlightenment rose. He should practice his blade presence and sword presence when he had the time. Who knew? He might be able to level up quickly. Wang Teng turned around and left. A person could only drop a limited number of attribute bubbles a day. He had already collected all the attributes from these people. He wouldn't be able to squeeze anything else from them. Wang Teng left the Yang City Academy and went to look for Yu Jingfu at his lodging. He asked him to teach him poison knowledge besides visiting the 3 societies. Wang Teng only went to 2 other places for the next few days. They were the Yang City Academy and Yu Jingfu's house. There were many cultivators in Yang City Academy, so numerous attribute bubbles were dropped every day. Wang Teng's force increased exponentially when he picked up the attributes daily. He reached the 5-star soldier level easily in almost all his forces. His wind force also reached 4-star soldier level. At night, he continued to go to the Yongye Mountain Ridge for his Divine Spirit Master and Poison Force practice. The poison force in the swamp was all sucked clean by Wang Teng in these few days. His poison force had advanced to 4-star too. Yu Jingfu's poison knowledge was all picked up by Wang Teng. Besides being flabbergasted, Yu Jingfu could only be more flabbergasted. He thought that Wang Teng was joking at the start, but he really managed to learn all his knowledge in a few days. Yu Jingfu could remember the answers and insights Wang Teng gave when they were discussing a problem. His understanding was no weaker or even more in-depth than him, an advanced stage poison master. Such a young advanced stage poison master. Unbelievable, Yu Jingfu was convinced. This guy wasn't human. He didn't have any thoughts of comparing himself with Wang Teng anymore. It was worth mentioning that Wang Teng's enlightenment and spirit had advanced to an entirely new stage, Emperor Realm. The Emperor Realm came after the spiritual realm. How powerful was the Emperor Realm? Wang Teng didn't know at this moment, but he felt that he might be able to fight with anyone below the general stage. What was the benefit of having the Emperor Realm enlightenment? Flaming Sword Presence, 986-1000, 9th level Flaming Blade Presence, 920-1000, 9th level Wind Presence, 953-1000, 9th level. He had reached 9th level for all 3 presences. You could imagine how powerful Wang Teng's enlightenment was. As days changed to nights, winter dawned on the Xingwu continent. Wang Teng's days in Yang City also came to an end. He had to leave and return to Earth. However, on this day, he received a letter from the Lord Yang residence. Chapter 304. Lord Yang Residence Banquet. Wang Teng was stunned when the princess's servant sent him an invitation. Ever since he rejected Li Rongshui's request, the young lady had never looked for him again. He thought that they wouldn't have any interactions again, so this invitation was a little unexpected. What does she want? Wang Teng couldn't help but wonder to himself. The servant was still angry at what had happened in the past, so she wasn't polite to Wang Teng. She snorted when she saw him hesitate. I wonder why the princess must invite you. She flicked her sleeve and left after dropping that sentence. Ha ha, this little girl has a huge temper. Wang Teng shook his head, but he didn't take it to heart. He glanced at the invitation in his hand before throwing it aside nonchalantly. No matter what plans Li Rongshui had, it would be in vain if he didn't turn up. Wang Teng went back to his room to continue his cultivation. His ability had increased tremendously, but he still needed to work hard. There was still a long path ahead of him. In the afternoon, Wang Teng sat down with Gorlin to have lunch. Su Lingxuan was staying in the Yang City Academy recently. Her visits back weren't that frequent, so there were only the 2 of them now. Without Su Lingxuan chattering beside them, the table seemed a little quiet. Lord Yang is having a banquet tonight and has invited me. The other outstanding descendants of the elite families will be following their elders to the banquet too. Wang Teng, you will follow me later, Gorlin suddenly said. Wang Teng was startled, but almost immediately he regained his composure and asked, Master, I heard that Lord Yang was poisoned and was confined to bed by sickness. Why is he holding a banquet now? It's said that his poison is cured. I think that Lord Yang is holding this banquet to tell those people with ulterior motives that he has recovered, Gorlin said in a meaningful tone. Recovered? Wang Teng was confused. The purple core herb was with the Yao family. How did Li Rongshui make the purple core bone revitalizing pill? Did she manage to get the purple core herb from the Yao family, or did she find another purple core herb from elsewhere? Many thoughts flashed past Wang Teng's mind, and a smile suddenly rose at the corner of his lips. He felt that this matter had taken an interesting turn. Why do you seem a little shocked?" Gorlin looked at Wang Teng and asked, "Of course I am. I heard that Lord Yang's poison is very rare." The Lord Yang residents went through thick and thin to find an antidote, but to no avail. How did his poison get cured all of a sudden? Wang Teng smiled as he replied in an ambiguous tone. Heavens probably took a pity on him. Princess Li traveled all around the empire to find a cure for Lord Yang. She was even willing to pay a high price for the spiritual herbs. That's rare. Gorlin smiled and said Wang Teng just let out a smile, not expressing his opinion. Li Rongshui might be filial, but he didn't have a good impression of her because she had tried to manipulate him, but Wang Teng didn't reject his master. It shouldn't be a problem if he was going with Gorlin. Also, he wanted to take a look at the talents of Yang City. He had been staying in Yang City for 2 months, but he hadn't met all the descendants of the elite families yet. There might even be unexpected gains from this trip. At night, the sky had turned entirely black. However, the Lord Yang residence was shrouded in lights. It was as bright as day. Many people walked in and out of the Lord Yang residence, and the place was bustling. When important figures arrived, the servant at the door would announce their arrivals loudly to show respect. Wang Teng and Gorlin sat in a single-horn horse carriage and came to the Lord Yang residence together. The single-horn horse was a star beast. It had a gentle demeanor with a fast speed, so it got domesticated and became a mode of travel. However, not many people could use the single-horn horse. No matter how gentle it was still a star beast, so it wasn't easy to tame it. It required a considerable amount of manpower and resources. Thus, it was expensive. The single-horn horses Gorlin possessed were gifts from other people. They were usually left in the stable and would only be used occasionally when there were important events. Someone immediately came out to welcome them when the horse carriage stopped at the entrance. Wang Teng jumped down the carriage before helping Gorlin down. At first, he felt that there was no need to hold Gorlin based on his ability. But Gorlin explained that they needed to take care of their image at important events. They needed to appear noble and respectful. Su Lingxuan was the one who helped him in the past. However, she was following her father today, so Wang Teng had to take her place. The servant's heart skipped a beat when he saw Gorlin. He quickly announced loudly, "President Gorlin from the Rune Society is here. President Gorlin, this way, please." A pretty servant came forward and guided them deep into the Lord Yang residence. Wang Teng turned around. Most of the people had to show their invitation before they could enter the residence, yet they were allowed directly. It was his face. It was definitely his face. Master Gorlin's face was so useful. Wang Teng glanced at Gorlin's face with a strange gaze. He knew that he wasn't important enough yet. None of the servants even glanced at him, treating him as though he was invisible. The entire Lord Yang residence was filled with gaiety. It was buzzing with noise and excitement. Many people were scurrying around the residence preparing for the banquet. Guests kept coming, and they greeted the people they knew. However, they took a different path than them. Wang Teng and his master were walking in a quiet and peaceful corridor. Oh my God, this is the VIP passage. The VIP passage was a quiet shortcut. Wang Teng and his master arrived at the banquet venue quickly. Numerous lanterns were hung high around the building, showering light on the flowers and plants around them. The image was gorgeous, just like a dream. The moon was bright, and the stars were few. It was a beautiful night. The banquet was magnificent. The host's seat was directly in front, and a tall, mighty, middle-aged man was sitting there. There were 2 rows of guests' seats beside him. The chairs went for a distance. Many guests were already sitting there chatting happily. There were many low platforms in the area. Musicians played their instruments on the platforms, while ladies wearing shawl dresses danced below. The pleasant music floated through the entire venue. President of the Rune Society has arrived, after the servant in charge of announcing the arrival of the guests suddenly shouted. An elder and a young man walked in, the eyes of the middle-aged man sitting at the top lit up. He got up and walked down his seat to welcome Gorlin. The guests that had arrived turned their heads to take a look. "Ha ha ha ha. President Gorlin, long time no see. Lord Yang's laughter was bright and clear. Congratulations on regaining your health. It has been a while, but you are still as handsome and energetic as ever. Gorlin smiled and cupped his fists. Ha ha ha! Come, take your seat. Lord Yang seemed to be in a good mood. He pulled Gorlin and walked forward, giving him the first seat to his left. It went without thinking that the seats closer to Lord Yang would be given to people with the highest position. Gorlin didn't reject him either. He smiled and sat down. The other people took it as a matter of course, too. Chapter 305. Lord Yang's intention. Wang Teng had already taken his seat. There were many small tables located behind the 2 rows of guests' seats. These were prepared for the younger generations. Wang Teng sat down beside the table behind Gorlin. He glanced at Lord Yang secretly. The man was handsome and stern, and he naturally gave off a domineering aura. He could also see similarities in his and Li Rangshui's appearances. At this moment, a few guests cupped their fists and greeted Gorlin from afar. The young people behind these guests couldn't help but look at Wang Teng. They were extremely curious about the identity of this young man who came with Gorlin. President Gorlin, who is the young man behind you? Lord Yang asked. I just took him in as a disciple recently. His name is Wang Teng, Gorlin said. Lord Yang was an easygoing person, not at all imposing like his image suggested. He smiled and said, This young man must have a great gift in order for you to take him in as your disciple. You're too polite. He only has some small capability. It's not worth mentioning, Gorlin replied humbly. As they spoke, more guests started arriving. The president of the Alchemist Society has arrived. The Shu family has arrived. The lord of the city has arrived. The Wan family has arrived. These were all boss-level figures in Yang City. After they came in, they congratulated Lord Yang. Lord Yang, congratulations. You have successfully cured your poison. The family head of the Shu family bowed and said, You're too polite. Please take a seat. Lord Yang smiled and replied, Su Lingyun greets Lord Yang. Su Lingxuan greets Lord Yang. The 2 beautiful ladies behind the family head greeted Lord Yang simultaneously. Your daughters are becoming more and more impressive. Lord Yang praised their manners. Congratulations on your recovery. The family head of the Wan family hurriedly cupped his fists and walked forward. He didn't want to lose out. Mr. Wan, please take a seat. Lord Yang smiled and replied. Wan Feifeng greets Lord Yang. A young lady around 20 years old saluted Lord Yang. Miss Wan is here too. You have gotten more beautiful over the years. I wonder which guy will have the good fortune of marrying you in the future. Lord Yang laughed out loud. Then he asked curiously, Oh, right, where are your sons? Those 2 brats kept creating trouble outside. They got injured by someone a few days ago and are still recuperating, Mr. Wan replied. The guests and the host exchanged conventional greetings before taking their seats. Su Lingxuan saw Gorlin and Wang Teng at one glance. She informed Mr. Su and ran towards them. Master, senior brother, have a seat, Gorlin said with a smile. Su Lingxuan winked at Wang Teng before sitting down beside him. Su Lingyun frowned uncontrollably when she saw this scene. A trace of envy appeared on her beautiful face. Wan Feifeng glanced at Wang Teng secretly too. She knew that he was the one who had injured Wan Feiyu and Wan Feiping. A cold glint flashed past her eyes as time passed. More people arrived. Wang Teng saw Shu Hongye and Tan Shasha. The 2 ladies nodded at Su Lingxuan and Wang Teng before heading to their seats. President of the Yang City Academy has arrived. Along with the announcement, a muscular elder walked in. He had a white beard and white hair, and he was accompanied by a young man and a young lady. Principal Yang is here. Lord Yang stood up to welcome him. The principal of Yang City Academy enjoyed the same treatment as Gorlin. There were the only 2 guests whom Lord Yang got up to welcome personally. Wang Teng was astounded. From his point of view, the principal of the Yang City Academy must have a high status, maybe even higher than Gorlin. Yet Lord Yang treated them equally. Congratulations on your recovery, Principal Yang said. You're too polite. Lord Yang held his right hand and guided him to the first seat on his right. It was directly opposite Gorlin. Dongfang Yu greets Lord Yang. Yi Kai-cheng greets Lord Yang. The two youths behind Principal Yang greeted Lord Yang. You are both young talents who have gained glory for our city. Lord Yang patted their shoulders and said with relief, You're flattering us. This is what we should do, the two young people replied. Everyone looked at the two youngsters with admiration in their eyes. It was rare to see talents as outstanding as them. So they are the favorite disciples of Principal Yang. As expected, their aura is exceptional. Dongfang Yu is no 10 on the gifted ranking. I heard that her ability has improved again. She might be able to move up a rank or two. Yi Kai-cheng is not bad either. He's ranked, no, 21. Principal Yang is indeed Principal Yang. How is he able to groom these two talented students? The guests around them complimented Principal Yang for his keen eyesight and his teaching skills. They were a little envious as they looked at Dongfang Yu and Yi Kai-cheng, who were exuding the aura of a mighty martial warrior. If their disciples had this achievement, it would be a blessing to their families. Unfortunately still, these two young talents came from ordinary backgrounds. Making connections through marriage was a good way to draw them to their side. The eyes of the family heads started glistening at the thought. Although everyone had this intention, on the surface they maintained an indifferent smile. All the guests finally arrived. Lord Yang stood up and raised his wine glass. I invited everyone today to thank you for taking care of Yang City when I was injured. Let me offer this toast to all of you. He finished the wine in one gulp. You're too polite. Everyone stood up and raised their cups. They finished the wine in their glasses. Sit. Please sit. Lord Yang pressed his hand down. He continued, I have another matter to discuss. Everyone knows that I accidentally got poisoned when I killed a poison element star beast a few months ago. Fortunately, my daughter ran all over the empire and finally managed to help me find the antidote. Without her, I might have died. Hence, I must thank my daughter. After he finished speaking, an elegant figure slowly walked in under the guidance of a servant. Rongshui, you have helped me greatly. I must reward you, Lord Yang said. Li Rongshui bowed to Lord Yang and said gently, The best reward is your health. Ha 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 ha, as expected of my good daughter. Lord Yang laughed and continued, However, I still have to reward you. I'll definitely find a good husband for you in the future. If you lay your eyes on any young talents here, I will kidnap them if I have to. The guests were all speechless. Li Rongshui blushed in embarrassment. She didn't expect her father to say this at this moment. On the other hand, the young men at the scene were all invigorated. Their eyes lit up and they straightened their postures. They raised their chins and puffed up their chests, wishing to show Li Rongshui their best sides. If Li Rongshui liked them, they would become Lord Yang's son-in-law. One word from Lord Yang, and their future would be prosperous. Mind you, Lord Yang was the power wielder in Yang City, and he had imperial blood in him. Marrying Li Rongshui would allow them to climb the highest ladder in one step. This was why Yao Yu had taken that risk in the forest. Many people had the same thought. At this moment, a sly look appeared in Yi Kai-cheng's eyes. No one knew what he was thinking as he sat behind Principal Yang. Chapter 306. Something is wrong. The banquet started. As people offered a toast to one another, laughter and conversations lit up the atmosphere. It was extremely lively. Wang Teng didn't know most of the guests here, so he sat on his seat and savored the delicious food. Occasionally he would take a sip of his wine. It was carefree and peaceful. Beautiful music sounded beside his ear, making the current scene all the more joyous. While the musicians played their instruments, tribute bubbles popped out of their fingertips. Music skill 10. Music skill 8. There are attributes for music skills. Wang Teng picked them up with interest. Musician 36100 beginner stage. A new secondary job was added to the row. Why did I pick them up? I won't play music. Wang Teng was speechless. He only picked it up out of curiosity. He didn't expect a new secondary job to appear. Never mind, I have already picked it. Many musicians were playing at the banquet. Since they could be invited by the Lord Yang residents, they must be highly skilled in their field. Many attribute bubbles floated around them. Wang Teng decided to pick the other bubbles since the secondary job had already appeared. Musician, 53520 advanced stage as compared to rune and the other skills. Music was very easy to upgrade. Within a few moments, he had become an advanced stage musician. Su Lingxuan was eating happily at the side. She was the epitome of a foodie. She remained oblivious of the outside world. All she did was eat. When she saw Wang Teng drinking wine, she got a little tempted. She wanted to pour a cup for herself. The instant she stretched her hand towards the wine bottle, it was slapped away. Slap! Along with a crisp sound, Su Lingxuan retracted her hand quickly. The back of her hand had turned red. She gasped in pain. "Why did you hit me?" Su Lingxuan asked angrily. "You're just a child. Why are you drinking wine?" Wang Teng replied. "Why can't I drink? You're only a few years older than me, but you can drink it?" Su Lingxuan felt a little guilty for some reason. However, she was unwilling to back down. "First, I'm your senior brother. As the saying goes, the elder brother is like a father. A senior brother is a brother too. That means that I can be considered your father. Thus, I have to educate you. A few years older is still older. If you're unconvinced, you can ask your father why he didn't give birth to you a few years earlier," Wang Teng said in a composed manner. Su Lingxuan was confused by his elder brother is like a father argument. Her gaze turned blurry, and she took a long time to regain her senses. The next moment, she became furious. "Pfft, what evil intentions do you have? You want to be my father? Oh, this idiot! Cough. I'm just explaining the cause and effect." "I don't want to be your father." Wang Teng coughed awkwardly and replied. Su Lingxuan still wanted to rebuke him. "Stop!" Wang Teng interrupted her quickly. He said, "Eat your food. If you don't finish it soon, other people will eat it." Su Lingxuan shuddered. She stopped arguing with Wang Teng and started stuffing her mouth with the various dishes as she ate. She complained, "It's your fault. Why do you want to be my father? You are a bad person." "Can you stop bringing this up?" Wang Teng felt helpless. He had only said it once, but Su Lingxuan mentioned it again and again. It was as if she was afraid other people wouldn't know it. Couldn't she see how many people were looking in their direction? Their gazes went back and forth between him and Su Lingxuan, their expressions strange. Many guests present were boss-level characters with high cultivations. Their hearing was exceptional, so the conversation between them had landed in their ears even though they weren't speaking loudly. Principal Yang, who was opposite them, laughed and said, "Gorlin, your two disciples are very interesting." Although Gorlin felt frustrated, he still said, "My disciples are naive and pure." Principal Yang scoffed. Wang Teng noticed that they didn't seem to have a good relationship. He wondered if his master had some grudges against Principal Yang. Li Rongshui was sitting beside Lord Yang. A gloomy expression flashed across her face. "Do you know the new disciple of President Gorlin?" The changes on Li Rongshui's face couldn't escape Lord Yang's eyes. He noticed it immediately and asked her in a soft voice, "Yes?" Li Rongshui nodded, not hiding the facts from her father. Using voice transmission, she told him everything that had happened when she was killing the coxcomb jade scale python. Lord Yang frowned when he heard this. The Yao family is getting more and more out of hand. His gaze landed on a certain seat. The Yao family had a high status in Yang City, so they were naturally invited. He used voice transmission when he said the last sentence. "I think that the Yao family is disloyal to us. If not, they wouldn't have done this," Li Rongshui replied using voice transmission. "I don't care if they are disloyal since they dared to stoop so low. I'll not let go of them easily. I'll send someone to investigate the incident. If they're really planning a revolt, it's better to have evidence on our hands," Lord Yang said. Li Rongshui nodded. She hesitated for a moment before telling her father how she schemed Wang Teng to let him help her. "Sigh." Li Rongshui shook his head and tapped Li Rongshui's forehead with his finger. Then he looked at Wang Teng and called him out. "Junior Wang Teng, Lord Yang. Wang Teng stopped in his motions. Why did Lord Yang call him? He looked up in surprise. I've heard of what happened between you two. Rang Shui told me just now. She was in the wrong this time. Let me apologize in her place. This toast is for you. Lord Yang finished the wine in his glass. He was very straightforward. Everyone was dumbstruck when they heard this. Lord Yang was apologizing to Wang Teng. They didn't know what happened, so they were puzzled. But, as a lord, Lord Yang actually apologized to Wang Teng personally. Also, based on what he said, he was apologizing on behalf of the princess. Something had happened between Wang Teng and Princess Li. They seemed to know each other. You're too polite. It's just a little misunderstanding. Wang Teng got up and bowed back. Sit down, sit down. Everything will be fine once the misunderstanding is cleared. Lord Yang laughed. He raised his cup again and said, However, I still have to have a toast with you. You should know the reason. There's no need to say it out loud. He downed another glass of wine. His magnanimity was admirable. The guests felt extremely uncomfortable when they heard Wang Teng and Lord Yang speaking in riddles. However, since Lord Yang didn't say it, they couldn't ask. Brother Wang, I was at fault. I hope that you won't take it to heart and we will still be friends, Li Rangshui said as she got up and raised her cup. Don't mind it, Wang Teng said with a bitter smile. Lord Yang and the princess were willing to put down their status and had apologized to him in front of so many people. This was a display of their sincerity. If he hoarded onto it, he would seem narrow-minded. At this moment, the other young men were looking at Wang Teng with hostility. Something was wrong. Something was going on between Wang Teng and the princess. From their expressions, they didn't look like enemies. Instead, many things seemed to have happened between them. They looked like frenemies. Everyone felt jealous. Su Lingxuan nudged Wang Teng. Hey, how do you know her? You want to know? Wang Teng glanced at her sideways. Yes. Su Lingxuan nodded her head violently. She was extremely curious. I won't tell you, Wang Teng sniggered. Su Lingxuan, Chapter 307. He's the culprit. Two young ladies sitting at the end of the guests' rows were astonished. They looked at each other in disbelief. Why is it him? One of the young ladies said, with her mouth agape. The other young lady sighed, feeling downcast upon remembering the misunderstandings towards him. It now felt like a joke. The Lord recognized him, and President Gorlin took him in as his disciple. Why would he like her? The two young ladies were Meng Chao and Fei Qingxin. Wang Teng had met them on the force floating airship to Yang City. Do you know Wang Teng? A young man beside them asked. Brother, we met him on our journey here, Fei Qingxin said. Brother Fei Huai, you don't know what happened back then? We didn't just meet him. Meng Chao quickly told him the story. She spoke confidently and described Wang Teng as an unsightly person. I didn't know that he was that kind of person. The princess and Lord Yang must have been fooled by him, Fei Huai said with a glint in his eyes. Brother, don't listen to Meng Chao's nonsense. What she said isn't true. She's biased against him, Fei Qingxin said hurriedly. Qingxin, I believe in Meng Chao. She has stopped so many admirers from chasing you over the years. I'll only feel at ease with her around. Fei Huai didn't listen to his sister at all. He continued, You're too naive and believe others too easily. Remember, it's hard to understand the heart of a person. Some people are scheming. They will only reveal their true faces after they have achieved their goal. However, it will be too late at that time. Blunt are those concerned. Look at how enthusiastic he was towards you when we were on the force-floating airship. However, in a blink of an eye, he's hooking the princess in his net. He just wants to play around, Meng Chao said. No, I can't let the princess and Lord Yang get tricked by him. Fei Huai wanted to get up. Fei Qingxin was moved by their back-and-forth chatter. When she saw her brother standing up, she pulled him anxiously and said, Brother, have you forgotten that he's President Gorlin's disciple? You might offend President Gorlin if you speak rashly. Fei Huai regained his composure at once. He felt a little awkward, but he didn't dare to stand up again. President Gorlin might have been fooled by him too. If we can expose him and let President Gorlin see Wang Teng's true face, he won't be angry, Meng Chao said. It's not so simple. You won't be able to expose him with a few words. At that time, you will be in a difficult position. President Gorlin and Lord Yang might think that you're creating trouble out of nothing and will punish you in return, Fei Qingxin replied. Although they were unwilling to give up, they let go of the idea after listening to Fei Qingxin's explanation. If they provoked President Gorlin and Lord Yang at the same time, they might get kicked out of their family. There was a chance that they wouldn't be able to stay in Yang City anymore. Fei Qingxin heaved a sigh of relief. She finally made them give up their thoughts. However, she didn't know why she was helping Wang Teng. He might not even remember her. Fei Qingxin smiled bitterly. At this moment, a person sitting in the middle of the guests' seats stood up suddenly. Lord Yang, I'd like to ask you for a favor. The person bowed to Lord Yang with a sorrowful expression. Lord Yang kept his smile and looked at the person. Mr. Yao, what favor do you need from me? Unfortunately, both my sons were killed, and the culprit is here at this moment, Yao Hongshou said coldly. Everyone was thunderstruck. Everyone in Yang City knew that Mr. Yao's youngest son was killed by martial warriors from Earth. Yet he was saying that the murderer was among them. Was there an earthling hidden between them? Also, he said that both his sons were killed. There were different expressions on everyone's faces. Some felt grievous, while others felt elated at his plight. Wang Teng's eyes glistened. A cold glint flashed past the depth of his eyes as he sat in his seat. This crazy dog, oh, who is the culprit? Lord Yang remained indifferent. He knew that Li Rongshui had killed Yao Yu. Was the Yao family going to risk their lives by bringing this matter up now? As for his youngest son being killed, he had heard of it too. Was there a link between these two cases? Li Rongshui's expression froze for a second, and she glanced at Wang Teng instinctively. When she noticed his indifference, she started to calm down. Yao Hongshou looked around him as his gaze finally landed on Wang Teng. It's him. He pointed at Wang Teng. Everyone turned to look at him instantaneously. Wang Teng remained composed. He even smiled. He killed Mr. Yao's sons. Meng Chao and Fei Qingxin were shocked. I heard that Mr. Yao's youngest son was killed by a martial warrior from Earth. How can it be him? Fei Qingxin couldn't believe it. Have you forgotten that he came from Yang City? That is Earth's territory, Meng Chao said. This fellow is indeed a bad person. He's dead. Mr. Yao won't let go of him, Fei Hui said excitedly. Mr. Yao, watch what you say. Gorlin stood up and looked at Yao Hongshou. His voice was calm. Mr. Yao, you need to have evidence if you want to lay such a huge claim. Lord Yang said. We will know after he confronts me, Yao Hongshou said, a crazed look appearing in his eyes. Mr. Yao, you want to confront me? Wang Teng stood up. I've investigated you. You came from Yang City, right? Yao Hongshou said. Many people come from Yang City. This doesn't mean anything. Li Rongshui spoke up. Hatred boiled in Yao Hongshou's heart when he saw Li Rongshui. He knew what Yao Yu had done, so he also knew that his son's death must be related to her. Unfortunately, he couldn't do anything to Li Rongshui. He had to suppress his hatred. He took out a drawing and said, when my son was killed, I asked someone to draw the appearance of the martial warriors from Earth. Take a look, and you will know. He opened the drawing with a slap. The Tiger Warrior team was drawn on the scroll, and Wang Teng's face was among them. Wang Teng came from Earth. Everyone looked at Wang Teng's drawing and compared it with the real person. They were dumbfounded. What do you have to say now? Yao Hongshou said. My disciple is indeed from Earth. However, our Xingwu continent is not at war with Earth. That's why I took him as my disciple. On the other hand, Mr. Yao, I heard that you killed many people before confirming who killed your youngest son. Are you sure that my disciple is the real culprit? Gorlin said slowly. I have a witness. Yao Hongshou gave a crazy smile. He cupped his fists at Lord Yang and said, "Lord Yang, please allow me to bring the person in." Wang Teng squinted. Somehow, he had a bad feeling. Approved, Lord Yang finally nodded after glancing at Gorlin and Wang Teng. Chapter 308. You Deserve to Die. Not long after, a person covered in blood and filth was carried into the banquet. He was placed between the two rows of guests. This blood-stained person was severely injured, and his arms and legs were twisted at weird angles. He must have suffered inhuman torture. Many people frowned involuntarily when they saw the person's miserable condition. However, Wang Teng trembled when he saw this person. His expression turned ugly. Although his face was covered with blood, Wang Teng recognized him at first glance. Lingxuan, the leader of the Tiger Warrior team, Lingxuan. Wang Teng never expected to see him here. What do you think? Wang Teng, do you admit to your crimes? Yao Hongshou smiled as he stared at Wang Teng. You deserve to die. A furious glare shot out of Wang Teng's eyes. His gaze was fixed on the man. No, you deserve to die. Yao Hongshou's expression turned cold as killing intent seeped out of his body. You should have died when you killed my sons. They deserved to die in the first place. Since they wanted to kill me, they should be prepared to get killed, Wang Teng replied. He really killed them. It was a rude shock for everyone. Yao Yu was very strong. He has always been called a talent. How did Wang Teng kill him? Meng Chao was astounded. Wang Teng killed Mr. Yao's sons. This grudge is enormous. Things won't end easily today, Fei Huai said with a smile. How is this possible? Fei Qingxin felt worried and anxious. This fellow looks harmless, but he killed Mr. Yao's sons. It seems like he isn't as simple as he looks. Shu Hongye and Tan Shasha had a good impression of Wang Teng. However, they didn't know that he also had a ruthless side to him. Wan Feifeng smiled. It looks like I don't have to do anything. As Principal Yang's favorite disciples, Dongfang Yu and Yi Kai-cheng, naturally took notice of Wang Teng. They were eager to see how he would escape this crisis. Principal Yang sized up Gorlin's disciple with interest. His smile was full of schadenfreude. He seemed delighted to see Gorlin in trouble. On the other hand, Gorlin remained calm. With his position and ability, he had no difficulty protecting Wang Teng. However, he didn't hope that his disciple would kill innocent people. Lord, the culprit has admitted it himself. Please help me kill this person and take revenge for my sons. Yao Hongshou gave Lord Yang a deep bow. Everyone shifted their gaze to Lord Yang. They didn't know how he would settle this matter. As Gorlin's disciple, Wang Teng couldn't be punished easily. However, Yao Hongshou had already reported his crimes to Lord Yang, so he must give a verdict. He didn't kill Yao Yu, I did. Li Rongshue suddenly opened her mouth at this moment. Wang Teng turned his head and looked at her in surprise. Before this, he was still angry at Li Rongshue for scheming against him. But now, right at this moment, all his unhappiness dispersed when she stood up for him. Maybe Li Rongshue had lost her cool because she was too worried about Lord Yang's poison. After all, he was at the brink of death. Everyone turned to look at Li Rongshue in bewilderment. Princess, do you know what you're saying? Yao Hongshou was stunned. He didn't expect Li Rongshue to admit it directly. Yao Yu deserved to die. Li Rongshue revealed what Yao Yu had planned to do to her openly. Everyone listened to the story with rapt attention. The twists today were too unexpected. Princess, you can't frame my son even if you have a noble status. Yao Hongshou bawled. His eyes were bloodshot. You know what I'm saying. You just don't want to remove the fig leaf. But I have to tell the truth. I can't bear to let Wang Teng take the blame after he saved me. Li Rongshue replied. Yao Hongshou lowered his head, his hands shivering. A dead silence blanketed the venue. Everyone was looking at him. The princess admitted that she killed Yao Yu. What would Yao Hongshou do? Some family heads who were enemies of the Yao family enjoyed his suffering. Wang Teng disregarded Yao Hongshou's emotions. He strode towards Lin Zhan and took out a healing pill for him to swallow. Fortunately, Yao Hongshou had spared his life because he wanted him as his witness. What happened to the other members of the Tiger Warrior team? Did they get caught by Yao Hongshou? Did they suffer his inhumane torture? Or were they killed? Suddenly, Yao Hongshou raised his head. He gritted his teeth and said, "My son Yao Yu was disrespectful towards Princess Li, so he deserves to die. However, my youngest son was killed by Wang Teng. A life for a life. He must die." Your youngest son wanted to kill me. Was I supposed to let him do it? Wang Teng turned his head and replied with a cold smile. "That's your side of the story," Yao Hongshou said indignantly. "Isn't your statement one-sided too?" Wang Teng mocked. "Lord, please kill this person." Yao Hongshou turned and bowed to Lord Yang again. "We haven't reached the final verdict. I can't kill him yet," Lord Yang replied calmly. "Lord, he's from Earth. He's not one of us. He's disloyal." Yao Hongshou screamed hoarsely, "Xingwu continent has formed an alliance with Earth. What's more, he's a human, like us." "How is he not one of us?" Lord Yang asked in return. Yao Hongshou laughed in anger. He slowly straightened his body and his expression turned hideous. "Since you are all shielding him, I'll just have to do it myself." When he said this, he had already disappeared from his position. "Little bitch, die!" Yao Hongshou was only less than 20 meters away from Wang Teng. He was a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior, so he was able to travel through space at the speed of sound. In a split second, he appeared in front of Wang Teng. He turned his hand into a claw and lunged at Wang Teng's throat. Wang Teng squinted, his pupils shrinking to as thin as needle 6-star soldier level. From the 4-star soldier level onwards, every level was an insurmountable barrier. The difference between each level was vast, but Wang Teng wasn't an ordinary person. His thick and abundant force surged out of his body and flowed into his arm. He punched out viciously. Boom, the air exploded. It couldn't withstand the overwhelming might of the punch. Yao Hongshou's expression changed. He didn't expect Wang Teng's punch to be this formidable. He had no choice. He changed his claw into a palm and collided with Wang Teng's punch. Bang! When the palm and the fist smashed into each other, force erupted like a volcano. Airwaves swept through the entire banquet. Both parties took a few steps back uncontrollably. Blood was dripping down the corner of Wang Teng's lips. Everyone was flabbergasted by this exchange. They were mind-blown when Wang Teng managed to receive Yao Hongshou's attack. Was this truly a young man? He was on par with a renowned martial warrior who had been famous for a long time. Yao Hongshou's expression turned sinister when his attack failed. At the same time, he was bewildered. He charged at Wang Teng once again. "How dare you! How dare you!" Two angry roars rang out simultaneously. One came from Lord Yang while the other came from Gorlin. Two powerful auras exploded. They slammed heavily onto Yao Hongshou's body. Splurt! Yao Hongshou's body froze for a second when he got hit by the powerful blow. Then he vomited a mouth of blood and fell backward on the ground. A 6-star soldier-level martial warrior couldn't even withstand the aura of these two prominent figures. Chapter 309, The Existence You Mustn't See. Translator, Henyi Translations. Editor, Henyi Translations. Ha ha ha. Although Yao Hongshou's mouth was filled with blood, he was laughing maniacally. His expression was hideous and savage. He seemed to have gone mad. "You forced me. You forced me to do this." His eyes were bloodshot and filled with red capillaries. A black ball appeared in his hand out of nowhere. This is... Lord Yang and Gorlin were stupefied when they looked at the ball in his hand. A split second later, they regained their senses and their expressions changed entirely. They didn't know what it was, but they could feel a forbidding dark aura from it. The aura was extremely thick. There seemed to be space elements contained in the ball. Die. Yao Hongshou had gone mad. He raised the black ball as his body rose into the air. Suddenly, he soared into the sky. "Stop him!" Lord Yang's expression changed again. He leaped and flew up. Unfortunately, it was too late. Boom! It only took a blink of an eye before a massive explosion shook the entire night sky. Frightening airwaves rained down. Even with Lord Yang's superior ability, he was stuck in midair. This is bad. Gorlin looked at the pitch-black sky sternly. He had sensed something. The other guests had the same feeling. Their expressions turned ugly. Yao Hongshou, how dare he? He's crazy. He should die. The Yao family should be annihilated. Anger raged in everyone's heart. They hated Yao Hongshou to the core. This, Wang Teng was dumbstruck. He looked up at the sky with his spiritual sight and saw a terrifying image. Space was distorting, collapsing, and shattering into fragments. The fragments then turned into dust and disappeared. Gradually, an endless whirlpool was coming into being. Attribute bubbles fell from the sky one by one. Space 10, space 13, space 6. All he could see were space attributes. There were close to 100 space bubbles, and each of their values was high. None of them was smaller than 1. Mind you, when Wang Teng passed through the dimensional rift in the past, all the space bubbles he collected had values of less than 1. The highest was 2 points. He should be happy to see so many space attributes, but his heart was palpitating violently for some reason. An unprecedented danger was befalling them, but he still collected what he should. He picked them up. Space 336, 300, 1000, his space attribute shot up to 336 points immediately. Wang Teng felt that his space talent seemed to have been awakened. He was more sensitive to space now. He even felt that he could teleport through short distances. How intimidating. He raised his head. Without his spiritual sight, he could still see the dimensional rift taking shape gradually. Although the dimensional rift was only a meter wide, it was slowly and stably expanding. Master, it's a dimensional rift, Wang Teng said. Yes, Gorlin nodded sternly. Where does this tunnel connect to? Wang Teng asked. It should be the Darkland, Gorlin replied. Lord Yang flew down from the sky. His tone was grave as he gave his order without wasting any time. Sound the battle drums. Inform the entire city to prepare for war. Yes. The guests below had also recognized the severity of the situation, so they replied to him immediately. Rongshu, take my token, find some men and bring the old, young, and women in the city to the emergency shelter for refuge. With a wave of Lord Yang's hand, a token flew towards Li Rongshu. Yes. Li Rongshu took the token and rushed off. Send people to the cities around us to ask for reinforcements. More and more orders shot out of Lord Yang's mouth. His subordinates below took the orders and left in a hurry. The Crimson Tiger Troop and the Black Sparrow Troop are the nearest to us on Earth. I'll send someone to seek reinforcements from them, the lord of the city, Shu Yi, said. Be quick, otherwise our Yang city might get wiped out soon, Lord Yang replied. Yes, Shu Yi soared into the sky and left. Principal Yang, at this critical moment, I need the help of the Academy. Lord Yang turned and spoke to Principal Yang. Of course, Principal Yang stood up abruptly. He was tall and muscular. His white beard flew in the wind as he turned and left with Dongfang Yu and Yi Kai-cheng. President Gorlin, Lord Yang looked at Gorlin. Don't worry, all members of the Rune Society will be at your disposal, Gorlin said. I'm worried that the protective shield array of the Yang city will not last for long. I hope that you can lead your run masters and set up a few more layers of protection. This will buy some time for Yang city, Lord Yang said solemnly. I'll see to it immediately. Gorlin activated his spiritual power and turned into a ray of light. Lord, I'll be leaving too. Wang Teng cupped his fists at Lord Yang and followed Gorlin. Within a few breaths, all the guests were gone. Sigh! Lord Yang floated in midair and looked at the dimensional rift that was slowly taking form. He sighed. I hope that Yang City will pull through this ordeal. Bang, bang, bang. Most of the civilians were sleeping soundly at this late into the night. Suddenly, thunderous drum beats rang out, startling them awake from their dreams. It echoed through the entire city. It rang 9 times. Everyone was wide awake. After a second of silence, the entire Yang city was engulfed in panic. The angry shouts of the adults and the cries of babies converged and turned into an uproar. There was an outburst of commotion. What's happening? What's going on? Mom, I'm scared. Squads of soldiers poured into the city to maintain order and evacuate the civilians. At the same time, figures started darting out of the Rune Society. They charged to all corners of the city and started carving defense arrays. Wang Teng stood behind Gorlin. Wang Teng, you're not from Yang City. You still have time to escape. I've never seen such a huge crisis before. Let me gain some experience today. Wang Teng sniggered. This isn't child's play, Gorlin said. What happened tonight is partly my fault. If I leave now, I won't be able to sleep peacefully in the future. Wang Teng smiled and replied, No, Yao Hongsho was already bewitched. He would have done this sooner or later, even if you were not around. Gorlin shook his head. If I can't handle it, I'll be the first to run away, master. Don't blame me if that happens, Wang Teng said. Ha 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 ha. Remember to bring your junior sister with you. Gorlin laughed. Boom. Accompanied by a sudden loud explosion from the sky, silver rays blossomed like a flower. Thick bolts of lightning struck from the depth of the dimensional rift. What's happening? The people in the city looked up at the sky. Beneath the shimmering silver glow, the dimensional rift had already expanded more than 10 meters in diameter. Look, what is that? A startled shout rose from the crowd. Someone had noticed something. A ray of red light had appeared behind the dimensional rift. Wang Teng looked up too, and his heart shuddered at the sight. This was a colossal eyeball. The red light was the glow of the pupil. The huge pupil peeped through the dimensional rift, watching Yang City from the unknown land at the other end. A strong sense of forbidding enveloped the entire city. 3. What kind of gaze was this? Chaos, distorted, menace, malicious, evil, berserk, all the emotions formed an oppressive and frightening mental pressure on anyone looking at it. It was an existence you mustn't see. Chapter 310, 8 Arms Devil General. The enormous red eye traveled through 2 worlds as it stared at the paradise below. Don't look at it, someone hollered. However, it was too late. Once a normal person peered into the eye, an illusion overcame their senses. They heard a sound they couldn't comprehend, a sound they shouldn't hear. Their rationality was reduced to pieces, and an unknown fear shot into their hearts. They turned into maniacs and started running around aimlessly. Miserable screams filled the surroundings. This scene made everyone's blood turn cold. Those that heard the reminder lowered their heads in time and stopped looking at the red eye. Wang Teng felt his mind getting invaded too. A powerful and brutal pressure penetrated his consciousness. Somewhere deep in his mind, a profound spiritual power entrenched like a dragon gushed out Emperor Realm spiritual power. It crushed the savage mental pressure and forced it out of his mind. The confusion in his eyes disappeared instantly, and he regained his senses. The eye was probably too far away, so the spiritual power that invaded Wang Teng's consciousness was greatly crippled by the doors of the different worlds. If not, with Wang Teng's ability, he wouldn't be able to drive out that metal pressure. Are you all right? Gorlin asked worriedly. I'm fine. Wang Teng shook his head. He still had lingering fears. Gorlin looked at him and saw that he wasn't affected. It looks like I underestimated you. Master? What's that? Wang Teng asked. It should be a devil god, Gorlin said grimly. Devil god? God, Wang Teng was appalled. Will this formidable presence travel through the worlds? No, the dimensional rift will take its shape soon. Based on the terrifying power of the devil god, a dimensional rift this size isn't strong enough to hold its body. However, Gorlin paused for a moment. Wang Teng had just managed to sigh in relief when his heart jumped to his throat again. Devil generals may come down. Gorlin finished his sentence. Devil generals? Wang Teng was puzzled. Devil generals are like our general stage martial warriors. However, they are dark apparitions, so it's extremely difficult to deal with them, Gorlin replied. At this moment, the immense mental pressure on his mind disappeared. Wang Teng looked up. He suddenly saw a few large attribute bubbles floating down slowly from the sky. Emperor Realm, Spirit 53. Emperor Realm, Spirit 36. Emperor Realm, Spirit 42. Emperor Realm, Spirit Attributes. Wang Teng was shocked and was left speechless in wonder. The spirit dissipated by the eye was already in the Emperor Realm state. Even more, the value was so high. Spirit, Emperor Realm, 135-20,000. Wang Teng took a deep breath. This was a huge gain. But it wasn't the time to think about all these. After the enormous eye disappeared, numerous black shadows started appearing from the depth of the dimensional rift. Within a few seconds, the shadows filled up the sky above them. They gave off an intense, dark aura as they traveled through the different worlds to reach their city. Roar! Bloodthirsty howls rang out continuously. The black shadows plunged down from the sky. Defense array activated. A shout rang out. Amid a dazzling light, multiple circular light bubbles enveloped the city. It looked like a huge eggshell. Bang, bang, bang. The black shadows shot down from the sky and crashed into the defense arrays. Loud thuds shook the eardrums of the people inside the array. More and more black shadows were falling from the sky. They congregated outside the walls of Yang City and launched a fierce attack. Wang Teng followed Gorlin to the top of the city wall. A large number of troops were gathered here. They aimed the force cannons and fired at the dark apparitions swarming towards them in large numbers. There were all types of dark apparitions, including vampires with wings on their backs, huge and tall giant devils, and low-class dark apparitions with no consciousness. Boom, boom, boom. They collided into the protective shield viciously, disregarding the harm it caused to them. Muffled booms echoed in the air. The defense array was weakening continuously. The attacks of the force cannons never stopped. The dark apparitions that got hit exploded and died. However, there were way too many of them. The damage caused by the force cannons was like the ripples on the surface of the lake. It wasn't of much help. Suddenly, a gigantic figure strode out of the dimensional rift. An eerie aura engulfed the city. The people standing on the city wall also sensed the powerful existence dawning on the city. They looked up simultaneously. The figure was at least 3 meters tall. It carried an enormous black weapon that looked like a blade and a sword on its back. All the muscles on its body were bulging. It gave off an impenetrable texture like granite. There were 8 thick arms growing on its back. It was petrifying. Its head was decorated with horns, and its face looked hideous. It instilled fear in people through a single glance. 8 Arms Devil General. Lord Yang and Gorlin called out in alarm when they saw this figure. 8 Arms Devil General. Wang Teng repeated the name. He felt that the name described the devil very well. He felt gloomy. It wasn't hard to tell that this presence above his head was extremely daunting. Its opponents were the bosses in the city. He didn't dare to fight it. A hint of impatience flashed past the dark-colored face of the 8 Arms Devil General when it saw that its subordinates were unable to break the defense of Yang City. It spurted one word at them: useless. Wang Teng couldn't understand the word, though. From his point of view, the language spoken by the 8 Arms Devil General was highly foreign. It sounded sinister and rough. The 8 Arms Devil General took out the gigantic weapon behind its back and slashed it below him. A crescent black blade glow flew out immediately. Boom! Crack! Crack! Fissures started appearing on the defense array. Finally, with a loud crack, a huge hole was created. Dark apparitions charged towards the city wall through the hole. Let me deal with him. Lord Yang looked grim. He rose into the air and charged towards the 8 Arms Devil General. Count me in. Principal Yang stepped on the ground and shot out like an arrow leaving its bowstring. He dashed towards the 8 Arms Devil General. Be careful. Don't force yourself. Gorlin shook his head and reminded Wang Teng before turning into a rainbow and shooting into the sky. The top 3 formidable warriors of Yang City went to welcome the 8 Arms Devil General. A fierce fight ensued immediately. This was the battle between generals. The frightening impact of their conflict astounded the onlookers. Kill. Some dark apparition had climbed up the city walls by now. After loud yells, they started their massacre. This was the beginning of a horrifying and tragic war. It was bloody and chaotic. This is a disaster. Wang Teng looked at this scene and suddenly understood what the 2 worlds were defending against. Once the human race got defeated, both Earth and Xingwu continent would turn into debris. They would become a living hell. Roar! A black shadow pounced on Wang Teng from behind. It was a low-class dark apparition. It was savage and had no consciousness. It only knew how to kill. A battle sword appeared in Wang Teng's hand. His expression was cold as he turned around and chopped the dark apparition into two. A line of fiery red sword glow slashed its body on the other side. Dongfang Yu, Yi Kai-cheng, Wan Feifeng, and the other young talents were fighting with the enemies too. This was a critical moment, but the younger generation of warriors didn't back down. They charged to the front line courageously. Kill. Wang Teng's gaze was firm. He held his battle sword and turned into the god of death as he headed towards the area with the most dark apparitions. One sword, one head, kill, kill, kill. If darkness dawns, I will clear a bloody path of hope. Chapter 311, Flaming Wings, Annihilating the Enemy in the Air, Yang City. The vast and prosperous city was plunged into a desperate situation. The tall and towering city walls were unable to defend against the countless dark apparitions outside. Ripples appeared continuously on the protective shield as a massive number of dark apparitions attacked it. Thin cracks had already appeared on some parts of the shield. Many Roan masters were scattered across Yang City, maintaining the operation of the defense array. They would patch up the thin lines on the shield immediately. The Liu and Su families were Rune elite families. They sent their elites to protect the defense arrays. Su Lingyuan and Liu Xingui were standing on the city walls at this moment. As renowned talents, they were stronger than normal Roan masters. They were another batch of fresh troops. However, a huge crack had formed at a certain part of the shield. This crack was impossible to repair in time. The dark apparitions used it as their passageway to charge into Yang City. This crack was cut by a single slash from the 8-arms devil general. Boom, boom, boom. Loud explosions occurred in the sky without stopping. The 4 boss-level figures turned into rays of glaring light as they collided and flew back repeatedly. Every collision caused the air around them to erupt. The airwaves from their battle formed waves and waves of circular force impacts, spreading out with them in the center. It was unnerving. Below them, martial warriors from the different factions in Yang City were fighting at close quarters with the dark apparitions. The Yang City Academy, the various elite families, and the different troops and armies were all participating in the bitter struggle for their lives. The battle was tragic, and humans were collapsing every moment. The scary image of dark apparitions was deeply ingrained in people's hearts. They were difficult to handle and even harder to kill. They were a nightmare to human martial warriors. Fortunately, the human race had grasped the dark apparitions' weakness. Once they stabbed the hearts and chopped off their heads, they would die. The dark apparitions didn't gain any advantage once the humans focused on one point to attack. The most irritating thing was, the dark apparitions had one special trait: assimilation. The heavily injured human martial warriors were easily contaminated by dark force. Once their mentality was affected, they would turn into emotionless killing machines, just like the low-level dark apparitions. As more and more human martial warriors and dark apparitions died, huge numbers of attribute bubbles floated on the battleground: Fire Force 3, Earth Force 4, Dark Force 3, Spirit 2, Water Force 5, Dark Force 8. While killing the dark apparitions, Wang Teng released his spiritual power and let it roam around the battlefield, collecting all the attribute bubbles. Fortunately, his spiritual power had reached the Emperor realm. If not, his spiritual power would be exhausted after using it for too long. It wouldn't be able to sustain the long hours of usage like now. Even the dark apparitions would drop spirit attributes. These helped him to replenish his spiritual power and prevented it from drying up. The dark apparitions had probably sensed his power, so 5 dark apparitions charged towards him simultaneously. Be careful. Someone reminded him from his side. It was Dongfang Yu from the Yang City Academy. Go away. Wang Teng glared at the dark apparitions and slashed them with his sword. The fiery red flaming sword blade chopped the heads of the dark apparitions off directly. They were dead. Dongfang Yu was stunned. Even she would find it strenuous to handle the attacks of 5 dark apparitions at the same time. However, Wang Teng had killed them with a single strike. How powerful was this fellow? She suddenly remembered how he had exchanged a punch with the 6-star soldier-level Yao Hongshou in the banquet. She was astounded. Wang Teng turned to look at Dongfang Yu, who had reminded him just now. Suddenly, his gaze froze, and he shot out abruptly. He stabbed the heart of a dark apparition with his sword. This dark apparition had dashed toward Dongfang Yu from behind when she was in a daze. It wanted to kill her. Although the low-level dark apparitions didn't have a consciousness, they remained sharp and keen. They knew how to grab every opportunity and were extremely hard to handle. "Don't space out!" Wang Teng retrieved his battle sword from the dark apparition's chest as he shouted at Dongfang Yu. Blood flowed down the sword. He turned around and charged headfirst into another cluster of dark apparitions. I was reprimanded by that fellow. Dongfang Yu regained her senses and smiled bitterly. She was no 10 on the gifted ranking. She had reached the peak of the 4-star soldier level and had an extremely strong battle ability. She once even killed a 5-star soldier-level formidable warrior. She wasn't a pretty but useless young lady. After a second of inattentiveness, her gaze turned sharp and she continued her massacre. Wang Teng didn't know how many attribute bubbles he had picked in this conflict. He only knew that he was getting stronger and stronger. There was a steady stream of force in his body, exciting him more and more as he fought. He seemed to have been possessed by the god of war and the god of death. Other people needed Dan medicine to replenish their force, but he didn't. Wherever he went, a huge cluster of dark apparitions would fall. The human martial warriors around him were struck dumb with bewilderment, but they were invigorated too. Why is he so strong? Yi Kai-cheng was the second most powerful student in the Yang City Academy, only behind Dongfang Yu. He wanted to compete with Wang Teng during the banquet, but when he saw this scene, he was left speechless. He felt bitter in his heart. They weren't on the same level. Suddenly, a figure flew down from the sky and headed straight for Wang Teng. This was a high-level dark apparition with a pair of wings made of flesh on its back. It held a long spear in its hand, wielding it as fast as lightning. An icy black glow was shimmering on the tip of the long spear. It was aimed at Wang Teng's head. Wang Teng turned serious. He waved his sword and used 30% of his 9th-level sword presence to destroy the black glow. The vampire dark apparition quickly soared into the sky once its attack failed. It waved its wings and turned into a series of lingering shadows as it flashed around Wang Teng, looking for an opportunity to strike again. An eerie smile appeared at the edge of its lips, its gaze filled with contempt. It seemed elated to see Wang Teng so helpless. Suddenly, its eyes turned wide open. A pair of fiery red wings appeared behind Wang Teng's back. He turned into a scorching red ray of light as he flew towards the vampire dark apparition. 5-star soldier level. Yi Kai-cheng blurted out. He turned numb. Only the top 3 in the gifted ranking had reached the 5-star soldier level. Those youths were all more than 20 years old. Wang Teng was only 17, but he had already reached the 5-star soldier level. Oh my God, it was scary. The vampire dark apparition's eyes also widened in surprise. However, it was at 5-star soldier level too, so it immediately regained its composure. Its eyes turned scarlet red, and a sinister glow appeared in them. It shone straight into Wang Teng's eyes. This was one of the talents of the vampire race. Bewitch, you're looking for death. A cold smile appeared at the edge of Wang Teng's lips. His eyes turned into a similar shade of scarlet. He was extremely skilled in his bewitch skill. With the help of his Emperor Realm's spiritual power, Wang Teng welcomed the attack of this vampire. How is that possible? The vampire was flabbergasted when it saw the familiar glow in Wang Teng's eyes. It was in disbelief. The next instant, confusion appeared on its face. It froze in midair, a blade glow stabbed out and penetrated its heart. Chapter 312. The killing intent of a nobody towards a giant that could hold the sky. A 5-star soldier-level vampire dark apparition had died under Wang Teng's sword. It was unbelievable. The vampire had complex emotions in the split second before it died. If it woke up from its confusion, you could see many emotions on its face. Stunned, dumbfounded disbelief. It was difficult to imagine how so many expressions could appear on its face in an instant. However, that wasn't important. The main thing was, it got killed by the proudest talent of their race, Bewitch. How funny was that? How ironic was that? Bang! After this ridiculous thought flashed past its mind, the vampire lost its vitality and slammed on the ground heavily. Spirit 30, Dark Force 65. Intermediate stage Dark Talent 10. Wang Teng picked up all the attributes. It dropped. He didn't give them a second glance, though, as he set his eyes on another dark apparition. Yi Kai-cheng had witnessed this scene personally. His throat turned dry, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He was mind-blown. He couldn't calm down, even after a long time. Roar. A roar was sounded beside his ear. He shuddered and evaded the attack haphazardly. Then he turned and killed the dark apparition that had pounced on him. Pfft, I'm not made of mud. Once Yi Kai-cheng got stimulated by Wang Teng, the viciousness hidden in his heart was ignited. He fought with the dark apparition with a distorted expression. Wang Teng placed his hands behind his wings and glanced at Yi Kai-cheng from the sky. The guy was powerful enough to handle his opponent alone. Wang Teng stopped looking at him, turned, and scanned the battlefield. His hair had grown long after staying on the Xingwu continent for so many days. The thick, long black hair swayed in the wind as killing intent engulfed his body. It was impossible to look at him in the eye. After Lingxuan settled the civilians of the city, she brought her men back to the city walls and participated in the battle. She was at the 4-star soldier level, so normal low-level dark apparitions weren't able to hurt her. Wan Feifeng was not far away from Su Lingxuan. The Roan Masters were all being protected by the martial warriors as they did their jobs. Wan Feifeng was in charge of Su Lingxuan. This lady was similarly at the 4-star soldier level. She was much stronger than her younger brothers. Wan Feipeng and Wan Feiyu were some distance away from her. The 3 siblings were kept close to one another so that they could take care of each other. No one could escape in a situation like this, but every family had some selfishness. It was only natural that they hoped nothing would happen to their younger generations. The same scene was happening everywhere. Although every family wanted to keep their bloodline running, the situation didn't allow them to, who could remain unscathed in such dire circumstances. Many young people lay in pools of blood. Death was everywhere. Wang Teng floated down from the sky when he saw Su Lingxuan. He asked in concern, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I just consumed too much power." Su Lingxuan shook her head. Her face was pale. "Get some rest. You shouldn't force yourself." Wang Teng killed a dark apparition that came close. "All right." Su Lingxuan understood Wang Teng's combat ability. With him protecting her, she felt at ease. She threw a spiritual Dan in her mouth and sat down cross-legged to recover her strength. Wang Teng surveyed the surroundings. The progress of the battle was tragic. If thing went out of hand, he would listen to Gorlin's will and bring Su Lingxuan away. The Roan Masters were upholding the defense array, but under the violent attacks of the dark apparitions, more and more cracks had appeared on the shield. The dark apparitions swarmed into the city and started another round of massacre. In the sky, the 8-arms Devil General was fighting Lord Yang, Gorlin, and Principal Yang alone. All his 8 thick arms were holding weapons. There were swords, blades, axes, spears. The black weapon that looked like a blade and a sword was exceptionally conspicuous. He forced the 3 human martial warriors back and laughed. "You won't be able to hold on for long." His voice was deafening. It spread throughout the city and caused many human martial warriors to shudder. They all felt despair creeping into their hearts. What the feck, this 8-arms Devil General can speak the human language? Wang Teng looked up and shouted in surprise, "Li Rengshui, Wan Feifeng, Dongfang Yu, Yi Kai-cheng, the other humans around him. The 8 Arms Devil General. Everyone felt like fainting when they looked at the astonished Wang Teng. My dear, can't you see what situation we are in? Can you take notice of what's more important? Yang City is facing a crisis. Who cares if he can speak the human language? Wait, this isn't about whether he can speak the human language or not. We are not able to resist their attacks anymore. Wang Teng's voice was a little loud, so the people in the sky could hear him too. Gorlin felt the corners of his lips twitching. His disciple's thoughts were truly different from a normal person. He pretended like he didn't know this young man. Ha 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 ha, Gorlin, your disciple is interesting. Principal Yang burst out laughing. He's just a little cheeky. Lord Yang was speechless. However, after Wang Teng's casual remark, the pressure on everyone's heart dissipated a little. Since Wang Teng wasn't afraid of this 8 Arms Devil General and even dared to tease it, they suddenly felt that it wasn't so terrifying anymore. They had 3 mighty martial warriors guarding the city. Moreover, the reinforcements would also arrive soon. There was still hope. They just had to grit their teeth and hold on. The veins on the 8 Arms Devil General's face jumped. He stared at Wang Teng with his blood-red eyes and said coldly, "Young man from the human race, you are amazing." As it spoke, it threw its long spear at him abruptly. No one expected it to attack Wang Teng. "Move!" Gorlin's expression changed as his spiritual power shot out to prevent the spear from hitting Wang Teng. Despicable Lord Yang and Principal Yang were infuriated. The 8 Arms Devil General actually attempted to kill a human talent right under their eyes. Below, Su Lingxuan, Li Rongshui, and the others turned pale. They stared at the spear in fear as it shot towards Wang Teng with an indomitable aura. Wang Teng was shocked too. He didn't expect the 8 Arms Devil General to attack him. However, his reaction was swift. Spiritual power surged out as he stared at the spear gravely. It formed a barrier to stop the spear's assault. Everyone saw the battle spear pausing for a split second. However, it was still pushing forward steadily. There seemed to be an invisible barrier blocking its path. This was a furious strike from a general stage formidable warrior. You could imagine how terrifying the attack was. Sweat dripped down Wang Teng's forehead. He had exhausted much of his spiritual power as he frantically blocked the battle spear. All of this happened within a few seconds. Thereafter, Gorlin's spiritual power caught up and formed a force to pull the spear back. The battle spear finally stopped moving due to these 2 forces. Clang! It dropped to the ground. Pant! Wang Teng took in a massive gulp of air. He could feel the lingering fear in his heart. He raised his head and glanced at the 8 Arms Devil General. Suddenly, he smiled. "I'll keep this long spear." He held the long spear in his hand. There was one more sentence he didn't say. He would let it suffer its retribution one day. The blood-red pupils of the 8 Arms Devil General flickered. It had sensed killing intent from Wang Teng's gaze. Nobody wanted to kill a giant that could hold the sky. Ha ha ha. Interesting. This is really interesting. The 8 Arms Devil General laughed out loud. It looked at Wang Teng and replied, "I'll remember you." Chapter 313, Probing Death in the Eye. "I'll remember you." This sentence reverberated in the city like thunder. Everyone felt worried for Wang Teng. He might not get any good sleep after he got remembered by a general stage formidable warrior. They looked at Wang Teng involuntarily. His expression was calm, though. He didn't seem to take it to heart. Don't. Why does a male animal like you need to remember me? I wouldn't mind if you were a beauty. Oh, right, are there female dark apparitions? Never mind, even if there are, they must be as ugly as you, Wang Teng countered. Everyone, they were speechless. Their minds were trembling. They stared at Wang Teng in disbelief. He almost died a moment ago, but he still dared to humiliate the 8 Arms Devil General. He called it an animal and even said it was ugly. He was probing death in the eye, but he helped them to vent their frustrations. They felt refreshed for some reason. They looked up at the black face of the 8 Arms Devil General. Although they couldn't glean anything, it must be furious. Anger was probably burning in its heart. Li Rongshui and Su Lingxuan wanted to stop him. He had angered the devil once, and he was doing it again. Did he think that he was too old? You must have never experienced real despair before. The eight-arms devil general's cold voice sounded. Once I capture the city, I'll tear you into pieces, bit by bit. I'm so scared. Wang Teng shrunk his body and pretended to look frightened. However, he smiled and continued. Let's wait for you to capture the city first. His words, his tone. Why did it sound so infuriating? Boom! The eight-arms devil general was at the brink of exploding in anger. It took a step forward and wanted to squash this little human brat who humiliated it. Your opponent is us. Lord Yang and Principal Yang almost blew their tops. They were already enraged when the eight-arms devil general had attacked Wang Teng in front of them just now. Now it wanted to do the same thing again. It didn't put them in its eyes at all. Lord Yang, Principal Yang, hold him first, Gorlin said coldly. Speaking of anger, Gorlin was definitely more furious than the other two. Wang Teng was his disciple. What the eight-arms devil general did was unforgivable. Lord Yang and Principal Yang knew what Gorlin wanted to do. They exchanged glances with each other and nodded grimly. Okay, we'll try our best to gain more time for you. The eight-arms devil general looked at Gorlin involuntarily. However, Lord Yang and Principal Yang charged towards it, and the three of them were engaged in an intense battle. What's Master planning to do? Wang Teng looked up in confusion. He saw Gorlin leaving the battleground of the three powerful warriors and sitting cross-legged in the air. A terrifying and powerful spiritual power surged out of his mind. Master wants to form an array. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He understood what was happening. Wisps of spiritual kinesis spread throughout the air. They seemed to be outlining an image, and runes started glowing in the sky. I wonder what array Master is making. Su Lingxuan wondered aloud in confusion. She seemed a little excited. No matter what array it is, it needs time. Wang Teng looked grave. He wasn't as optimistic. They were evenly matched when the three of them fought with the eight-arms devil general together. With only two left, he didn't know if they could keep it away for long. At the same time, more and more dark apparitions were charging into Yang City. The human martial warriors couldn't handle it anymore. The situation was getting from worse to worst. Wang Teng frowned as he looked into the distance. I wonder when the reinforcements will arrive. Senior brother, go and help them. The princess can't fight them back anymore. Su Lingxuan suddenly said agitatedly. Wang Teng turned around. Indeed, Li Rongshui was showing signs of exhaustion. There were many dark apparitions around them, and they couldn't ward them off. Okay, stay here, don't run around, he shouted at Su Lingxuan before dashing towards Li Rongshui and her subordinates. He held his sword in his right hand, while another battle blade appeared in his left hand. He was attacking with both hands. Sword and blade glows intertwined with each other and formed a huge web, enveloping the dark apparitions around him. In an instant, numerous dark apparitions were killed. Li Rongshui and her men were shocked. He knows blade skills too. Leave this to me, Wang Teng said without turning his head. He charged into the cluster of dark apparitions, one blade and one sword. The aura of the blade and the sword slashed through the groups of dark apparitions. It was invincible. Wan Feiyu and Wan Feipeng were flabbergasted. They blurted without thinking, "Is this fellow human?" Suddenly, they felt fortunate that they didn't continue to pester Wang Teng, who could afford to offend a monster like him. Wan Feifeng wiped her cold sweat secretly, feeling a little guilty in her heart. She wanted to take revenge for her younger brothers, but now she felt that she needed to think about it carefully. Peace was precious, after all. Furthermore, her younger brothers were at fault in the first place. She was a reasonable person. She wouldn't confuse right and wrong. Yes, her stupid brothers hadn't been educated for a long time and kept causing trouble outside. If they managed to survive this battle, she would take care of them properly. Wan Feipeng and Wan Feiyu suddenly felt a chill down their backs. They had a bad feeling. They looked around them in confusion, wondering where this sudden chill came from. Wang Teng was fighting with all his might. With the blade and the sword in his hands, he cut apart many dark apparitions like chopping carrots. The dark apparitions kept getting thrown back. They were either stabbed in their hearts or had their heads slammed. Swoosh. Suddenly, he heard a soft sound. Wang Teng suddenly felt a piercing pain on his back near his heart. The malicious intent caused his head to turn numb. It's too late. The sneak attack had caught him off guard. Even with his speed, he wouldn't be able to evade it at this distance. Oh, right. In this life-or-death situation, many thoughts flashed past his mind. He had an idea. Space talent. Instantly, the space around Wang Teng started distorting. Slash. A pitch-black blade pierced through Wang Teng's heart. Die, a sinister voice was heard at the same time. Lingxuan and Su Lingxuan's expressions changed. Their hearts scrunched up as they stared at this scene in a daze. However, the next moment, the figure dissipated slowly. The attacker was dumbstruck. Boom! A powerful flaming sword glow struck the attacker's body and sent him back flying like a cannonball. Bang! Splurt! The attacker smashed on the ground heavily. His back was mangled, and his entire body was engulfed in flames. Blood spurted out of his mouth. "It's you! You aren't dead?" Wang Teng's figure slowly appeared again. He was shocked when he saw the attacker's appearance. It was Yao Hongye. However, his appearance had changed tremendously. Dark green veins were bulging on his skin, along with black patterns. His entire body was covered with dark force. He wasn't a human anymore. This was assimilation. Chapter 314. Bullshit. I only killed one. Assimilation. Someone shouted the word directly. Everyone was thunderstruck as they looked at Yao Hongye's face. At the same time, looks of disdain flashed in their eyes. They didn't even bother hiding their contempt. Dark apparitions were condemned by all humans, much less a human who had voluntarily turned into a dark apparition. This was even more atrocious. He was a traitor. He was born a human. Yet he gave up his position in the human race. He turned himself into a dark apparition and allowed himself to fall into the abyss. They still remembered that he was the one who called the dark apparitions. He was the reason for this disaster befalling Yang City. Everyone glared at him, wanting to peel his skin and eat his flesh. Are you surprised? A sound came out of Yao Hongye's mouth. He was shimmering in black light. The black glow swallowed the flames on his body, and his wounds started healing. Black smoke rose from his body. He's fine. Wang Teng squinted when he saw this scene. He didn't hold back when he attacked him just now. However, Yao Hongye was able to recuperate so quickly. He mustn't underestimate his healing ability after he was assimilated. I'm curious about how you evaded my attack just now. Yao Hongye crawled up from the ground and said, "Do you want to know?" Wang Teng tilted his head and looked at him. He smiled. I'm not telling you, Yao Hongye. I'll make sure you can't smile soon, you brat. No one can save you today. I'll tear you into pieces to avenge my sons. His gaze was hostile, and his expression was sinister. Don't spout nonsense. What do you mean by sons? I only killed one of them. Wang Teng was furious as though he got framed. He would admit it if he did it, but if he didn't, he would never be framed. He was Wang Teng, a person with principles. Only. Yao Hongye trembled in anger. I know that you helped that bitch Lingxuan to kill my son Yao Yu. You have a part to play, too. I'll kill you first before killing that bitch. Wang Teng felt a little awkward upon getting exposed. He scratched his head and replied sincerely, Actually, you might not be able to kill me. I admit that you're a talent and you're not weak. You're able to withstand my attack. It was surprising. But do you think that that was my true power? If those old fellows hadn't protected you, you wouldn't be standing here. Yao Hongye mocked him. He clenched his fist and felt the surging energy in his body. He then said in a mesmerized tone, What's more, I have become more powerful now. Wang Teng squinted slightly. He had to admit that Yao Hongye became stronger after he turned into a dark apparition. He didn't notice him when Yao Hongshou hid in the dark and attacked him secretly. Without his space talent, he would be seriously injured from the attack. Yao Hongshou, at this moment, a few angry hollers came from the sky. The sound of air braking came directly after. A few figures flew over from afar. They were the family heads of Yang City. They yelled at Yao Hongshou indignantly. "Yao Hongshou, how dare you appear again? You're a sinner." "Ha ha 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 ha." Yao Hongshou lowered his head and gave a sinister laugh. Then he looked up abruptly. His expression was hideous, and there was a red light glimmering in his eyes. "Is it really my fault? Since you didn't give me a chance, I'll make you suffer too. You will all accompany my son in death." Angry howls came out from his mouth. He had turned into a maniac, looking like a devil. Everyone's expression was ugly. They felt a chill rising in their heart when they saw his crazed look. "Your Yao family is also in Yang City. You attracted the dark apparitions here. They won't be able to escape if Yang City collapses." The family head of the Wan family bellowed angrily. "The Yao family lives where I live? If I die, there's no need for the Yao family to exist," Yao Hongshou said with a cold smile. Everyone was speechless. Maniac Yao Hongshou had turned crazy. He was beyond hope. Kill him together. A few powerful warriors looked at one another and started attacking. They executed their force battle techniques and aimed them at Yao Hongshou. "I have turned into a dark apparition. You're not my match anymore." Yao Hongshou was extremely arrogant. He stepped in the air and destroyed all the attacks. Then his hands turned into sharp claws, with black glows shining around them. He clawed at his opponents. The martial warriors shuttled back and forth in the air. When their forces collided, they gave off loud explosions. Wang Teng spread his flaming wings behind him. He held his battle sword in his hand and darted into the battlefield. It was a heated battle. Wan Feifeng, Dongfang Yu, and the others had also noticed the situation here. From afar, they could only see the figures colliding continuously in mid-air. Every attack was earth-shattering, leaving their minds in a jumbled state. This is the battle between 6-star soldier-level martial warriors. If Wang Teng is able to join them, has his ability reached that stage already? They found it unbelievable. He was their peer, but he could already fight alongside the famous martial warriors. Compared to him, they suddenly felt extremely weak. Boom. A figure suddenly fell from the sky, smashing a large hole in the city wall. Everyone looked at the person carefully. It was Yao Hongshou. Right now, he was in a miserable state. He was injured, and blood was seeping out from the corners of his mouth. Yet he smiled evilly. He flew up again, disregarding the fresh blood beside his lips. This bastard must be a cockroach. The other 6-star soldier-level martial warriors looked at one another in frustration. They didn't expect Yao Hongshou to be so difficult to deal with. They beat him again and again, but he recovered every single time. His recovery speed was astonishing. Wang Teng looked up. Gorlin's array was only halfway through, however. Lord Yang and Principal Yang were gradually retreating under the attacks of the 8-arms Devil General. They were in a difficult position. Bang! The 8-arms Devil General hit Principal Yang with its special weapon, the one that looked like a sword and a blade. There were weapons on every single hand, so it was hard to defend against them. Lord Yang threw an attack at the 8-arms Devil General and made use of the recoil force to distance himself from the devil. He panted as he said to Principal Yang, "Old Yang, are you all right? Don't worry. I'm not dead yet." Principal Yang stopped in mid-air. He replied to Lord Yang indifferently as he wiped the blood off his lips. "You are not my match," said the 8-arms Devil General. He then ignored them and turned to fly towards Gorlin. He could sense a hint of danger from this unfinished array. He mustn't let it be completed. Lord Yang and Principal Yang darted between Gorlin and the 8-arms Devil General. "We're not done yet." "Why are you running away?" "Get lost," the 8-arms Devil General raged. The sound wave swept through the air, making people dizzy from the vibration. They were scared witless. Why are you shouting? So what if you have a loud voice?" Principal Yang scoffed and blocked in front of Gorlin. He didn't budge an inch. Nuisance, let me kill you first. The 8 arms Devil General glared at them and moved his 8 arms furiously. Amidst the black glow, it attacked with a thick, dark force looking like a tyrannical god of evil. Lord Yang and Principal Yang turned solemn. They looked at each other and executed their strongest battle technique to welcome the devil's renewed onslaught. Chapter 315, Yao Hongshou Must Die, Invincible Sword Presence. Wang Teng was worried about the battle between the 3 martial warriors and the 8 arms Devil General. The situation wasn't optimistic. He retracted his gaze and looked at Yao Hongshou, who was fighting with the 6-star soldier-level martial warriors. His eyes became sharp and cold. I must deal with him quickly. Wang Teng held the battle sword in his hand and recalled all the abilities he possessed. He was searching for a way to kill Yao Hongshou. He couldn't recover infinitely. As long as he attacked his lethal point, he could destroy him, preventing him from recuperating again. He wondered if dark apparitions were able to resist the poison force of the demon lotus poison body. A meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his lips. He moved and shifted away from the battlefield, circling around them instead. What is Wang Teng doing? Many people were paying attention to this intense fight. They hated Yao Hongshou bitterly and wanted to see him get killed on the spot. It would bring them great satisfaction. But Yao Hongshou was unexpectedly powerful. Despite surrounding him from all sides, they couldn't bring him down. This was when they saw Wang Teng leaving the team and circling outside the battleground. He didn't help them anymore. Was he afraid of going forward because he got scared by Yao Hongshou? He's looking for an opening and waiting for a chance, Dongfang Yu said as she fought with the dark apparitions around her. She saw through his intention at a glance. She was getting tired from killing the dark apparitions, but she soldiered on. The others were fighting dark apparitions too. However, they would glance at the sky occasionally. At the moment, 2 important battles were taking place. One was the battle with the 8 arms Devil General. This was the most crucial battle. If someone died, the Yang city would fall too. After all, 1 general stage martial warrior was enough to influence a war. The other was Wang Teng's battle. Yao Hongshou must die. This was the thought in everyone's mind. If he lived, it would be unfair for the civilians of Yang City. I hope he succeeds. Li Rongshui prayed silently as she looked at Wang Teng's figure. She felt guilty in her heart. Yao Hongshou turned crazy because she had killed Yao Yu. That was why he wanted to destroy the entire Yang City. She felt that she was partly responsible and was unsettled, yet the main culprit, Yao Hongshou, was still at loose. Li Rongshui couldn't accept this. She must answer to the civilians of Yang City. Killing Yao Hongshou was the answer. She couldn't do it, so she could only place her hopes on Wang Teng. After all, that fellow wasn't an ordinary genius. Wang Teng was looking for Yao Hongshou's weakness so that he could land a lethal blow. It was impossible to kill Yao Hongshou with a normal attack. It had to be a full-force attack aimed at his weakness. There was only one chance. He must find the right moment. The other martial warriors fighting with Yao Hongshou understood Wang Teng's intention and helped him. They didn't belittle him because his stage was lower. They recognized his ability. This man was young, but he was competent. They mustn't judge him in a conventional way. He might really be able to kill Yao Hongshou in a single strike. Yao Hongshou glanced at Wang Teng, and an evil smile appeared at the edge of his lips. Brat, use all your attacks on me after I kill these old fellows. You can also go to hell. Wang Teng didn't reply to him. He stared at Yao Hongshou's moving body intently. Force ran through his body and congregated at the tip of his sword, shining with a brilliant glow. This moment, the explosion of the 9th-level sword presence. Wang Teng raised his long sword. Clang! The sound of a sword leaving its sheath resounded in the area. A gigantic and fiery red sword glow shot into the air, seemingly piercing the sky. Raging flames rose from Wang Teng's body and enveloped half the sky in an instant. Heat waves soared straight to the horizon. Wisps of sword presence were instilled in the waves. The people below were struck dumb with astonishment. They stared at Wang Teng absent-mindedly. Their jaws almost dropped to the floor. Yao Hongshou felt as if his heart was entangled by a lethal sword aura. Once it fell on him, he would be drowned in this indomitable sword presence. He must hide. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Once Wang Teng pushed his sword forward, the fiery red sword glow shot out like an arrow. The sky and the earth were filled with sword aura. The boundless sword aura turned into a tornado. Yao Hongshou was in the center of the storm. His face was filled with bewilderment. He couldn't believe this. He didn't understand how Wang Teng was able to launch such a formidable attack. Yao Hongshou stood in a daze. His entire body was engulfed by a thick aura of death. Dark force gushed out frantically, and the black glow around him shimmered weakly, trying its best to protect its master. The sword aura solidified. In the end, Yao Hongshou couldn't withstand the attack. Sword wounds appeared on his body, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. He could also sense another force in this sword aura. This force was corroding the dark force in his body. What is this? Yao Hongshou's expression changed. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. Poison force. This was only the start, though. A glaring sword glow suddenly appeared in thin air. As he was getting weaker, it penetrated through his heart. Yao Hongshou widened his eyes in shock. He lowered his head slowly and felt that his heart had shattered. Only crumbs were left in its original spot. The dawn of death, endless darkness swallowed his consciousness. Without the defense of the dark force, his human body wasn't able to withstand the sword presence. It tore into pieces. Yao Hongshou died on the spot. No corpse was left. The sword presence dispersed slowly. There was dead silence. The sword presence also targeted the dark apparitions, so an empty area appeared after the attack dissipated. The human martial warriors stood on the ground in a stupor. Slurp. You could hear people swallowing their saliva. They had lost their ability to speak. Is he still a human? Yi Kai-cheng couldn't help but curse. All the eyes were focused on Wang Teng. He was still in his attacking posture. Crack. Suddenly, a crack sound was heard from the battle sword in his hand. It broke inch by inch under everyone's astonished gazes. Finally, only the sword hilt was left in his hand. Even the battle sword wasn't able to resist the frightening sword presence. This battle sword had followed Wang Teng for a long time. He didn't expect it to break today. The other 6-star soldier-level martial warriors had retreated when Wang Teng launched his attack. As they were closer to him, they had a deeper impression of the power of this sword presence. They weren't able to exert a sword presence this powerful. This young man was a monster. On the other side of the battlefield, the 8-arms devil general turned around and squinted slightly. A malicious look appeared in its eyes. This human must be killed. The morale of the humans was invigorated after Wang Teng killed Yao Hongshou. However, they were still at a disadvantage. Gorlin had also reached the crucial stage. His forehead was filled with perspiration, and his face was pale. Yet he persevered. As long as the array got completed, the tides would turn at this moment. A black glow flew out beside him and headed straight for Gorlin. Chapter 316. I'll take it from here. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Gorlin was wholly focused on completing the array. A huge array was already taking form with him in the center. Numerous runes shimmered brightly, presenting a glamorous view. A vague sense of danger seeped out from the array. Even the 8-arms devil general felt uneasy, however. An evil smile had appeared at the edge of its lips. Suddenly, a black light flew towards Gorlin from the side. It was extremely fast, like a bolt of black lightning. Although Gorlin's attention was entirely on the array, his spiritual power had enveloped the array, so he noticed the black light the moment it entered his territory. However, it came at the speed of lightning and reached him in an instant. Gorlin's expression changed. He let loose a wisp of spiritual power to attack the black light. The black light stopped for a second before penetrating the wall formed by the spiritual power. It furiously slammed into Gorlin's arm. The black light finally revealed its true form. It was a glistening black snake. Once Gorlin got bitten on his arm, his face turned black and his spiritual power suffered a backlash. He vomited a mouthful of blood. Gorlin. Principal Yang and Lord Yang noticed the situation at once. Their expressions changed. The Eight Arms Devil General laughed loudly. It was beyond elated for succeeding in its sneak attack. President Gorlin, Master Gorlin. Many people below noticed this sudden change too. They were enraged. The Eight Arms Devil General was despicable. How could it use such a shameless method? Everyone started feeling uneasy when Gorlin was poisoned. This meant that the array wasn't going to get completed. The human race immediately fell into an unfavorable situation. Master Wang Teng also felt infuriated when he saw what happened. His eyes almost popped out in anger. He remembered how Gorlin had treated him during this period. He didn't mind his background and taught him everything he knew without reservation. He even spoke up and protected him when he was in trouble. It was a lie to say that Wang Teng wasn't grateful in his heart. Now that he was poisoned and injured, Wang Teng shot up without any hesitation. Gorlin was in the most dangerous state now. If someone attacked him suddenly, he wouldn't have the ability to resist. At this moment, two figures suddenly appeared and blocked Wang Teng. Their 5-star soldier-level dark forces were surging, and they had black wings on their backs. They were clearly powerful. Move. Killing intent shot out of Wang Teng's eyes. He threw the dark apparitions back with a single punch. He didn't hold back at all. He wanted to kill the dark apparitions quickly so that he could reinforce Gorlin. A look of contempt appeared on the dark apparitions' faces. They were high-level dark apparitions, talented and smart. Their bodies were impenetrable too. This young man's sword skill was formidable, no doubt, but his sword was already broken. He couldn't execute his sword skills anymore, yet he wanted to fight with them in close combat. He must be dreaming. But the next second, their expressions changed slightly. Boom. A strong force smashed into their bodies. They were caught off guard. Wang Teng had received a physical skill scripture from Senior Cheng Wu when he was in the military academy. It was called the Raging Bull skill. He had already reached the perfected stage after practicing it daily. Hence, his body was strong and his strength was extraordinary. After combining strength with force, the air around him started exploding. This was a display of its power once the dark apparitions were thrown back. Blood spurted out of their mouths. They were flabbergasted. On the other side, Lord Yang and Principal Yang held back the Eight Arms Devil General with all their might so that it didn't have the energy to attack Gorlin. The Eight Arms Devil General's gaze turned cold. It ordered, "Kill him." A figure flew over from afar and prepared to attack Gorlin. After Gorlin got poisoned, he hurriedly ate a spiritual Dan to maintain his consciousness. However, the spiritual Dan couldn't cure the poison completely. It could only slow down its invasion. He forcefully maintained the array while grabbing the poisonous snake with one hand. He noticed that it was dead. He wanted to throw it away, but upon thinking of something, he kept it in his space ring. He also noticed a dark apparition charging towards him, so he could only divert some spiritual power and used his fire force to attack his opponent with the arts of a divine spirit master. As for the array, he could barely maintain it at its current state. He didn't have the energy to complete it. Fireballs shot towards the attacker. The other party evaded in midair and kept getting closer to Gorlin. Master. Su Lingxuan looked up at the sky anxiously, feeling frantic in her heart. She had followed Gorlin for the longest time, so they were like grandfather and granddaughter. Their relationship was closer than Wang Teng's. She turned around and looked at Wang Teng. "Senior brother, hurry!" Her heart had already jumped to her throat. Wang Teng dashed towards Gorlin once again. However, the two dark apparitions were like plasters sticking to him. They knew that they couldn't beat Wang Teng, so they didn't confront him head-on. Instead, they kept pestering and blocking his path. Wang Teng's expression turned cold. A battle blade appeared in his hand, and he slashed at them. Blade presence bore down on the dark apparitions. The two dark apparitions dodged quickly when they saw Wang Teng's blade. They flew far away. However, at this moment the space in front of them started distorting. A ray of glaring light appeared out of nowhere. It split into two sharp rays and pierced through the hearts of these two dark apparitions. The dark apparitions widened their eyes in shock. They lost their lives even before they understood what happened. Wang Teng didn't even bother picking up the attribute bubbles. He darted through them and charged straight forward one. Gorlin was in critical condition. He was seriously injured and couldn't resist his opponent's attack. He was struggling on the precipice of death. The dark apparition had a long spear in its hand, and its tip was shimmering with a poisonous glint. He assaulted Gorlin like a tempestuous storm. A flaming shield congregated in front of Gorlin. Boom! Under the enemy's attack, the flaming shield disintegrated instantly. It cracked little by little, old man die. The dark apparition finally arrived in front of Gorlin. It gave a hideous smile as it stabbed his long spear out. Lord Yang and Principal Yang were worried, but they couldn't break free. You can't save him. The Eight-Arms Devil General gave a delighted smile. The moment he finished speaking, an angry shout echoed in the air. It caused his expression to freeze instantly. You're looking for death. A glaring blade glow chopped the sky into two. Pale white blade aura lit up half the night sky. The dark apparition's expression changed and it flew back at high speed. Unfortunately, it was too late. The powerful blade presence was locked on it. It followed it closely, unwilling to let go, and struck him from above. Boom! The blade aura filled up the entire sky. The blade glow cut the dark apparition from the head all the way to its toe. It was split into two. Ah! A cry of agony stopped abruptly. The two halves of the dark apparition fell to the ground along with a puddle of blood. It's him! It's him again! The smile on the Eight-Arms Devil General's face was stuck there. Then it disappeared, and his expression turned eerie. He was exasperated. Clenching his weapons tightly, veins popped out of his forehead and arms. How infuriating. Gorlin smiled when he saw the person who came. He couldn't maintain his posture anymore and fell to the ground. The uncompleted array was at the brink of breaking down. Master! Wang Teng held him up worriedly. Quick! The array is going to crumble! A tinge of hope appeared in Gorlin's eyes as he spoke weakly. Don't worry. Master, I'll take it from here. Wang Teng nodded seriously. Chapter 317. This man is frightening. He must be killed. Everyone was fighting their own battle on the battlefield. Powerful warriors against powerful apparitions, and low-rank martial warriors against low-rank dark apparitions. 7-star, 8-star, and 9-star soldier-level martial warriors were considered high-rank martial warriors. Since they numbered a few, they were mostly targeted and pestered by the powerful dark apparitions. It was hard for them to break free. When Gorlin was attacked just now, 2 6-star soldier-level martial warriors tried their best before they freed themselves and were able to help him. Wang Teng passed Gorlin to the martial warriors who came. Then he sat down cross-legged in the middle of the array. Everyone was puzzled when they saw this. What is Wang Teng doing? He's Master Gorlin's disciple, could he? While wondering aloud, their eyes widened in surprise. A thought appeared in their mind uncontrollably. He wants to complete the array on behalf of Master Gorlin. They swallowed their saliva involuntarily when this ridiculous notion popped up. During the battle just now, Wang Teng had already showcased his frightening martial arts cultivation. He had reached 5-star soldier level at a young age and was skilled in both blade and sword. He had slain an uncountable number of dark apparitions and even one 6-star soldier-level dark apparition. Last but not least, the assimilated Yao Hongsho had also died in his hands. There was nothing wrong with calling him a monster. Looking at him now, he seemed to be an exceptional rune master too. If not, he wouldn't be able to take over Master Gorlin's high-level array. As Li Rongshui recovered her strength, She asked Su Lingxuan curiously. "Lingxuan, what level rune master is he?" Su Lingyun and Liu Xingwei were maintaining the defense array not far away. Wan Feifeng, Dongfeng Yu, and the other talents were also close to her. When they heard Liu Xingwei's question, they looked at Su Lingxuan with curiosity in their eyes. Su Lingxuan heaved a sigh of relief after Wang Teng saved Gorlin. When she saw Wang Teng wanting to replace Gorlin to complete the array, she was stunned too. She replied subconsciously when she heard Li Rongshui. In the past, he was an intermediate stage run master. He never took another test after that. However, Master says that he has improved at an exponential speed, so he might. Li Rongshui and the other gasped, "Might what?" Although Su Lingxuan didn't finish her sentence, everyone could guess it. Wang Teng might have become an advanced stage rune master. He might even be close to advancing to the master level. They never imagined that Wang Teng had already reached master level. That stage wasn't easy to reach. A genius like Wang Teng might achieve it in the future, but not now. He was too young. Even so, they were dumbstruck. How monstrous was this fellow? Liu Xingwei was talented in runes and was always called a genius. When he compared himself to Wang Teng, it was natural for him to get jealous. However, he was trembling in fright. What kind of presence was this? This fellow wasn't human. His martial arts cultivation was exceptional. Even if it was his father, he might not be able to beat him. He mustn't provoke him in the future. If not, just thinking of the consequences caused Liu Xingwei to shiver. Scary. This was the right time to follow his heart. On the other hand, Su Lingyun had different emotions. She realized that her jealousy towards Su Lingxuan was getting stronger. Why? They were both born in the Su family. Her father was the head of the family, and her status was higher than Su Lingxuan. Yet she always lost to her. Her beauty, her talent, none of them were better than Su Lingxuan's. She was even accepted as Gorlin's disciple. The outstanding young man had a good relationship with her, while she couldn't find any ways to get close to him. Failure was making her go crazy. Dongfang Yu, Yi Kai-cheng, and the other talents looked at Wang Teng with flickering gazes. They couldn't regain their composure for a while. Wang Teng didn't know how complicated everyone was feeling. He glanced at the 8 Arms Devil General with a smile at the corner of his lips. The smile was indifferent. He wasn't afraid of the 8 Arms Devil General. In fact, there was even a hint of provocation in his smile. It seemed a little evil, this little brat. The 8 Arms Devil General's expression turned distorted. He wanted to pounce on Wang Teng and punch him with all of his 8 arms. As a general stage formidable warrior in a high position, he was always respected and feared by the masses. No one dared to act so atrociously in front of him. But Lord Yang and Principal Yang were obstructing him with all their might. He couldn't break free from them. Lord Yang and Principal Yang were also astounded in their hearts. They felt that this fellow was full of surprises. They couldn't help but place their hopes on Wang Teng. Thus, they would never allow the past to repeat. The 2 6-star martial warriors placed Gorlin in a safe place and returned to the array. "Young man, complete the array at ease. We'll guard you." "Let's see who dares to disturb you," one of the martial warriors said. Wang Teng nodded, his expression turning grave. He had learned this array from Gorlin before, and he remembered all the structure and shapes of the runes. However, this was an advanced stage 6-star array. Only master-level rune masters could create 6-star rune arrays. Still, its might was astonishing, able to kill a general stage martial warrior. It would be difficult for Wang Teng to set up this array alone based on his current cultivation. However, Gorlin had completed most of it. He just needed to carve the last portion of the runes, yet this last portion was the most crucial part. This array was from the inside out. The closer to the core, the more important the runes. The middle of this array was the core. The runes that formed the core needed to be extremely precise. A slight mistake could cause the entire array to disintegrate, and the efforts put in would go to waste. But Gorlin believed in him, hence Wang Teng couldn't disappoint him. Furthermore, they were facing a crisis. He must not and could not fail. It could be said that once this array was formed, the wheel of victory would spin to the human side. Wang Teng took a deep breath and turned serious. Boom! A thick spiritual power exploded from Wang Teng's mind. It surged out like a dragon, roaring out from its den and soaring into the sky. Emperor Realm. Everyone was shocked. This spiritual power felt so real, it was spiritual kinesis. Wang Teng wasn't just an advanced stage runmaster, but he had also awakened the rare spiritual kinesis. How could they describe his talent? This monster must be the illegitimate child of God and Lady Luck, right? 1. He was so powerful. The spiritual kinesis even felt as powerful as Gorlin's. The thought flashed in Lord Yang's and Principal Yang's minds. They were thunderstruck. Gorlin's disciple might surpass his master one day. The younger generations below felt bitter. Was this Wang Teng's real strength? Was he really a young man and not some ancient demon? On the other hand, malicious intent spread in the Eight-Arms Devil General's heart. This young man was too terrifying. He must be killed. If not, he would become a massive threat to the Darkland in the future. Chapter 318. So anxious that they wanted to pee. In the sky, a vast circular formation spun slowly, covering a large area. Lights glowed on the array, and a powerful spiritual power enveloped the formation. Runes were slowly carved in the core. A figure sat in the middle of the array with a grim expression. All his attention was on completing the formation, leaving him with no energy to care about the tragic battle outside. Eyes were the windows to one's soul, and there was a holy light shimmering in his eyes at the moment. This was a sign that he was using his spiritual kinesis to its extreme. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion came from the defense array below. It shattered into small pieces and disintegrated into motes of lights. The human martial warriors were shaken up. They were the first to suffer after the defense array was destroyed. Without its protection, a large number of dark apparitions would surge into the city. No one knew how many people would be killed. As expected, the dark apparitions that were blocked by the shield poured into the city like a dam had been broken. The pressure on the human race multiplied. Many martial warriors got surrounded by multiple dark apparitions and were bitten to death directly. I'll go down and help. The 6-star soldier-level martial warriors guarding Wang Teng grieved when they saw the bitter scene unfold. The other person hesitated for a moment. Accidents might happen to Wang Teng if one of them left. Gorlin was an example. Both of you can leave. I can handle it alone, Wang Teng suddenly said. How can we do that? One of us has to stay behind at least, the martial warrior said. Go, Wang Teng glared at them. The martial warriors felt scared somehow under his stare. They felt as though they were facing a character like Gorlin. No, if something happens to you, we'll be the sinners of the whole city. Nonetheless, the martial warriors remained firm in their stance. I have a way to protect myself. Don't worry and go. If Yang City collapses, everything we've done so far will be useless. Wang Teng ignored them after he finished speaking. He continued focusing on the array, not daring to get distracted again. The loss of concentration just now had almost resulted in a mistake. The difficulty of this formation exceeded his expectations. The last sentence might have convinced the martial warriors. They exchanged glances with each other and nodded resolutely. Be careful, the next second, they charged down to help the defense. Time flew. Soon the night was coming to an end. Many people had died in this battle, but the war still continued. The young generation of talents suffered heavy losses. Yi Kai-cheng lost an arm, while Dongfang Yu was severely injured. Although people were protecting Li Rongshui, she was still seriously wounded. Leaning on her sword, she looked at the battlefield with a sorrowful expression. Only 2 Wan siblings were left. Wan Feipeng died. He died willingly to save his stupid younger brother. This might be the innate emotions of humans. They wouldn't be able to disregard the ties between their families. Wan Feiyu cried his heart out when his brother fell. He wanted to kill all the dark apparitions to take revenge for his brother, but he was helpless. He was brought to a safe location by his men. Wan Feifeng had turned mad from the massacre. She had a good relationship with her siblings since they were young, yet one of them died tonight. She believed it was her fault and felt regret and agony enshrouding her whole being. She could only kill more to numb her heart. Similar scenes happened everywhere. People were dying every second. This was an unfair fight to begin with. The dark apparitions came without any warning and had the advantage of numbers. On the other hand, the martial warriors in Yang City didn't have any time to prepare. They were at an extreme disadvantage. Some 6-star soldier-level martial warriors had also fallen in this cruel battle. They were boss-level characters no matter where they went, yet many of them lost their lives here. It was a massive loss for the human race. Wang Teng glanced down below and was deeply shocked. For some reason, sorrow poured out from the depth of his heart. The human race. The human race. There seemed to be a faraway voice screaming from the depth of his soul. It felt like a dream, but it felt real too. It was hard to describe. He closed his eyes and stopped looking at the tragic state below. Only the last bit of the formation was left. He mustn't get distracted now. Anyone who kills him will get 10,000 devil crystals. The 8 Arms Devil General suddenly shouted. As soon as his voice faded, malicious glints shone in the eyes of the dark apparitions. Immediately, some 5-star and 6-star dark apparitions shot up into the sky. Kill, ha ha ha, die. The dark apparitions released all their attacks at Wang Teng, 10,000 devil crystals. This was enough to turn the dark apparitions crazy. Shameless. Lord Yang and Principal Yang glared at the 8 Arms Devil General. Although they were injured and exhausted, they continued battling with the 8 Arms Devil General despite panting loudly. "Stop them," the 2 of them shouted. The human martial warriors ignored the enemies they were fighting and rushed towards the dark apparitions to stop their attacks. However, a portion of the attacks still continued flying towards Wang Teng. Lord Yang and Principal Yang stared at Wang Teng intently. They couldn't free themselves and save him. This helplessness threw them into despair. Was Wang Teng going to follow Gorlin's footsteps? Were they going to fail after persevering for so long? The alarm in Wang Teng's heart ran as danger befell him. He snorted, and earth force flowed out of his body. It formed layers of shield around him. They were like walls and walls of bricks. All the attacks landed on the shields. The shields broke layer by layer, but in the end, there were still 3 walls left. However, all the attacks had disappeared. Wang Teng remained unscathed. Earth force, Lord Yang and Principal Yang heaved a sigh of relief. However, they were amazed at the same time. They remembered that Wang Teng had executed fire force and metal force in the past. Now he had displayed his earth force, 3 elements martial warrior. This was a great surprise. The youngsters below were almost numb now. How many trump cards did this fellow have? Again and again. There seemed to be no end to it. It stimulated their minds without stopping. The smiles on the dark apparitions' faces froze, and they felt infuriated. 10,000 devil crystals had just flown away. The 8 Arms Devil General had never felt so helpless towards a person, but he experienced it personally now. He could clearly feel his mentality breaking down. Why? Why is this fellow my natural enemy sent from heaven? Kill him, kill him. If you don't kill him, I'll skin you alive and pull out your tendons to make candles. The 8 Arms Devil General raged. The dark apparitions were devastated and suddenly felt wronged. They initially wanted to kill Wang Teng for the 10,000 devil crystals, but now they would be turned into candles if they couldn't succeed. You should have said that earlier. Why didn't you say it before? We wouldn't have attacked him if you said it. What a loss. The dark apparitions felt hidden bitterness. They had no choice but to attack Wang Teng again. After all, if he didn't die, they would be turned into candles. However, the human martial warriors had arrived to stop the dark apparitions. The long-range attacks were blocked by Wang Teng's earth shields, so they couldn't even see him, much less kill him. For a moment, the dark apparitions felt so anxious that they wanted to pee. "We will die. Let us kill him quickly." "Move, please," sob. Suddenly, a frightening aura erupted from the formation above them. The array was finished. Chapter 319, The 8-Universe Ablaze Dragon Array. A strong sense of danger spread out from the formation above them. The array was finally completed. Success. Lord Yang and Principal Yang were elated. The humans below also let out relieved smiles. They started cheering. Senior brother succeeded. Su Lingxuan was taking care of Gorlin. She shouted in happiness when she saw this scene. Unfortunately, Gorlin was unconscious, so he couldn't see this. He really succeeded. Li Rongshui muttered to herself. Wan Feifeng, Dongfeng Yu, and the other martial warriors looked up. They seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Even people who had grudges against Wang Teng, like Wan Feiyu and Liu Xinghui, sincerely hoped that Wang Teng would succeed. Once their wish came true, their hearts were filled with gratitude. The shield formed by the Earth Force dispersed gradually in front of Wang Teng. Wang Teng sat cross-legged in the middle of the array, and there were beads of perspirations on his forehead. His face was slightly pale, but all of this was unable to hide the brightness in his eyes. He looked up and stared at the 8-Arms Devil General. Their gazes collided in midair. Even though he was a general stage presence, Wang Teng was never afraid of him. At this moment, a few dark apparitions who came to kill Wang Teng for 10,000 devil crystals charged towards him while the human martial warriors were in a daze. They wanted to make use of this last chance to kill Wang Teng. Wang Teng had just finished laying a colossal formation. He must be at his weakest now. What were they waiting for? The 8-Arms Devil General's threat hung over them like the sword of Damocles, based on his personality. He always meant what he said. If they didn't kill Wang Teng, they would really be turned into candles and lit up every day. Killing Wang Teng was their only path of escape. In a blink of an eye, 3 dark apparitions rushed into the array. "Be careful." Lord Yang and the others shouted. They were furious, silently scolding the martial warriors in charge of stopping the dark apparitions for being too careless. How could they let the dark apparitions close in on Wang Teng after he succeeded? Damn it. The human martial warriors were also stunned. They turned and chased after the dark apparitions. However, Wang Teng smiled. With a single thought, the formation started spinning, and flames burst out in the array. The 3 dark apparitions only had time to scream in agony before they got burned into ashes. Lord Yang and the others heaved sighs of relief. The human martial warriors were shocked and hurriedly stopped outside the array. Although they were 6-star soldier-level martial warriors, they didn't dare to touch the array after seeing the dark apparitions dying with no chance of resisting. "Please retreat further away," Wang Teng said calmly. The human martial warriors smiled awkwardly. They cupped their fists at Wang Teng to apologize for their carelessness. Then they retreated far away. The 8-Arms Devil General felt his eyelids jumping when he saw the dark apparitions burning to cinders. He could feel that the array was life-threatening. He started withdrawing at once. "You gave me a spear and asked your men to kill me multiple times now. I'll return the favor." Wang Teng glanced at him and spoke indifferently. A smile appeared on his face. "You don't have the ability to kill me." The 8-Arms Devil General smiled hideously. His gaze was full of contempt, but in the depth of his eyes there was a hint of seriousness. Wang Teng didn't want to reply. He raised his hand and pointed straight at him. The array started spinning violently, gathering the fire force at an astonishing speed. In the end, a fiery red whirlpool formed above Wang Teng's head. The bottom of the vortex was connected to the core of the array. Fire force kept pouring into the array without stopping. Raging flames rose from the middle of the array. They surged to the sky and transformed into a large fire dragon. The dragon raised its head and let out a heaven-shaking roar. Scorching heat spread through the air, and heat waves blanketed the entire city. This array was known as the 8 Dragons Ablaze Dragon Array. The 8-Arms Devil General felt the corners of his lips twitching and sped up his retreat. He couldn't handle the array. The 8-Arms Devil General felt that he was acting like a coward. Still, he tried to convince himself that it was just a strategic retreat. After this round of attack, he would definitely let the brat understand what despair felt like. What a powerful aura. Lord Yang and Principal Yang glanced at each other and quickly flew back. If they were implicated, they might burn their skins. Go. Wang Teng mouthed the word softly. The blazing giant dragon roared to the sky before charging towards the 8 Arms Devil General. The 8 Arms Devil General felt a scorching heat closing in on him from behind. He turned to take a look, and his heart jumped in fright. Once his life was on the line, his expression turned grim. A black glow lit up around his body. He clenched the weapon that looked like a blade and a sword and slashed an enormous black crescent in the air. He threw the attack at the giant flaming dragon. Boom! The huge black blade glow slammed furiously into the ablaze dragon, looking as though it was going to chop the dragon in half. A loud explosion shattered the windows below. The giant flaming dragon was cut into 2. The 8 Arms Devil General was elated. However, the next moment his pupils constricted in shock. The 2 split flaming bodies merged and charged towards him instantly. In the blink of an eye, he was swallowed whole. The fiery storm devoured the 8 Arms Devil General, terrifying flames filling up half the sky. Lord Yang and Principal Yang staggered. They had to retreat again. This was the difference between a Master Stage Rune Master and an Advanced Stage Rune Master. Give a Master Stage Rune Master enough time and he would be able to form an indomitable array. Even General Stage warriors wouldn't dare to face its power. The 8 Arms Devil General is dead? The people below questioned in disbelief. Even Lord Yang and Principal Yang weren't able to kill the 8 Arms Devil General together, but Wang Teng was able to force him into a corner with the array. If the 8 Arms Devil General was dead, this crisis would have ended, right? Unfortunately, at this moment, an angry roar resounded from within the flames, dashing their hopes. A hole was blasted in the sky of fire. A figure glowing with black light darted out. It was the 8 Arms Devil General. The black glow around him had dimmed a little. There were many burnt marks on his body, and he seemed a little bedraggled. Lord Yang and the others were appalled. This astonishing attack still couldn't kill the 8 Arms Devil General. He was indeed intimidating. "Ha ha ha ha! Little human, you can't do anything to me," the 8 Arms Devil General guffawed. Killing intent appeared in his eyes. Wang Teng had put him in such a precarious position. It was time to retaliate. Really? Wang Teng remained composed. He tilted his head and looked at him. The 8 Arms Devil General's heart almost leaped out of his chest when he saw Wang Teng's gaze. A bad premonition rose up in his heart. If 1 blazing dragon isn't enough, what about 3? Wang Teng smiled. He hooked his fingers, and the flames erupted again. 3 fiery dragons congregated in the sky. They weren't any smaller than the gigantic flaming dragon at the start. Roar, roar, roar! Flames burned the air as the dragons roared loudly. The 3 huge dragons spiraled above Wang Teng like the stars twinkling around the bright moon. He looked like the son of fire. Chapter 320. The Fear of Being Dominated by Flames. The muscles on the 8 Arms Devil General's face twitched furiously as he stared at the 3 blazing dragons in front of him. This is outrageous. How dare you torture me like this? I have my dignity too. You forced my hand, brat. Let me show you the forbidden skill of our 8 Arms Devil race. The 8 Arms Devil General's expression turned hideous. The moment he finished speaking, a thick purple-black glow oozed out of his skin. His scarlet-red eyes shone brightly. The next moment, all his muscles started squirming and his height increased. He became bigger and taller, giving people unprecedented pressure. At the same time, the power of his aura increased multiple times. Below his muscles, his veins popped out and throbbed viciously. They looked as though they would burst at any moment. Blood seeped out from the pores all over his body. It looked extremely terrifying. The 8 Arms Devil race had a forbidden skill that would exhaust their vitality. They would never use it unless they were in a critical condition. A mere 5-star soldier-level martial warrior forced me to use my forbidden skill. You should feel proud. the Eight-Arms Devil General said in a hoarse voice. No, this is the result of my master and me, as well as all the human martial warriors. Your defeat is just, Wang Teng replied. Ha ha ha. You think that you will win? The Eight-Arms Devil General let out a peal of laughter laced with contempt. Yes, you will lose today. Wang Teng nodded sincerely and said, the Eight-Arms Devil General was stunned. He felt that he couldn't communicate with this brat. If he continued, he would die from anger. You didn't lose to me alone. Rather, you lost to the entire human race. The dark apparitions will never understand the unity and fearlessness of the human race. Wang Teng looked at the human martial warriors fighting with the dark apparitions below and smiled emotionally. You're wrong. The human race will perish. The Eight-Arms Devil General grinned hideously as he also glanced at the battlefield below. Even if the human race perishes, you won't achieve a real victory, Wang Teng replied indifferently. What a joke. Death is the greatest failure. Everything you said is just an excuse for your failure. The Eight-Arms Devil General sneered. Wang Teng shook his head and remained silent. He felt that the devil couldn't understand what he was saying. Little brat, I hate you. The Eight-Arms Devil General flared up in anger. He seemed to have suffered great humiliation. He stopped talking nonsense and charged straight at Wang Teng. Wang Teng pointed at it, and the three giant dragons soared down. Boom. Scorching flames blazed into the sky. The clouds seemed to be burning, a testament to the array's might. He should be dead now, right? Everyone looked up at the flames in the sky. They were dumbstruck. Roar. An angry cry came from within the flames. The Eight-Arms Devil General dashed out with a black glow shimmering around his body. There were burnt marks on his body, and he was covered with blood. He uncontrollably vomited a mouthful of blood. He had suffered severe injuries under the array's assault. Everyone was shocked. The power of the Eight-Arms Devil General was beyond their imagination. Although he was injured, he still had the energy to continue fighting. Was it impossible to kill him? I've already said that you can't kill me. The Eight-Arms Devil General laughed. Oh, if 3 isn't enough, how about 6? Wang Teng replied in an unconcerned tone. He hooked his finger, and 6 flaming dragons formed in the air, looking down at the Eight-Arms Devil General. The Eight-Arms Devil General felt his heart was bleeding in frustration. Come, Mr. Eight-Arms, your fire dragon set meal has arrived. With a wave of Wang Teng's finger, the fire dragons bellowed and shot out. The Eight-Arms Devil General, Lord Yang, Principal Yang, boom! Frightening flames swept towards the Eight-Arms Devil General, drowning it in the sea of fire. Cries of agony came from within. No one knew if he was wailing in anger or pain. At that moment, thick black light exploded from the center of the flame. The Eight-Arms Devil General was still putting up a resistance. Boom! A figure stumbled out in a disheveled state. The Devil General's body was drenched in blood, but the ruthlessness in his eyes didn't subside. He charged towards Wang Teng. Die! He slashed his weapons, and the black blade glows enveloped the young man. Be careful! Lord Yang and Principal Yang rushed over hurriedly. They didn't think that the Eight-Arms Devil General would still be alive after Wang Teng used the power of the 6 dragons. He even had the energy to retaliate. You have a strong vitality. Wang Teng shook his head after his sentence ended. Instantly, 8 burning dragons rose into the air, protecting Wang Teng in the center. He wasn't the son of fire now. He was the king of flames. The Eight-Arms Devil General felt suicidal. How was he supposed to fight? Tell me, how can I fight? He turned around and ran away without any hesitation. At the same time, he was furiously cursing in his heart. It felt extremely frustrating. Don't leave, my dear. This is the last time. There aren't any more dragons. You will win if you endure this round, Wang Teng shouted. He seemed to have found his conscience and realized that he was being outrageous. He shouldn't humiliate his opponent. He should give it some hope. It was the Eight-Arms Devil General, after all. As a general-stage devil, he needed to show his opponent some respect. Do you think I'm stupid? Why will I believe a bastard like you?" The eight-armed devil general ran away frantically without turning his head. This human young lad was worse than him, a devil. Lord Yang and Principal Yang felt their lips twitching. Where did Gorlin find this disciple? He was wild, cheeky, and shameless. Did Gorlin teach him that? Gorlin seemed to be of a noble character and high prestige, but he was actually a shameless and evil old man under the virtuous exterior. Lu Xingwei and Wan Feiyu suddenly shivered. This was a vicious man they shouldn't offend. They decided that after this battle, if they managed to get out of it alive, they would kneel and apologize to Wang Teng, begging him for forgiveness. Intense and violent flames surged towards the eight-armed devil general from behind. He let out an ear-shattering scream of pain and was engulfed in the fire once again. That day he experienced the fear of being dominated by flames. Boom. The 8 fire dragons were the ultimate attack of the 8 dragons Ablaze Dragon Array. Its full-fledged attack was extremely terrifying. Lord Yang and Principal Yang wanted to help Wang Teng at first, but they immediately ran far away. This was scary. Indeed, they mustn't provoke a rune master. Which general stage martial warrior would want to have a taste of this attack? Just as the devil general was beating a hasty retreat, a tiger roar came from the west of the city. Thick smoke appeared on the horizon in the distance. A group of men seemed to be charging this way. It was the Crimson Tiger Troop. At the same time, a strange screech came from the west. Thick smoke rose from the ground on that side, too. The Black Sparrow Troop was here. The citizens of Yang City cheered loudly after a moment of silence. Reinforcements are here. We are saved. The grounds in the north and south started shaking as more reinforcements arrived. The commotion was huge. This was the reinforcement from the Empire. 3 waves of reinforcements arrived simultaneously. At this moment, a hint of white appeared on the horizon. A faint morning glow lit up the sky. The sun was about to rise. Chapter 321. Seductive. As dawn arrived, the 3 reinforcements from the human race also reached the city. The Crimson Tiger Troop and the Black Sparrow Troop from Earth, as well as the troops of the Empire, all rushed over as soon as possible. The commander of the Dark Apparitions, the 8-armed Devil General, was completely outgunned by the formation controlled by Wang Teng. He was submerged in flames, and no one knew if he was dead or alive. The scale of the battle was tilting towards the human race. The morale of the human martial warriors was greatly boosted. They started cheering loudly. Kill. Kill all the dark apparitions and take revenge for our dead friends. We mustn't let them leave. Those that invaded our country must be annihilated. A surge of energy from who knew where burst out from the exhausted bodies of these martial warriors. They raised their weapons high and smashed them at the dark apparition nearest to them. They are finally here. Lord Yang and Principal Yang glanced at each other. They felt relieved. Then they turned their gazes back at the roaring flames that lit up half the sky. Was the 8-armed devil general dead? Wang Teng looked at the thick smoke coming from 3 different directions. He felt more at ease since the reinforcements were here. The danger was almost gone. He retracted his gaze and looked at the burning fire. He frowned uncontrollably. He used his spiritual sight and noticed that the dark force in the flames still existed, even though it was gradually getting fainter. The 8-armed devil general was still alive. His vitality was terrific. Wang Teng couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. He felt helpless, though. Were dark apparitions really so hard to kill? 1 general stage dark apparition was on par with 3 general stage human martial warriors. This was already startling enough. Yet it was still alive after rounds of formidable attacks. Wang Teng couldn't help but feel powerless. Sigh. Suddenly, a sigh startled everyone. Who is it? Lord Yang and Principal Yang's expressions changed abruptly. Wang Teng's heart also jumped to his throat. He looked towards the source of the sound, and his pupils narrowed. The space beside the flames had started distorting. Then a graceful figure appeared gradually. It was shimmering in black light and stood beside the flames calmly, without any reaction. This was a female dark apparition, and she was gorgeous. Her figure was amazing, sexy, and charming. She had pointed ears and a long tail swaying behind her back. She gave off a seductive aura. Many male martial warriors started salivating involuntarily when they saw the female dark apparition. Even Lord Yang and Principal Yang were no exception. However, they quickly regained their senses. The next second they turned grave and put up their guards. This dark apparition was able to enchant general stage martial warriors like them. It wasn't a simple figure. Wan Feiyu, Liu Xingwei, Yi Kaicheng, and the other young men below started blushing when they saw this female dark apparition. They seemed bewitched. Li Rongsui, Su Lingxuan, and the other ladies at the side snorted softly. They had to admit that this dark apparition was mesmerizing, but she was a dark apparition. The human race was unable to coexist with the dark apparitions. This was a blood feud. It was humiliating to be captivated by her. Do you like her so much? Wan Feifeng twisted Wan Feiyu's ear and barked. Pain, 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 sister. Let me go. I didn't look at her on purpose. There's something amiss with the dark apparition. I can't control myself. Wan Feiyu shouted. Men. Wan Feifeng sneered. The icy aura released by the other ladies caused Lu Xinghui and Yi Keicheng to tremble. They collected themselves and said with a changed expression, "That dark apparition can bewitch others. Don't find an excuse for your weak mentality. You're the only ones getting enchanted by that bitch. Look at Wang Teng. Look at how calm he is. He isn't affected at all. This is how a man should be." The three ladies were bound by a common hatred. Wan Feiyu and the other men raised their heads to look at Wang Teng. Indeed, he remained indifferent and didn't seem affected by the beautiful dark apparition at all. His willpower was astonishing. Is he the reincarnation of Liu Xiaohui? The three of them thought evilly. 1. Liu Xiaohui is an ancient Chinese character who remained undisturbed even with a woman in his lap. Hence, he is the epitome of a gentleman. The beautiful dark apparition in the sky laughed seductively when it noticed the people below getting enchanted by her. Then she immediately noticed that Wang Teng didn't seem affected by her. She asked in surprise, "Young man, am I not pretty?" "Not bad indeed." "I can't say that you're not pretty," Wang Teng replied honestly. "Why aren't you looking at me more then?" The beautiful dark apparition looked as though she was about to tear up. She gave Wang Teng a pitiful look. Wang Teng, don't get bewitched by her appearance. Lord Yang and Principal Yang reminded him anxiously. They were almost tricked by this beautiful dark apparition, so they still had some lingering fears in their eyes. If they were unable to withstand the temptation, a young and hot-blooded young man like him wouldn't be able to either. However, Wang Teng wasn't tempted. He said calmly, I'm sorry. I'm not interested in a female dark apparition." Female dark apparition. The beautiful dark apparition stared at Wang Teng in a daze as if she had heard something unbelievable. She was stunned. Lord Yang and Principal Yang widened their eyes in shock. They couldn't help but respect Wang Teng. This young man was daring. "Young man, you're indeed cheeky. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" The beautiful dark apparition's expression darkened. She glared at Wang Teng indignantly. "You can't touch me," Wang Teng replied confidently. Because of that formation, the beautiful dark apparition gave a look of contempt. "You must have consumed most of your energy during the fight just now. How much longer can you continue?" "Our reinforcements will arrive soon. I bet that you will regret it later if you don't leave now," Wang Teng replied. Just as Wang Teng finished speaking, a few powerful auras shot towards them from afar. They would arrive in Yang City soon. These auras belonged to general stage martial warriors. The beautiful dark apparition looked in the distance and turned serious. She said, "You're lucky." A long whip suddenly appeared in her hand. She swept it towards the flames and dragged out the body of the 8-Arms Devil General Pant. The 8-Arms Devil General was in a miserable state. He was burnt, and fresh blood covered his entire body. 3 out of his 8 arms were gone. No one knew where they went. Midas. He glared bitterly at Wang Teng before saying to the beautiful, dark apparition beside him, "Why are you here?" "My dear idiot Zers, you would have been killed if I didn't come." The beautiful, dark apparition smiled gently. "Don't you find it humiliating to get beaten up so badly by this young human?" "Shut up!" Zers turned furious from embarrassment. He was so angry that he vomited blood. Chapter 322. Titan Arm, the beautiful dark apparition disregarded the anger of the 8 Arms Devil General and continued reprimanding it. "Zers, you failed your mission. The Master will be furious." The 8 Arms Devil General's expression changed. However, he forcefully calmed down and scoffed. "That's none of your business. I'll receive my punishment voluntarily." "Not bad, you're smart. I hope that you won't cry and look for your mummy." Midas covered her mouth and chuckled. The veins on Zerz's forehead started bulging. He was bursting with anger, but he had to bear with it because he couldn't beat Midas. He stopped talking to her altogether. Midas pouted her lips. She placed her hand in front of her eyes and looked afar. "Sigh, they are coming." A few general stage auras were closing in at high speed. The frightening auras swept towards them like an enormous wave. Zers finally noticed them, and his expression underwent a huge change. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "Oh, I forgot." Midas smiled beautifully. Zers felt helpless. Midas laughed happily when she saw Zerz's expression. But the next instant, she was unable to smile because of a voice she heard. "Midas, long time no see." Midas's smile froze immediately, and a vicious look appeared in her eyes. She looked in the direction where the voice came from. She gritted her teeth as she squeezed out 2 words, "It's you." A few general stage forces of presence appeared above Yang City. Every single presence was extremely powerful. They were all general stage martial warriors, the top tier of the general stage martial warriors. One of the martial warriors spoke to Midas calmly. "You were lucky and managed to escape in the past. How dare you visit the human race again? Dan Taixuan, do you think that I'm afraid of you?" Midas looked at the lady, who was of equal beauty to her, as she said in a cold voice, "You will stay here today," Dan Taixuan said indifferently. She seemed to be stating a common fact rather than killing a powerful general stage dark apparition. Midas got stimulated by her tone and trembled in anger. "Master," Wang Teng called out at this moment without a doubt. This was his master, Dan Taixuan. After all, there was only one Dan Taixuan in the world. Dan Taixuan turned and glanced at the formation below Wang Teng. She smiled. Impressive. She had obviously noticed that this array was a threat to general stage warriors. Although she was confused and puzzled about how Wang Teng managed to form this array, she still felt proud of him. As his master, she was naturally happy when her disciple was outstanding. But the other general stage martial warrior didn't seem to be in a good mood. His face even seemed a little black. This was the chief commander of the Crimson Tiger Troop, Xiao Nanfeng. Wang Teng had some grudges with the Crimson Tiger Troop in the past. Dan Taixuan had disregarded his position as the chief commander and beat him up to take revenge for Wang Teng. Xiao Nanfeng was full of resentment when he thought of this. He couldn't find a way to vent his frustration. "Why are you everywhere?" Xiao Nanfeng said with disdain. He didn't bother treating Wang Teng politely. "Xiao Nanfeng, are you asking for a beating?" Dan Taixuan glanced at him and said coldly. Xiao Nanfeng felt his lips twitching. Despite keeping quiet, he had already cursed Dan Taixuan multiple times in his heart. This crazy bitch. "Thank you for coming to help, but this isn't the time for a conversation." "Should we kill the dark apparitions first?" Another general stage martial warrior felt a little speechless. General Shen. Lord Yang and Principal Yang came over. Lord Yang, Shen Tuxiong, cupped his fists at Lord Yang. Then he nodded at Principal Yang and continued, "I'm sorry that we came late. Are you all right?" "We are fine, thanks to this young man. We almost killed that 8 Arms Devil General." Unfortunately, he was still saved. Lord Yang and Principal Yang replied. Shen Tuxiong had already noticed the impressive array below Wang Teng. When he heard Lord Yang and Principal Yang admitting it, a tinge of surprise flashed past his eyes. He nodded. Let's save the courtesies for later. The most important thing now is to kill these two dark apparitions. Ha 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 ha! Midis suddenly laughed out loud. You want to kill us in your dreams. How will we know if we don't try? Dan Teishuan scoffed. She rushed towards Midas and Zers. Xiao Nanfeng and the others started moving too. They surrounded Midas and Zers and prepared to slaughter them in this land. Midas remained calm, though. She raised her head to look at the pitch-black dimensional rift above it. Boom! A loud explosion occurred suddenly. An enormous arm forcefully squeezed out from the dimensional rift and grabbed at Dan Teishuan and the other martial warriors. The arm was like a celestial pillar. It peeked out of one end of the dimensional rift and filled up the entire sky. When its skin rubbed against the edge of the dimensional rift, the sound of glass breaking could be heard. Space fragments dropped from the sky. Damn it, Xiao Nanfeng and Shen Tuxiang's expressions changed. Their hearts palpitated frantically. They could sense a massive threat from this arm. Combine forces. Dan Teishuan's gaze flickered as she shouted in a low voice, Boom! The general stage martial warriors acted at the same time. Dan Teishuan used her sword to create a magnificent sword glow. Her sword aura slashed through the air, turning into a tornado as it swept across the sky. Xiao Nanfeng's weapon was a battle blade. Blade glow surged out, wanted to chop everything in its path. The aura was scorching. Shen Tuxiang held his battle maces and started slamming them continuously. Lightning flickered and thunder roared. Boom! Thick bolts of lightning shot out from the battle maces and flew towards the Titan's arm. The other general stage martial warriors also executed their most powerful attacks and aimed them at the Titan's arm. Boom! The powerful attacks landed on the Titan's arm one after another. Wang Teng activated the formation to its maximum potential. He used his last ounce of strength to call out 8 flaming dragons and hurled them towards the giant arm. Fire engulfed the arm, and it was set ablaze. The Titan's arm finally paused for a second after it suffered so many attacks. Cuts started appearing on it, but soon it moved forward again. It opened its gigantic palm, wanting to grab the people below. Retreat! Xiao Nanfeng, and the others squinted and scattered immediately. The Titan's arm was too powerful. They were unable to stop it even when they combined forces. However, it was stuck in the dimensional rift, so its movement was limited. It wasn't able to capture the human martial warriors who ran away. It grabbed Zers and Midas instead and went back to the other world on the other end of the dimensional rift. Young human brat, I'll remember you. Your death will come the next time we meet. Zers's voice came from the dimensional rift. Then the dimensional rift started shrinking as though it lost its support. It gradually disappeared. Chapter 323. 8th-level Devil Scripture. Zers's voice echoed out from the dimensional rift. It was filled with bitterness and hatred, as if Wang Teng had done something indescribable to it. Everyone looked at Wang Teng strangely. How much did the 8 Arms Devil General hate him? He didn't pinpoint any of the general stage martial warriors, but he called out Wang Teng's name. Wang Teng cursed in his heart. What grudges do we have? What hatred do we have? Do you have to remember it so clearly? How narrow-minded. Although the other party was a general stage devil warrior, he didn't have the bearing of one. Wang Teng put on an innocent expression, but he felt helpless in his heart. If he had a choice, he would kill the 8 Arms Devil General right here, leaving no chance for his revival. He wouldn't let him leave with a grudge. My idiot disciple, how does it feel to be remembered by a general stage warrior? Dan Teishuan came beside Wang Teng and placed her hand on his arm. She smiled at him cheekily. Xiao Nanfeng glanced at him happily. He was laughing at Wang Teng's plight. He deserved it. Aren't you a capable young man? Let me see how many days of sleep you can get when you get remembered by a general stage warrior. This was the first time Shen Tuxiang saw Wang Teng, so he didn't understand this young man. But he felt a little unreal when he heard the others talking about how Wang Teng used the array to torment the Eight-Arms Devil General. He felt sympathy towards this young man. After all, he completed the array after Gorlin finished most of it. If he was to do it himself, he might not be able to create it successfully. Also, Wang Teng's ability was too low. He was a nobody when compared to the general stage warriors. He would be in trouble if he met the Eight-Arms Devil General again. Yet Wang Teng remained calm and replied nothing. If I meet him again, he might still get tormented by me. The general stage martial warriors all stared at Wang Teng. This young man was bold. You're daring. Aren't you afraid that your tongue will get twisted? Xiao Nanfeng smiled and mocked him. Haha, there's nothing wrong with a young man being confident. Shen Tuxiang smiled, feeling a little surprised. Dan Taixuan glanced at Xiao Nanfeng before patting Wang Teng's shoulder. She said in a meaningful tone, "Good aspiration. Kill that eight-armed Zerse and prove to someone that you can do it." Yes, Wang Teng nodded firmly. He didn't even look at Xiao Nanfeng. Xiao Nanfeng's eyebrows jumped. He felt frustrated, and there seemed to be a mountain pressing down on his heart. Kill! Sharp bellows sounded below them. The reinforcements finally arrived in Yang City. They immediately started fighting with the remaining dark apparitions. The Titan's arm had only saved Zerds and Metis. The rest of the dark apparitions were left behind. The dimensional rift in the sky closed up quickly. Some dark apparitions flew towards the dimensional rift when they saw the Eight-Arms Devil General leaving. Their expressions changed when they saw the large number of reinforcements charging towards them fiercely. They increased their speed, wishing they had an extra pair of legs. Where are you going? Lord Yang, Shen Tuxing, and the other general stage martial warriors blocked these dark apparitions with grim faces. The human race had suffered huge losses. How could they allow these dark apparitions to leave? They must let them stay in Yang City and accompany their dead friends in hell. The soldier-level dark apparitions were nothing in front of the general stage martial warriors. The distance was like a chasm, and it was impossible to overcome. No. The high-level dark apparitions screamed as they saw the dimensional rift disappearing entirely. They were filled with despair. These high-level dark apparitions were unable to resist the attacks of the general stage martial warriors. One attack, and they were killed on the spot. They were smashed into minced meat and fell from the sky. Boom, then they joined the battle below. Huge numbers of dark apparitions were annihilated in a matter of seconds. Wang Teng stood in the sky and scanned his surroundings. The astonishing number of attribute bubbles dazzled his eyes. I can finally pick up the attributes. Wang Teng heaved a long sigh. He was exhausted, but he still felt invigorated when he saw so many attribute bubbles. He pulled them over with his spiritual power. He picked them up. Space 230. Space 180. Space 310, the appearance of the Titan's arm had squeezed the dimensional rift and destroyed it. Hence, a large number of space fragments dropped and turned into space attributes. Wang Teng picked all of them up. It was a huge gain space, 2330 N10,000. Wang Teng looked at the change in his space attribute on the attributes panel and smiled brightly. His space talent rose by close to a quarter. This was a huge step forward. He felt that he had grown more sensitive to space and could easily use certain spatial skills. This might become his biggest trump card in the future. After Wang Teng finished collecting the space attributes, his eyes shone as he looked for the attribute bubbles dropped by the Eight-Arms Devil General. The Eight-Arms Devil General had the highest cultivation out of all the dark apparitions. Thus, the attributes he dropped would exceed everyone present. He looked towards the spot where he attacked the Eight-Arms Devil General. As expected, he saw a few huge attribute bubbles floating there. Dark Force 450. Dark Force 360 Advanced Stage Dark Talent 30. 8 Level Devil Scripture. 1. Dark Force 410. A few attribute bubbles were starting to turn transparent. Wang Teng quickly picked them up. His eyes widened. This was a huge surprise. As expected of a general stage devil warrior, the attributes it dropped were amazing. His dark force was only at the 3-star soldier level, but it was soaring to newer heights now. He had already picked up some dark force earlier during the battle, so it broke through the 4-star level and went to the 5-star soldier level directly before stopping. The attributes dropped from 1/8 arms devil general were enough for him to rise 2 stages. Dark Force, 433 3rd T-1000, 5-star. There were also the Advanced Stage Dark Talent and the 8-level Devil Scripture. Before this, Wang Teng only had the Intermediate Stage Dark Talent. After rising to the Advanced Stage, his sensitivity to the Dark Force around him increased, and he was able to suck more Dark Force for his cultivation. He could also convert it easily and use it to raise his cultivation. As for the 8-level Devil Scripture, a huge and muscular figure with 8 arms appeared in Wang Teng's mind after he picked up the attribute bubble. It looked similar to the 8 arms Devil General, Zer's, but its face was blurred. Although the figure's body was an outline of light, the arteries on its body could be seen clearly. Small light dots were seen along the arteries. These were the acupoints. The figure sat cross-legged and started executing the skill it was cultivating. These images in Wang Teng's mind allowed him to understand the 8-level Devil Scripture immediately. Sky Rank Scripture, Wang Teng's eyes shone brightly. This was an unexpected surprise. The cultivation of Sky Rank Scriptures was extremely fast, and they had special abilities. The 8-level Devil Scripture helped in training one's physical body. The cultivator would have an impressive battle ability once he mastered it. People with the same cultivation as him wouldn't be his match. This 8-level Devil Scripture was the main reason why the 8 arms Devil General was so powerful. Chapter 324, A Full Harvest, but it hadn't ended. Although this 8-level Devil Scripture is the Devil Race's scripture, it's still all right. Wang Teng's eyes glittered. He quickly accepted the background of this scripture. He was different from others. Other people didn't have dark talent, so they weren't able to practice the 8-level Devil Scripture. If they wanted to possess the dark talent, they needed to convert using special methods. Yao Hongshe was an example. That guy had almost turned into a devil. However, even then, there was a huge price to pay. And it wasn't perfect. A half-human, half-apparition state was the furthest one could go. Most of these converters would lose their conscience and turn into slaves of the dark. They would become low-level dark apparitions, killing tools for other devils. As for Wang Teng, he had used the system to gain his dark talent, so it became his innate ability. There were no adverse effects at all. Those semi-finished products couldn't be spoken in the same breath as him. Furthermore, he had also gained the 8 arms Devil General's advanced stage dark talent. He was more powerful than many other high-level dark apparitions. Even among the dark apparitions, he was an outstanding talent. Thus, he could practice this 8-level Devil Scripture without worrying about the repercussions. This was the extraordinary life of a bug. Wang Teng's pupils moved and scanned the entire place. There were many attribute bubbles, big and small, floating around Yang City. It was a grand, unforgettable sight. Unfortunately, he was the only one who could see this scene. It was time to showcase his collecting ability. He released his spiritual power and swept the entire city. The attribute bubbles floated towards him like beauties rushing into his arms. It felt refreshing. Fire Force 12, Earth Force 20, Dark Force 6, Enlightenment 10, Spirit 8, Advanced Stage Fire Talent 21. Advanced Stage Fire Talent, one particular attribute. Bubble caught Wang Teng's attention. His fire talent became the second talent to rise to the advanced stage, following closely behind his dark talent. He instantly felt the dark force swimming towards him like little tadpoles looking for their mother. Oh wait, he meant swimming towards their father. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to experience this. Most of the other attributes he collected were the standard 5-element attributes, enlightenment and spirit. Of course, dark force took up the main bulk of his collection. The invasion of dark apparitions meant that many dark apparitions were killed by the human martial warriors. Thus, a large number of dark force attributes were left behind. Wang Teng collected the fruits of everyone's labor with glee. He had broken through the 5-star soldier level recently, but now his dark force rose and reached 6-star soldier level. Dark force 34,000, 6-star. His 5 elements increased tremendously, too. He had already collected many attributes before this, including the massive gains in this round. All his 5 elements entered the 6-star soldier level. Metal force, 28 4,000, 6-star. Wood force, 31 4,000, 6-star. Water force, 63 4,000, 6-star. Earth force, 35 4,000, 6-star. They had all risen to the 6-star soldier level, but there were still many bubbles uncollected. It would grow even higher later. Even so, Wang Teng wasn't that happy. This was the first time he had witnessed the battle between the human race and the dark apparitions. Death was always present in a war. It was true that many dark apparitions had died, but a similar, or maybe even more, number of human martial warriors were sacrificed, too. If the reinforcements hadn't arrived in time, the martial warriors of Yang City would have all perished. This price was a little too much. It weighed down his heart. He sighed and didn't want to think about it anymore. The only way to ensure that this tragedy wouldn't happen again was to improve his skills so that he could be more useful in future battles. He continued picking up the bubbles. Dark Force 32, Shadow Assassin, Sword Skill 1. Wang Teng's eyes lit up when he saw a battle technique bubble, Shadow Assassin, Sword Skill. As the bubble merged into his body, a shadow appeared in his mind and started showcasing the sword skill. This was a sword skill with fierce killing intent. Once employed, only lingering shadows would be visible to the onlookers. The movements were unpredictable, making it hard for the opponent to gauge which was authentic and which wasn't. The Shadow Assassin sword skill was an Earth-rank intermediate stage battle technique. Normal martial warriors couldn't afford to buy an Earth-rank intermediate stage battle technique even if they sold their kidneys. Wang Teng sighed. A man could not get rich without a windfall. He had received the 8-level devil scripture just a moment ago. This Shadow Assassin sword skill might only be an Earth rank, but he was already satisfied. A poor person would still pick up a $100 note even if he had found a 10,000 note a while ago. We couldn't be a wastrel. However, why is this another dark apparition battle technique? All it lacked was a note at the end of this battle technique more powerful when you use it with dark force. Am I going to sink into the darkness from now on? You're making life difficult for me. Wang Teng complained helplessly. Even so, he didn't slow down his speed of picking up the attributes. After all, there were so many bubbles on the battlefield. If he was careless, they might disappear. Wasting 1 second meant losing a few billion. Who could afford to do that? Emperor Realm Enlightenment 12. Ape King Fist 1. Ape King Fist Conscious 20. Emperor Realm Enlightenment. Ape King Fist and Ape King Fist Conscious. Wang Teng was stunned for a moment before he felt elated. Emperor Realm Enlightenment was a rare attribute. The person who dropped it must be a top-class genius. On top of that, 12 points of Emperor Realm Enlightenment were a lot. Then there was the Ape King Fist, an Earth-rank advanced stage battle technique, another Earth-rank battle technique. Besides this, there was another rarer attribute, Fist Conscious. It was conscious, not presence. The force was even more terrifying after the jump in level. A martial warrior who had enlightened his presence was able to defeat a martial warrior at the same stage easily. However, a martial warrior who had comprehended his conscious was able to crush a similar realm, martial warrior who had enlightened his presence. As the Ape King Fist Conscious entered his body, Wang Teng was in a daze for a second. Then he immediately understood everything related to the skill. A frightening Ape King appeared in his mind. It was enormous, and it seemed to be holding the sky as it walked in the forest. Suddenly, a tall mountain blocked its path. The giant ape didn't go round the mountain. Instead, it lowered its gaze slightly and threw out a punch. Boom. The towering mountain exploded into rocks. The giant ape stepped over the mountain without turning its head. It walked ahead and disappeared among the mountains. This was the Ape King Fist conscious. Wang Teng was thunderstruck. How appalling was this power? He couldn't imagine it at all. If someone had to receive this punch, he might turn into a pile of minced meat. At least from what Wang Teng understood, if he executed this skill with his current ability, a normal 7-star soldier level martial warrior might not be able to withstand it. Ficking impressive. These were the only 2 words that could describe it. Chapter 325. Mother Earth is buying time for her poor kids. There were too many attribute bubbles, so Wang Teng didn't know where to look. He even found it a little difficult to pick them all up. Damn it, he couldn't collect all of them in time. Was this even possible? This was his first time witnessing such a large number of attribute bubbles. He never saw so many attribute bubbles in Jixin Martial House, Honghai Military Academy, and even Yang City Academy. One could imagine how many attribute bubbles there were waiting for him to pick up. Just thinking about it made him hopeless. Many bubbles disappeared without him noticing. This was too cruel. It was right in front of him, but after 1 or 2 seconds, it was gone. It disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. The area where the bubble existed a moment ago felt like an expressionless face, mocking him cold-heartedly. You can't pick me. You can't pick me. You can't pick me. Blee's sticking out tongue, Wang Teng had to increase his speed. He tried his best to pick those bigger and darker attribute bubbles first. Based on the system's rules so far, the greater the number of attributes, the bigger the bubble. The darker the bubble, the higher the grade of the attribute. Wang Teng picked the bubbles attentively. He executed his spiritual power to the maximum and scanned the entire city, leaving no corners untouched. He would collect everything first and count them after he went back. The battle below had almost ended. The arrival of the reinforcements and the general stage martial warriors turned the tides around for the humans. The dark apparitions were almost completely annihilated. As far as the eyes could see, the entire Yang City was covered with wounds and scars. A victory should be celebrated, but there were no cheers or joy. The city was immersed in sorrow and dead silence. Too many people had died in the span of a single night. More than 60% of the martial warriors in Yang City were killed during this war. Many martial warriors were weary and seriously injured. They kneeled on the ground and burst into tears. When the battle ended, the civilians hiding in the emergency shelters walked out and looked at their hometown in ruins. They couldn't believe it. Tears welled up their eyes and flowed down their cheeks. The ground was soaked with blood, and corpses were everywhere. This scene stung their eyes. While shedding tears, they searched for their families frantically. The lucky ones found their families, while others could only cry bitterly as they hugged their family members' bodies. Cries of sorrow and wails of agony resounded in the city, making the scene even more tragic. Yes, they had won the battle, but their family would never come back. What a painful truth. Wang Teng stood on the city wall as he gazed at the city. Lord Yang Shen Tuxiong, Dan Taishuan, and the other martial warriors were also beside him. They didn't have any expressions on their faces as they watched the scenes unfolding below. However, if one looked closely, one could see the ripples of emotions in the depth of their gazes. They were general stage martial warriors who had experienced many tragic battles, but they couldn't remain indifferent even after witnessing all the deaths and separations. Life was meant to be respected. Is this what a war is? Wang Teng felt emotional in his heart. This was what the martial warriors had to face. They were exposed to dangers and deaths all the time. They didn't do it for themselves. They were doing it for their families. Zooming out, they were doing it for the entire race. It was at this moment that Wang Teng finally understood what martial warriors really meant. They weren't just a powerful presence. No, they were also the strongest shield and the sharpest spear guarding and protecting their race. As long as the shield didn't break, as long as the spear remained intact, the human race could live in peace and prosperity to the great martial warriors. Dan Taishuan looked at the absent-minded Wang Teng and asked him softly, "What are you thinking?" "I'm wondering what will happen if there is a similar large-scale dark apparition invasion on Earth," Wang Teng replied. In just a few seconds, he had thought of many things. Since the Xingu continent could get attacked by the dark apparitions, he had reasons to believe that they could appear on Earth, too. He remembered the large numbers of martial warriors stationed in the Xingu continent all year round. One of the main reasons why the Xingu continent chose to be at peace with Earth was so that they could resist the dark apparitions together. "It won't happen for now," Dan Taishuan said. "It's just temporary." Wang Teng understood the hidden meaning in Dan Taishuan's answer. He asked, "How much time do we have left?" Dan Taishuan looked at Wang Teng in surprise. She didn't expect him to pinpoint the main issue so quickly. She hesitated before replying to him, 2 to 3 years? She paused for a moment before continuing. At that time, the situation on Earth might be worse than the Xingu continent. After all, there's too little time for us to prepare. Our history isn't as strong and long as the Xingu continent. So fast? Wang Teng took a deep breath, feeling a chill running through his spine. He clenched his fists uncontrollably. "Why?" Dan Taishuan was in a dilemma again. At this moment, Xiao Nanfeng opened his mouth. "Tell him?" "He has already seen the war, and he isn't weak either. He will get in touch with such matters sooner or later. Tell him earlier so that he can have time to prepare himself mentally." Dan Taishuan's gaze shimmered. She glanced at Xiao Nanfeng. "Why are you looking at me?" "I'm only reminding you because we are both from the human race on Earth." Xiao Nanfeng scoffed and turned his head. He couldn't maintain his calm exterior. Dan Taishuan pouted. She organized her speech and said to Wang Teng, "It's because of the dimensional rift based on our investigation. More and more dimensional rifts are starting to appear on Earth, and the frequency is getting shorter. Our dimensional rifts are only connected to the Xingu continent, but for some reason the people from the Xingu continent aren't able to travel to Earth through these rifts. Hence, the dark apparitions can't reach our world using the Xingu continent as the springboard. However, once the dimensional rifts on Earth hit a certain number, the space of Earth will get extremely weak. The dark apparitions will definitely grab this chance to invade us." Wang Teng's expression was grim. He felt a little heavy-hearted as he asked, "Why can't the citizens of the Xingu continent travel to Earth?" "This question has been bothering me for some time. Some people say that it's Earth rejecting them with its will." Dan Taishuan hesitated before she replied slowly, "Earth's will is rejecting them?" Wang Teng was shocked. This thought had emerged in his mind before, but he found it atrocious. Yet when Dan Taishuan said it personally, he didn't know how to react. "Are you sure you're not joking?" he asked. This is a viewpoint raised by the experts in the study of space theory. "Who do you want me to ask?" Dan Taishuan rolled her eyes and replied helplessly, "All right, the experts make sense." Wang Teng shrugged, saying half-jokingly, "That means that our Mother Earth is buying time for her poor kids." Dan Taishuan was stunned for a moment before replying with a complicated expression. "That's an appropriate analogy." Wang Teng asked again, "Did those experts find the reason for the appearance of the dimensional rifts?" "The collision of worlds." These words spurted out of Dan Taishuan's mouth uncontrollably. She then explained, 30 years ago, one of the worlds collided with Earth and wanted to merge with it. That world was the Xingu continent. That is what caused the changes on Earth and the arrival of the martial arts era. Collision, merger. Wang Teng finally got hold of the sequence of events. His understanding of the world collapsed completely. Chapter 326, Xiao Nanfeng picked up a huge rock. Wang Teng learned many secrets of the two worlds from Dan Taishuan. These pieces of news were unavailable to ordinary people and warriors. It wasn't because they wanted to hide the truth. If the news was made public, imagine the chaos that would ensue. All the nations used a milder method to let their people accept the arrival of the martial arts era. At the same time, they gradually let them understand the underlying dangers. These thoughts spun in Wang Teng's mind. He asked again, Will Earth and Xingwu continent merge in 2 to 3 years? The merger of two worlds would be a fascinating sight. Of course not. The merger of the worlds isn't so simple. However, in 2 to 3 years, Earth's will won't be able to hold Xingwu continent at bay. It would also mark the dawn of the dark apparitions. At that time, chaos will erupt. Dan Taishuan replied. Wang Teng nodded to show that he understood. Then he slapped his forehead. He felt that it was better not to know these secrets. Once he learned them, he got a headache. You don't have to think too much. If the sky falls, the giants will hold it up. If the giants can't do it, there's no use worrying, Dan Taishuan said. She seemed to have seen through his thoughts. You're right. Wang Teng froze for a moment before regaining his composure. He laughed out loud. This was the truth. How could he save the world alone? At this moment, Lord Yang, Shen Tuxiong, and the others walked over. Shen Tuxiong smiled and introduced. These two are the chief commanders of the troops stationed in Xingwu continent. This is Commander Xiao Nanfeng from the Crimson Tiger Troop, and Commander Dan Teixuan from the Black Sparrow Troop. Then he introduced Lord Yang and Principal Yang to Dan Taishuan and Xiao Nanfeng. I've long heard of you. Thank you for traveling the distance to reinforce Yang City. Lord Yang thanked them sincerely. You're too polite. This is what we should do, Dan Taishuan said. Earth and Xingwu continent offer mutual help and protection. Please don't regard us as outsiders, Xiao Nanfeng replied. Yes, you're right. It's my mistake. Lord Yang smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yang City must have suffered huge losses from this invasion. Dan Taishuan looked at the scene below the walls and sighed. Yes, Lord Yang, Principal Yang, and Shen Tuxiong's expressions also turned sorrowful. Speaking about it, we have to thank Wang Teng for standing up before you came. If not, Yang City would have been in a worse state. Principal Yang suddenly said. Wang Teng was listening quietly at the side when he suddenly got mentioned. He was in a daze. Wang Teng can be considered a peerless genius. I'm afraid that in our Xingwu continent, there might only be 2 or 3 youths who can rival him, Lord Yang commented. I've never seen such a genius in my many years in the education industry, Principal Yang said. Dan Taishuan was startled. She didn't expect these two figures to have such high praises for Wang Teng. She smiled proudly and replied, "Ha ha, my disciple might be a good-for-nothing most of the time. But he's still reliable during crucial moments." Wang Teng rolled his eyes. You can just praise me without mocking me. What do you mean by good-for-nothing? Am I that kind of person? What a joke. Ordinary people might misunderstand me, but you, how can you do that? This is extremely disappointing. Xiao Nanfeng glanced at Wang Teng involuntarily. He felt that this young man did have some capabilities. No wonder Dan Teixuan, who never had a disciple for so many years, took him in. However, he couldn't help but rebuke when he heard Dan Teixuan's proud tone. There are many outstanding talents in the younger generation, and many more who haven't matured yet. It's too early to say this. Dan Teixuan glanced at him. Xiao Nanfeng, I remember your disciple is going to participate in the national #1 martial arts competition this year, right?
Why don't my good-for-nothing disciple compete with your disciple?
Since you want to compete, let's have them compete. A glint appeared in Xiao Nanfeng's eyes. He rolled with the flow and agreed to Dan Taishuan. He hadn't vented his anger from the torment Dan Taishuan gave him in the past. However, he couldn't lay his hands on Wang Teng, as he was one of the younger generation. It was a good idea to release his frustration by letting his disciple beat Wang Teng up during the competition. It was reasonable and logical. No fault could be found. I must remind that young fellow when I go back. I'll tell him to give it his all and let Wang Teng have a taste of despair, Xiao Nanfeng thought to himself secretly. He admitted that he couldn't beat Dan Taishuan, but he was confident if they were to compare their disciples. Wang Teng had reached the 5-star soldier level and had some accomplishments in rune studies. However, he felt that his disciple was stronger than Wang Teng. After all, his disciple had slaughtered his way through the battlefield for many years. He was different from normal martial warriors. He had even reached ha-ha-ha. Xiao Nanfeng thought of something happy and smiled uncontrollably. Dan Taishuan snorted. She remained indifferent and asked Wang Teng in a meaningful tone. "Are you confident, Master? You want me to take part in the national #1 martial arts competition?" Wang Teng asked in surprise. He had heard of this competition when he was in school. It was open to all young martial warriors 30 years and below. Typically, only the fourth-year students would participate in the competition. The others didn't have the capability, so participating would be an embarrassment. But it wasn't strange that his master had asked him to attend it. He was strong enough. "Why, you don't want to go?" Dan Taishuan asked. "That's not it. I thought that you would wait until I'm in the 4th year before you released me to amaze the world by taking the first place in one go." Wang Teng sniggered. "There are no surprises if you take that path. Time is precious for a genius. You have already moved far ahead of everyone. What you need to do is to maintain this distance and widen it continuously. That is the only way you can ensure you keep getting stronger," Dan Taishuan said. "As for the first place, since you're competing, you should have the mentality of fighting for #1. Have you forgotten what I've told you before?" Wang Teng was stunned. He instantly remembered the words Dan Taishuan had said to him. The formidable path. This wasn't an easy path, but he wasn't afraid. "You're my master. Your words are my command." Wang Teng remained indifferent. He had the confidence that he would lead the crowd. In fact, this was what he planned to do even without Dan Taishuan's reminder. "I'm sorry to disturb you. I was a little curious just now." "Is Wang Teng your disciple?" Lord Yang asked in astonishment. "Is there a problem?" Dan Taishuan asked. Wang Teng just acknowledged the president of our Rune Society, President Gorlin, as his master. "I didn't know that he's your disciple, too, so I'm a little surprised," Lord Yang said emotionally. Wang Teng was an amazing child. Both his masters were well-known characters. "It's all right. I only teach him martial arts. He can acknowledge any masters in other fields. However, I need to see this. Master Gorlin, I have to thank him for taking care of my disciple," Dan Taishuan said. "How is Master?" Wang Teng asked hurriedly. "The president of the Alchemist Society went to help him." "There shouldn't be any problem," Lord Yang replied. Chapter 327. "Are you really my master?" Oh, the president of the Alchemist Society came personally. Wang Teng secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. The president of the Alchemist Society was a master alchemist. With him around, it should be fine. Gorlin kept the poisonous snake, so Master Ogu used its gallbladder to make the antidote. "Gorlin will probably wake up soon," Lord Yang said. "Let me visit him." Wang Teng was still worried. "Let's go together," Dan Taishuan said. Lord Yang and Principal Yang nodded. They all went to the Alchemist Society. Gorlin was inside, and there were many alchemists taking care of him. An ordinary person wouldn't receive such treatment. "Oh, right. Is my friend here too?" Wang Teng asked. "Yes, he suffered greatly, but fortunately he's still alive. He will recover completely after some treatment." Lord Yang nodded. He knew that Wang Teng was referring to Yao Hongshou's hostage, Lingxuan. "Thank you," Wang Teng sighed in relief again. He couldn't take care of Lingxuan because of the dark apparition's invasion. He was anxious for him. Luckily, he was fine. If not, Wang Teng would feel guilty for life. He wondered what happened to the other members of the Tiger Warrior team. Although he felt uneasy, he still followed everyone into Gorlin's room. They lightened their footsteps as they walked into the room. But Gorlin was already awake. He was drinking water with Su Lingxuan's help. He seemed to be in a stable condition. When he saw them coming in, he pushed himself up and asked, "Why are you here? How's the situation outside?" "Master, careful." Su Lingxuan hurriedly held him up. "Don't worry. The reinforcements have arrived. Besides the 8 arms devil general who escaped, the other dark apparitions have all been killed. However, we suffered a huge loss." Lord Yang introduced Dan Taishuan and Xiao Nanfeng. He especially pointed out that Dan Taishuan was Wang Teng's martial arts master. "Pardon me for not being able to get up." Gorlin nodded to show his regards. Then he looked at Dan Taishuan and said, "I've long heard of you. Wang Teng also mentioned you before. You're as charming and beautiful as he said. Really? This brat said good things about me behind my back? This is embarrassing. Calling me charming and beautiful is too much. Dan Teixuan laughed heartily when she heard Gorlin's compliments. Gorlin, Wang Teng, Su Lingxuan, Shao Nanfeng, Lord Yang. This was the first time Su Lingxuan had seen Dan Teixuan. She was stunned by her beauty. But when she heard Dan Teixuan's reply and her ear-shattering laugh, the expression on her face froze. She finally knew where Wang Teng learned his indecency from, like master, like disciple. The edge of Gorlin's lips twitched. He smiled awkwardly and changed the topic, pointing at Su Lingxuan. He introduced her. This is my other disciple, Su Lingxuan. What a beautiful young lady. Dan Teixuan's eyes lit up. She came closer and pinched Su Lingxuan's face, feeling a little depressed after her exclamation. Your skin is so smooth, it's good to be young, unlike me. Su Lingxuan was overwhelmed when her face got pinched. She took some time to regain her composure. She laughed awkwardly and said, Sister Dan, you don't look old at all. You're so young. Wang Teng felt his lips trembling. Sister Dan, his junior sister, pulled down his status by a generation. What plans does this little girl have up her sleeve? Haha, little Lingxuan's mouth is really sweet. Dan Teixuan was elated. Wang Teng went speechless. No matter how powerful a lady was, she was still a lady. A lady would always believe these words. Just like how they believed their stomach would get smaller when they rubbed it and their chest would get larger. This was the mind God gave them. Are you amazed? Come, you're Wang Teng's junior sister, right? This is the first time we're meeting. I didn't bring gifts with me, but this is something I received recently. Let me give it to you as my welcome present. A necklace appeared in Dan Teixuan's hand. She stuffed it in Su Lingxuan's palm immediately. This is... Su Lingxuan looked at the gift. This wasn't an ordinary necklace. It was elegant and extravagant. There were runes carved on it, too. This was a rare defense item. Even though her family was wealthy and she was a rune master herself, she hadn't seen such a beautiful item before. Wang Teng's master was too generous. She would accept it if it was an ordinary gift. But this, I can't accept this. It's too valuable. Su Lingxuan declined hurriedly. Take it. It's useless to me. It will only collect dust in my place. Take it. Take it. Dan Teixuan smiled and said, Since Miss Dan is giving it to you, you can accept it, Gorlin said. Okay, thank you, Sister Dan. Su Lingxuan finally took the gift. Her eyes were twinkling with happiness. I plan to leave this necklace for my disciple's wife in the future. However, looking at him, I think he will remain single for life. Hence, I decided to give it to you. Dan Teixuan lamented Wang Teng. Single for life? What kind of cruel curse is this? Are you really my master? You must be a fake. Su Lingxuan. She felt that she was tricked by the other party. Was it too late to return the gift? Su Lingxuan was already on the brink of tears. Dan Teixuan was treating her like Wang Teng's spare tire. Who wants to be his wife? Although this fellow was strong and handsome, he was always indecent and bullied her. How could someone like him be her future husband? Su Lingxuan imagined what would happen if she got married to Wang Teng. She would get bullied by him every day. She shivered in fear and looked at Gorlin pitifully. Master, save me. Gorlin. Gorlin wanted to shout at Dan Teixuan. You bastard, how dare you lay your hands on my disciple? But, thinking about it, Wang Teng was his disciple too. If he scolded his disciple for the sake of another disciple, would it even be considered helping them? He felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. This was a trap, a clever, intricate trap. This lady was hard to deal with. In the end, he coughed awkwardly and said, Let the younger generations decide their futures themselves. We shouldn't interfere. In this era, even our Xingwu continent doesn't have arranged marriages anymore. Is your world still the same? Ha ha ha, I'm just joking. I'm too lazy to care about the youngsters' lives. Dan Teixuan patted Su Lingxuan's shoulder and said, Don't worry. If you're unwilling, no one can force you. Su Lingxuan heaved a sigh of relief immediately. Oh my God, what a rude shock. Master will be leaving. Master Gorlin just recovered and needs to rest, Wang Teng said in a helpless tone. You're right. Master Gorlin has to get some rest. We will have more chances to interact in the future. Dan Taishuan gave Wang Teng a disappointed glare before smiling at Gorlin. Wang Teng, Chapter 328. Respect general stage warriors, revere them. After leaving Gorlin's room, he bade farewell to Dan Taishuan and the others and went to visit Lingxuan alone. Lingxuan had consumed the healing medicine, so his injury was better from earlier. But he was still very weak. He lay on the bed, deep in thought. How are you? Are you feeling better? Wang Teng walked into the room and asked, I won't die. Lingxuan turned around and replied in a hoarse voice. Lu Yan and the others, Wang Teng hesitated and said, Don't worry, I brought up the rear and asked them to leave first. The Yao family didn't catch them. Lingxuan knew what Wang Teng was worried about. That's good, I thought that. Anyway, it's good that everyone is fine. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief as he shook his head. Yes, if we lose anyone, the Tiger Warrior team will cease to exist except in name. Lingxuan said emotionally. How did you get caught by the Yao family? Wang Teng asked, Do you remember the people who accepted the Yao family's reward to kill us? After we killed them, the Yao family laid their eyes on us. They personally sent someone to watch over Yong City. Once they discovered us, they would send a 5-star soldier-level martial warrior to stop us, Lingxuan said. Don't worry, Yao Hongye is dead. The Yao family doesn't exist anymore. I've taken revenge for you, Wang Teng said. Yao Hongye is dead. The Yao family is gone. How were they annihilated? Lingxuan exclaimed in shock. Yao Hongye was a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior, and the Yao family wasn't weak either. How did they die? Lingxuan hated Yao Hongye and hoped that he would die quickly, but this felt a little unreal. I killed him, Wang Teng replied calmly. You killed him? Lingxuan seemed to have heard something incredible. He widened his eyes in surprise. That is a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior. Wang Teng smiled without replying to him. Lingxuan looked at Wang Teng's expression and smiled bitterly. You're a monster. It's nothing. I'm still far behind the real formidable warriors. Wang Teng couldn't help but remember the 8-arms devil general and the Titan's arm that traveled through different worlds. He was sincerely too weak. As expected, the Tiger Warrior team can't keep you anymore, Lingxuan commented, feeling a little regretful. He knew that Wang Teng belonged to the wider world. His Tiger Warrior team was just a shallow beach for the growing young dragon to rest. This was their limit. Don't say that. The Tiger Warrior team has helped me tremendously, Wang Teng said. Let's not talk about this. Lingxuan smiled. He asked curiously, Oh, right. Why are you in Yang City? I came to travel the world. Wang Teng chatted with Lingxuan for some time and left thereafter. He didn't want to disturb his rest. Wang Teng came to his room in the back garden of the Rune Society. Many buildings in Yang City were destroyed. But the Rune Society had a powerful defense array protecting it, so it had a narrow shave. Normal dark apparitions wouldn't be able to break its defense. Wang Teng sat down cross-legged in his room. He looked at his attributes panel seriously. There were many huge changes to it. First, it was his enlightenment and spirit. Both had already reached the Emperor realm, but they rose significantly after he collected all the attribute bubbles on the battlefield. Enlightenment, Emperor Realm 21,000, Spirit, Emperor Realm 165,000. It was extremely difficult to increase the Emperor Realm enlightenment and spirit. The ratio for the spiritual realm and the Emperor Realm was 10-1. That meant that the ratio of normal enlightenment and spirit attributes to the Emperor Realm ones was 1,000-1. You could only get 1 point of Emperor Realm enlightenment and spirit with 1,000 points of normal enlightenment and spirit. This was crazy. Fortunately, the momentarily stunning appearance of the indomitable presence behind the dimensional rift had dropped many Emperor Realm spirit attributes. It was a gift for Wang Teng. How many Emperor Realm spirits would it drop if it appeared right in front of him? Of course, Wang Teng only dared to think about it. That terrifying presence wasn't something it could look in the eye, much less if it appeared in front of him. Many talents were sacrificed on the battlefield. Some had already hit the spiritual realm and even the Emperor realm for enlightenment. Thus, his enlightenment increased a little. Emperor realm enlightenment was extremely scary. Wang Teng found it a breeze when he practiced the 8th-level Devil Scripture and the other sky-rank advanced stage Force skill scriptures. He was able to understand them at a single glance. Not many people possessed such enlightenment. Next, it was his talent. Wang Teng had picked up many beginner stage talents, but once a higher stage talent appeared, it would be covered up immediately. Now all his 5 elements talents were at the advanced stage. This was a frightening fact. Advanced stage talents were rare, but Wang Teng had all 5 for his elements. Others would be mind-blown if they knew this. As for the wind element and ice element, there were none. Special force talents were rare to begin with. He had also received an advanced stage blade talent. His understanding of blade skills rose immediately. He felt that he was about to achieve a breakthrough in his other blade battle techniques. My sword skill talent is already at the advanced stage. Now my blade skill is also on par with it. There are many things I can do with powerful blade and sword skills. Wang Teng touched his chin and pondered to himself. Below his talents were his force attributes. After collecting all the force attributes, his forces rose by a huge margin. Dark Force, 28904000, 6-star. Metal Force, 26704000, 6-star. Wood Force, 31034000, 6-star. Water Force, 2634,000, 6-star. Earth Force, 3350, 4,000, 6-star. Wang Teng smiled uncontrollably. He wasn't far away from becoming a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior. Would the 8-arms Devil General be amazed when he saw him again? Honestly, should he torment it one more time? He was getting a little arrogant. He needed to respect a general stage warrior. He must revere him. How could he talk so frivolously? Whether he wanted to torment it or not, he needed to advance to the general stage first. When this thought flashed in his mind, the edge of his lips turned flat, and he became serious. Besides the 6 forces, Wang Teng also received a new force attribute, lightning. He couldn't help but play the situation just now. The one who used the lightning force seemed to be the general of Xingwu Continent's troop, Shen Tuxiong. Unfortunately, there was only lightning force and no lightning talent. Thus, he could only keep his lightning force in his force nucleus temporarily. He couldn't use it. Should he knock on Shen Tuxiong's head? He might drop a lightning talent. What was he thinking? That was a general stage martial warrior. Wang Teng felt that he was looking for death. However, this was the lightning force. It had a strong offensive ability, and it was rare. So, of course, it was enticing to him. Should I call Dan Taixuan along to knock him down? This dangerous thought popped out and planted itself in Wang Teng's mind. It started sprouting and growing uncontrollably. Chapter 329, Divine Weapon. Mo Qi, the lightning force, was exceptionally powerful. In the same stage, the attacks of a lightning element, martial warrior, were stronger than a fire element, martial warrior. Wang Teng quickly suppressed this dangerous thought, knocking a general stage martial warrior in the head and a lightning element martial warrior. He was looking for death. He continued looking at the attributes panel. Besides a massive rise in his force attributes, he had also picked up many skill scriptures and battle techniques. Wang Teng had all the scriptures for his 5 elements. Now he had scriptures for the ice element, the wind element, and the rarer poison and dark elements too. Besides the lightning element he just received, he could use all his other elements. If he executed all his 9 elements one day, that scene was unimaginable. He should continue keeping a low profile. These scriptures and battle techniques were all dark level and below. It wasn't of much help to Wang Teng, so he didn't plan to spend too much time, energy, and additional attributes on them. However, even if they were just yellow rank scriptures and battle techniques, They were worth some money. There was no harm in storing these battle techniques in his mind. As the saying went, comprehend by analogy. The advice of others could serve to correct his faults, but there were still 2 or 3 high-quality scriptures and battle techniques, besides the 8-level devil scripture, shadow, assassin, sword skill, and ape king fist. He also received the scorching sky finger, overflowing rain blade, and scattered stars spear. The scorching sky finger, as its name suggested, was a fire element battle technique. This was Wang Teng's first time seeing a finger technique, so he found it interesting. Wang Teng lifted his finger and allowed his force to flow according to the route stated on the battle technique. The fire force congregated on his right forefinger. He pushed his finger out. A thick crimson light penetrated from his finger and landed on the wall / Immediately, a hole was formed in the sturdy wall as though it was made of tofu. Its edges were burnt. One could tell how powerful the attack was, as expected of an advanced stage dark-level battle technique. If I reach the perfected stage, it will definitely be many times more powerful. A glint flashed past his eyes as he muttered to himself. The overflowing rain blade was a water element blade skill. It was also an advanced stage dark-level technique. Water element attacks might not be very strong, but a water element blade technique shouldn't be underestimated. This blade technique derived its name from the phrase churning clouds and overflowing rain. 1. It could give off a tremendous blade aura like the raging storm. Wang Teng placed high importance on this overflowing rain blade because he had also received the overflowing rain blade conscious attribute. Overflowing rain blade conscious. This was the second time he had received a techniques conscious after the ape king fist. The scattered stars spear was an advanced stage dark-level metal element battle technique. Metal element had the greatest destructive power, but this was a spear technique. Wang Teng had never used a spear or similar weapons before. However, since he had this battle technique now, he could find some space for a spear in his interspatial ring when he was free. He didn't mind having more trump cards. If he didn't have enough trump cards during the recent battle with the dark apparitions, the ending would have been unpredictable. Normal martial warriors were worried that they couldn't handle having too many skills, but Wang Teng didn't have such concerns. As long as he had enough attributes, he could learn everything. This battle gave him a good harvest. His ability rose exponentially, and he also gained many powerful scriptures and battle techniques. They were at least worth 10 billion and above. The next day, Lord Yang sent someone to call Wang Teng. Did he say what it is for? Wang Teng asked the butler of the Lord Yang residence along the way. I'm not sure. However, it won't be something bad. The butler smiled and replied. They soon arrived at the Lord Yang residence. Wang Teng noticed that besides Lord Yang, Dan Taixuan and Zhao Nanfeng were present too. You're here? Dan Taixuan nodded at him. Why did you call me here? Wang Teng asked. Lord Yang went straight to the point. He waved his hand, and an item landed on the ground. He said instantly, This is an item dropped by the 8 Arms Devil General. It's your war trophy. Wang Teng's gaze landed on the ground. A thick, broken arm was holding a weapon that looked like a blade and a sword. It laid horizontally on the floor. This is the 8 Arms Devil General's arm, he exclaimed in surprise. He remembered that the 8 Arms Devil General had lost a few arms from the explosion of the flames. Wang Teng thought that with the power of the flames, his arms would be shattered into pieces, but it was still intact. Even more, it was holding a weapon. That's right, this is the 8 Arms Devil General's arm. The weapon it's holding isn't ordinary. It's a divine weapon made from devil pattern black gold, Lord Yang said. Devil pattern black gold. Dan Taixuan and Zhao Nanfeng looked at the strange weapon on the ground in surprise. Dan Taixuan grabbed the weapon in her hand and shook it slightly. The 8 Arms Devil General's arm lost its grip and dropped to the ground. She carefully examined the weapon and nodded. As expected of the devil pattern black gold, she turned and looked at Wang Teng. You're so lucky. Devil pattern black gold. Wang Teng was an advanced stage blacksmith, so he was familiar with all types of rare materials. The devil pattern black gold was a special metal born in the land of wondrous cold. It was extremely tough and possessed icy traits. It was named after the black patterns on its surface. It was an excellent material for forging divine weapons. Devil pattern black gold was similar to the dark ice stone Wang Teng got in the past. They both possessed icy cold traits, but the devil pattern black gold was a bit inferior. Even so, the devil pattern black gold was an extremely rare forging material. All the weapons made of it would be hard and sharp. Also, they were larger than dark ice stones. They could forge huge weapons of different shapes. This was rarely seen. Wang Teng took the strange-shaped weapon from Tan Shasha's hand. His palm sank at once, so heavy. A hint of surprise shimmered in his eyes. Of course, the devil pattern black gold isn't light. Besides, this is a gigantic weapon. It's at least 1,500 kilograms or above, Tan Shasha said. Wang Teng nodded. He took some time to get used to the weight. He found it quite convenient to hold. He scanned the surface of the weapon and suddenly paused. There were two words he couldn't recognize written on the surface. "This is a common language for the dark apparitions," Tan Shasha said. "What does it say?" Wang Teng asked. "Mo Kuei. I think that's the name of the weapon." Tan Shasha scanned the words and said, "Mo Kuei." Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He smiled at Lord Yang and said, "You're really generous. It'll be disrespectful of me to decline this offer." "It's yours." Lord Yang smiled and said, even though he was jealous of Wang Teng for getting this weapon, he was a general stage martial warrior and a member of the royalty of the empire. He wouldn't snatch other people's possessions. Also, he had high hopes for Wang Teng. He didn't mind passing him this war trophy in exchange for a good relationship. As changeable as clouds and rain, Chapter 330, Honorary Baron. It was his spoil of war, but if Lord Yang didn't pass it to Wang Teng wouldn't even know of this. It was all up to the other party's character. Lord Yang was a righteous person. He could tell this much from his performance during the banquet. However, this was still an act of kindness on his part. Wang Teng wouldn't be stupid and reject him. "Oh, right, there's another matter." Lord Yang opened his mouth and said again. Wang Teng kept Mo Kuei and looked at the other party in confusion. "You've helped Yang City greatly this time. After our discussion, we've decided to bestow you with the title of an honorary baton." Lord Yang's words were shocking. Tan Shasha and Shao Nanfeng were astounded. Honorary Baron. The decision of the Xingwu continent meant that they had recognized Wang Teng's identity. Mind you, ever since the dimensional rifts appeared, no one on Earth had received a baron's position in the Xingwu continent. This was a special honor. It possessed immense significance to Earth. They couldn't help but look at each other. They saw many emotions in each other's eyes. Was this a signal by the Xingwu continent? Many thoughts went through their minds in an instant. However, they didn't arrive at any conclusion. They needed to report this to their superiors first. Let the people in charge of interworld relationships worry about this. Honorary Baron, Wang Teng, didn't think too much. Every man should confine himself to his own duties. Although he was a student with a military rank, it was useless. It just sounded good to the ears. The meaning behind the position wasn't something he should consider. Instead, he was more interested in what benefits this title had for him. Currently, all he felt was amazement. After all, he knew that barons weren't assigned to people randomly for no reason. He felt that he didn't do anything. So why did the Xingwu continent give him this title? Honorary Baron is just a title with no lands or official positions. Lord Yang smiled and explained. Just a title, then, what's its use? Wang Teng asked curiously. He was a little disappointed, to be honest. He thought that the Xingwu continent would give him a small piece of land. It felt good to live his life as a wealthy villager. It has many uses, for instance, with this title. No locals will treat you as an outsider whichever city you go to. They will even treat you like a VIP also. Many people from Earth come to our world to do business. If you are thinking about doing business, you will enjoy many special treatments, Lord Yang explained patiently. That doesn't sound bad, Wang Teng thought to himself. He smiled and said, "Thank you." "Ha ha ha, you little brat." Lord Yang laughed. He took out an item and passed it to Wang Teng. This is the token for an honorary baron. We made this in a rush, so we didn't carve the elaborated runes. Take this, and you will be an honorary baron of the empire. I can be an honorary baron with this badge? Wang Teng sized up the badge. It was gold in color with a picture of a bird on it. That must be the representation of the baron's position. He was curious. If someone snatched it, he would be able to fake his identity, right? Let's see who dares to do it. They must be seeking death. There's a special method to distinguish the badges. You just need to drop your blood on it, and it will bind to you. No one can impersonate you, Lord Yang said. That's convenient. Wang Teng followed his instructions and dropped his blood on the badge. In an instant, a golden ray shone on the badge before it returned to its original state. The blood traces also disappeared. This world needs our blood all the time. It wastes a lot of blood. Wang Teng muttered in his heart. However, he smiled as he kept the badge in his space ring. Xiao Nanfeng was a little jealous. First, Wang Teng received a divine weapon Moquet, and now he was given the title of an honorary baron. These were things he couldn't achieve, even with his position. What did Wang Teng do to gain such recognition from the Xingwu continent and be bestowed with such gifts? On the other hand, Dan Taishuan was extremely happy. She felt proud since it was her disciple who was so outstanding. Wang Teng, Dan Taishuan, and Xiao Nanfeng left the Lord Yang residence. Lord Yang and Shen Tuxiong sent them to the door. Shen Tuxiong asked, "Why did the higher-ups give a baron title to someone from Earth? What's more, this is a young man without any status." "You're wrong. He does have a background." Lord Yang gave a meaningful smile. "Oh, I'll love to hear more," Shen Tuxiong said. "First, he's the disciple of the chief commander of the Black Sparrow troop. Then, he's also Gorlin's disciple. This is unprecedented. He also helped Yang City to overcome this crisis. And his other identities aren't sensitive. These 3 points are all important," Lord Yang said. Shen Tuxiong's gaze flickered. He remained silent for some time before he said, "The Empire wants to use this opportunity to get closer to Earth." "That's right. Things have already reached this state. A merger will benefit both parties. There's no retreat anymore," Lord Yang said with a deep gaze. Wang Teng didn't know about their conversation. Besides, it wasn't his turn to care about the direction of the world. The year-end exam is coming soon. You should prepare for it properly. Dan Taishuan said, "The national #1 martial arts competition will be held after the year-end exam. I'll also be there." "Okay." Wang Teng nodded. The year-end exam was half a month earlier than his past life. There was ample time to prepare for the martial arts competition. Dan Taishuan and Xiao Nanfeng would remain in Yang City for a few days while Wang Teng prepared to go back to Earth. "Master, I'll be going back first." Gorlin had already returned to his house in the Rune Society. Wang Teng called Su Lingxuan and accompanied them for the last meal before he left. Gorlin looked up when he heard Wang Teng's words. He smiled and said, "Go ahead. I know that you're preparing to leave. Come back and visit this old man when you're free."
Okay.
Wang Teng nodded. Su Lingxuan always complained about Wang Teng for bullying her, but when faced with separation, she felt a little sad. After the meal, Wang Teng bade farewell to Gorlin. Su Lingxuan accompanied him to the entrance. "You don't have to come with me. Take good care of Master." Wang Teng turned around and said, I know. Go ahead." Su Lingxuan waved her hands impatiently. "You little girl." Wang Teng shook his head and turned around to leave. Su Lingxuan looked at his back, and the impatience on her face subsided gradually. "Senior brother, stay safe." Wang Teng came to the Force floating airship docking bay. He saw someone unexpected. "Why are you here?" he asked in surprise as he looked at Li Rongshua's beautiful face. "I came to send you off as a friend." Li Rongshua smiled and replied, "Thank you," Wang Teng said. "You're treating me like an outsider here. I've bought your ticket." Li Rongshui passed a Force floating airship ticket to Wang Teng. "I won't be polite then." Wang Teng smiled as he accepted it. He waved his hand and said, "I'll go first. We'll meet again if fate allows us." Li Rongshui felt emotional as she looked at the Force floating airship. Standing by the side, her maid asked her, "Princess, why didn't you stop him?" "What right do I have to stop him? He doesn't belong to this city." Li Rongshui smiled and replied. Wang Teng sat at the edge of the platform on the Force floating airship, gazing at the galaxies in the universe. The spirit flame ghost crow floated down slowly. Ever since he came to the Xingwu continent, Wang Teng had let it loose. It had already grown to about 1 meter long and reached 2-star level. It looked more and more like a wild beast. It was starting to take after their parents' magnificence. "We're going home." Wang Teng stroked its hard feathers and said, They came together and left together. Chapter 331, Return and the Year-End Exam, Earth. Wang Teng walked out of the dimensional rift and stood on the street outside. The crowds of people and their chatter sounded in his ears. He sensed the aura of a modern city surging towards him, feeling as if a generation had passed. "Phew, I'm back," Wang Teng sighed. He felt relaxed for some reason. Since it was night, he directly headed to school. He walked into the dormitory and washed up. Then he laid on his bed and fell asleep immediately. The next morning, he went to the cafeteria to have breakfast. Earth's breakfast felt nostalgic after being away for so long. He almost cried when he ate the most normal steamed bun, fried dough fritter, and soy milk. This was so delicious. Although the food in Xingwu continent was also tasty, he still felt the most comfortable eating something he was used to. Why didn't he notice that it was so delicious in the past? Wang Teng highly suspected that the cafeteria's chef had changed. Brother Teng? A voice sounded behind his back. "Ho Ping Liang." Wang Teng turned around and saw Ho Ping Liang, Song Shuhang, and the others behind him. They were looking at him with uncertainty. He immediately smiled and said, "Everyone, long time no see." Ho Ping Liang screamed when he realized that it was indeed him. He ran over and said, "It's really you. I thought that I saw wrong. Where have you been recently?" "I went on a trip to the Xingwu continent," Wang Teng said casually. Song Shuhang, Lu Shu, and Baili Qingfeng walked over. They were shocked when they heard him. "You really went to the Xingwu continent. How have you been?" Wang Teng smiled and asked. "The same. We attend lessons and cultivate every day. However, we did do a few missions." Hao Ping Liang replied. "Not bad. Have you advanced to the 2-star soldier level?" Wang Teng asked. "How can it be so simple?" Ho Ping Liang and his friends laughed bitterly. Why did it sound so simple when Wang Teng asked them if they had risen from 1-star to 2-star soldier level? "No one from our batch has advanced to the 2-star soldier level yet," Ho Ping Liang added. "Really?" Wang Teng nodded. He didn't probe further. They chatted about the recent happenings in school. There weren't any huge affairs. They were all minor matters, such as students fighting over jealousy or a senior challenging someone in the top 100. Wang Teng listened to them, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Once someone's ability reached a certain level, their perspective of the world would also follow suit. Ho Ping Liang and his friends asked about the Xingwu continent, too. Wang Teng chose what he could tell them. Upon hearing his tales, they were left flabbergasted. They had never been to the Xingwu continent before, but once they did, they would realize that that was it. "I've finished eating. I need to go to the principal's office to do some handovers." "Let's chat when we have time," Wang Teng got up and said to them. Ho Ping Liang watched his back as he left, feeling emotional in his heart. Why do I feel that Brother Teng has gotten stronger? Song Shuhang touched his chin and said, "I have this feeling too," Lu Shu said. "Same." Baili Qingfeng nodded. That means he has really gotten stronger. Ho Ping Liang reached his conclusion and nodded. He was amazed. The 4 of them glanced at each other uncontrollably. They couldn't help but spurt out a word: pervert. Wang Teng went to President Peng Yuanshan's office and knocked on the door. "Come in." President Peng's stern voice came from inside. Wang Teng pushed the door slightly and popped his head in. He smiled at Peng Yuanshan, who was behind the office table, and said, "President, I came to report to you." "I know that it's you. Come in quickly." President Peng replied calmly without raising his head. Wang Teng didn't feel surprised when he walked into the office. Peng Yuanshan said, "Tell me what you've experienced." "That is a long story." Wang Teng recounted his journey this time. Of course, he omitted some details. Peng Yuanshan finally raised his head when he heard about the invasion of the dark apparitions. His expression turned stern. He only opened his mouth when Wang Teng finished speaking. Even the principal and the chief commander of the Crimson Tiger Troop were alerted. "That sounds serious." "That's right. Many people died," Wang Teng said. "I understand. It looks like you have grown stronger." Peng Yuanshan looked at Wang Teng, wanting to see through him. However, it was useless. "There are some improvements," Wang Teng chuckled. "You're still hiding it from me?" Peng Yuanshan shook his head. He continued, "I won't ask you too much. I'll wait for your year-end exam." "No problem," Wang Teng replied confidently. After walking out of Peng Yuanshan's office, Wang Teng went to Head Tong Hu's office to report. For the next few days, he attended lessons normally and started his daily ritual of picking up attributes from the various institutes. Soon, to their amazement, all the students and instructors noticed that Wang Teng, who was nowhere to be seen, had come back. After a moment of astonishment, they felt that there was nothing to be surprised about. Everyone continued with their lessons. Only the students with whom he was familiar came to chat with him. The school had entered the revision period. Everyone was busy. Some seniors who went out for missions had also returned. Hence, the school atmosphere started to get livelier. After a few days, the year-end exam started, and the entire school entered examination mode. The exam lasted for 2 days. As Wang Teng was a little special, Peng Yuanshan arranged a private room for him. Wang Teng looked at the room that was specially prepared for him. He felt speechless. "Is there a need to do this?" "Yes." President Peng nodded. He continued, "I'll give you 1 day to finish all the subjects. Is that enough?" "You think too highly of me?" "I can manage with some effort," Wang Teng replied. "Take the exam, then. If you hit my requirements, you can play freely next semester." Peng Yuanshan turned around and left after he finished speaking. "Play freely?" Wang Teng felt his lips twitching. Did President Peng just say that? He didn't expect President Peng to be this kind of person. Wang Teng sat down helplessly. After scanning the exam papers prepared for him on the table, he started writing with passion. One day, he would finish it in half a day. When Wang Teng walked out of the room, the invigilators glanced at each other. That's fast. Did he manage to look through all the questions? Did he just randomly answer the questions because he doesn't know the answer? All kinds of speculations flew through their minds. They didn't find it convincing. I don't care. Collect the papers and give them to the various instructors to mark. The invigilators collected the pile of papers on the table and ran to find the president. The instructors quickly finished marking Wang Teng's answers. They passed them to Peng Yuanshan. Peng Yuanshan raised his eyebrows as he looked at the papers in his hand. He shook his hand and looked at them carefully for a long time. Then he sighed. This brat is indeed a monster. Chapter 332, Participants List. The year-end exam ended quickly. Besides theory exams, there was an actual combat assessment for all the students, too. However, Wang Teng was the only exception. President Peng gave him a special privilege. He didn't need to participate in the actual combat assessment. Peng Yuanshan knew Wang Teng had made tremendous improvements during his trip to the Xingu continent. He could judge as such from his experiences. It would be a heavy blow to the other students if he participated in the assessment. There was no point. After the year-end exam ended, the tense atmosphere in the school subsided immediately. Laughter filled the air, and the students could finally let loose their taut nerves. Only a few students who didn't score well were frantically training in the actual combat training building. The students didn't leave the school right away. Some continued training while others went to do missions. News of the national #1 martial arts competition kept spreading around. Some new information would pop up about it every day in the martial warriors' world. To the martial warriors, this was an extremely grand event. The whole younger generation of martial warriors would participate in it. In history, literature had no winner, while martial arts only had a single winner. The national #1 martial arts competition was named the #1 competition because it wanted to choose the most outstanding and powerful martial warrior among the younger generation. The winner would receive a massive amount of resources and a huge reputation. There were ample benefits. Thus, many young martial warriors went after the title like a flock of ducks. The universities were where young martial warriors congregated. More than 70% of the martial warriors came from universities. There were relatively lesser self-taught martial warriors and martial warriors from other organizations. Thus, in the school, the news of the national #1 martial arts competition became the focal point of all the students. After all, it was closely linked to them. Even the freshmen would gather in small groups and discuss this event. They were excited and exhilarated as if they were able to participate in the competition and fight for the #1 position. But most of them were only at 1-star soldier level. They didn't possess the right to participate in the competition. At this moment, Wang Teng was having a meal with Ho Pingliang and his friends. They were talking about the martial arts competition, too. I remember that the first position has belonged to the first university for the past few years, Ho Pingliang said as he ate. 3 years, Song Shuhang added. Oh, right. The first university has been the champion for 3 consecutive years, but it isn't that hard to understand. They take in the top talents in the country, so it's easy for them to groom the most powerful young martial warrior, Ho Pingliang said. I heard that all the universities have groomed many young talents in the recent years. They are all strong contenders for the top position. They are holding back so that they can fight for the first position. It won't be easy for the first university to hold the title this time. Lu Shu interrupted. Indeed. Senior brother Pang Kuo from the Capital Military Academy, senior brother Li Guangqi from the Jinlin University, and senior sister Ma Xiaoxia from the Donghai University are all strong young martial warriors. I heard that they have a post in the military and execute missions on the battlefield all year round. They're remarkably capable. Song Shuhang nodded, agreeing with him. Don't boost other people's morale and destroy our own. The 4th-year students from our school are strong, too. The overall ability of Hanghai Military Academy is on par with the Capital Military Academy, Jinlin University, and other famous universities. Last year, our school took 3rd place, Ho Pingliang said. Senior brother Wu Hao was present last year. An amazing young martial warrior like him is rare. I wonder how strong the 4th years are this year. Lu Shu frowned and wondered. They are not weak, Ho Pingliang replied. I know that our school isn't weak, but I'm just a little worried. After all, the school hasn't confirmed the candidates yet. Lu Shu replied. You're right. The other schools have already announced their participants, but our school hasn't released theirs yet. Is there an accident? Song Shuhang touched his chin and asked curiously. Wang Teng felt a little confused as he listened to his friends talking about this matter with great familiarity. Even though the names they mentioned might be talented martial warriors, he didn't recognize any of them at all. He was like a wild man living in the primary jungle, embarrassing. This was too embarrassing. Control your expression. You mustn't let them know that you're ignorant. Wang Teng maintained a stern face as he listened to their discussion. He would nod and shake his head occasionally as though he was agreeing or disagreeing with their opinions. He acted like he knew what was going on. At the side, Bailey Qingfeng remained indifferent. He didn't care much about this matter, so he didn't interrupt them. He just listened to them and digested all the information they revealed. What the feck? A sudden shout startled the whole table. Even Wang Teng got shocked. What the hell? Why are you making such a jarring sound? Why are you shouting? Hao Pingliang, Lu Shu, and the others looked at Wang Teng as though they were looking at a ghost. Brother Teng, are you participating in the national #1 martial arts competition? Hao Pingliang's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he asked in disbelief. Huh, I haven't received the notification yet. How did you know? Wang Teng looked at them in surprise. So that means that you're really participating. The others immediately understood Wang Teng's meaning. They were dumbstruck. Ho Pingliang pointed at his phone. It's announced here when they mentioned that their school hadn't announced the candidates list. They logged in to their school's website to check. That was when they realized that the list was actually released today. Wang Teng's name was on the list. They rubbed their eyes a few times before confirming that they were right. It was really Wang Teng's name. There were some descriptions written behind the name. After some comparison, they ascertained that it was indeed this fellow who was eating with them as though nothing had happened. It's already announced. Why didn't they inform me? I don't have any mental preparations at all. Wang Teng shook his head. Hey, that isn't the main point. Ho Pingliang felt agitated. Brother, you're just a freshman. Why are you participating in the national #1 martial arts competition? Are you confident? He suddenly felt that, as Wang Teng's friend, it didn't seem right of him to speak like this. Hence, he said hurriedly, I'm not looking down on you or anything like that, but all the candidates are extremely powerful, talented martial warriors. They have cultivated many years more than you. You won't have many chances of winning if you fight with them now. That's right. You don't have to participate. You can wait for a few years. At that time, you might be able to get the #1 spot for our school. Bailey Qingfeng had a startled look on his face. He couldn't control himself and spoke up. Sit down. Sit down. Why are you all so agitated? Even if I have no chances of winning, it's a good opportunity for me to gain more insight and experience, Wang Teng replied calmly. Chapter 333, Attention of All Parties. Wang Teng had to spend much effort before Ho Pingliang and his friends finally accepted the truth. They were anxious because they cared about him. As Wang Teng's closest schoolmates, they hoped that he wouldn't join the martial arts competition to get tortured. He might get some haunting memories that would be harmful for his future cultivation. Wang Teng was touched. Although his psychological age was older than most of them, he had slowly gotten used to his current status and lifestyle. He had a great time interacting with them. These might be friends worth making. One didn't need to wait until a crucial moment to show that a friend in need was a friend indeed. Some things could be seen in daily lives. After the participants of the Hanghai Military Academy were announced, Wang Teng's name became famous. The students in the school were dumbfounded and puzzled. They knew who Wang Teng was. Even if they didn't, they would know after asking around. The #1 freshman. Wang Teng was quite famous in Hanghai now. They were startled and confused precisely because they knew who he was. The #1 freshman was still a freshman. When was a freshman able to participate in the national #1 martial arts competition? It was atrocious. The outsiders were also perplexed by the Hanghai Military Academy's decision, how Pingliang and his friends paid close attention to the capital military academy, Jinlin University, and other famous universities. Similarly, the other schools followed the Hanghai Military Academy with interest. The instant Hanghai's name list was released, they knew about it. They weren't surprised by the other names, but Wang Teng. Who was he? Everyone was in a daze. They then looked at his description, a freshman. Hanghai was sending a freshman to participate in the national #1 martial arts competition. Did they think that it was child's play? Even though they complained and felt puzzled, they still obediently looked up Wang Teng's information. He was the top scholar of Donghai and had received special admission invitations from the various top universities because he was at the 1-star soldier level. In the end, he chose Hanghai Wang Teng's information laid in front of all the different factions. It wasn't detailed, but that was all they could find. He's interesting, but this isn't enough, some people exclaimed. They felt that although Wang Teng had great potential, he didn't have the right to enter the national #1 martial arts competition currently. Wang Teng had entered university as a 1-star soldier-level martial warrior. Only 1 semester had passed. How much could he advance? 2-star soldier level? 3-star soldier level? The 3-star soldier level was the maximum, and it was already extremely difficult. However, he would be at rock bottom if he participated in the competition at this level. What was the Hanghai Military Academy thinking? Many people were still baffled. They sent people to investigate Wang Teng, but to no avail. At this moment, Wang Teng felt a little helpless. People were staring at him no matter where he went. They seemed as if they wanted to penetrate him with their gazes. He went all the way to the actual combat training building and went up to the 4th floor. He entered a spacious training room. There were already some people standing in the room. Peng Yuanshan and the 5 faculty heads were all present, along with 10 unfamiliar seniors. The moment Wang Teng walked in, all their gazes turned to him. "I'll get embarrassed if you look at me like this." Wang Teng scratched his head and said shyly, "Han Zhu, Du Yu, Ling Jiming, Wan Baiqiu, the 5 faculty heads." Peng Yuanshan raised his eyebrows secretly. He said without any expression, "Get over here quickly." "Coming." Wang Teng ran over obediently. He stood in front of President Peng and asked, "President, what orders do you have for me?" Peng Yuanshan ignored him. He glanced around and said, "Since everyone is here, I'll say a few words. The national #1 martial arts competition isn't a small matter. It will affect the school's prestige and reputation. At the same time, this is a massive stage for universities to show their talents to the world. The higher authorities are all watching over the competition. They will grade a school's potential based on the students' performances during the competition and use it to allocate next year's resources. Hence, you must do your best. This is not just for you, it's for the school too. Do you understand?" he shouted in a low voice. "Yes." Han Zhu and the others sat properly with their backs straight as they replied loudly in unison. As for Wang Teng, he stood there lazily and replied in a normal voice, "Yes." The difference was obvious when he opened his mouth. The seniors frowned slightly as they looked at Wang Teng after giving him a glare. Peng Yuanshan said to the others, "I know that you don't understand and might even suspect why we put Wang Teng on the list. I won't explain anything, but I'll give you the chance to prove that he has no right to take part in the competition." Wang Teng widened his eyes in surprise. "President Peng, you're creating trouble again." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, 10 gazes got fixed on Wang Teng, their intentions unknown. There was intense hatred in one particular pair of eyes. This was a young man carrying a long sword behind his back. He had short layered hair, and he was very handsome. He walked out and said directly, "I'm Zhang Fengyu. No, 5 of the top 100. The school is going to send 10 people to participate in the martial arts competition. The top 5 will be the first-tier team, while the last 5 will be the second-tier team. Because of your appearance, I was squeezed out of the first tier. I won't be convinced until I have a duel with you." "Really? Why don't I give it to you? I'm just going there for the experience. The second-tier team is good enough," Wang Teng replied. The moment he said this, the expressions of the other students changed. You are looking down on me," Zhang Fengyu squinted. "Stop fooling around." "Let's start," Peng Yuanshan said helplessly. Zhang Fengyu nodded. He took out the battle sword behind his back. "Hey, don't be agitated. I meant what I said," Wang Teng shouted. Zhang Fengyu took a step forward without saying anything. He slashed his sword. A dense sword aura engulfed Wang Teng in an instant. "Hey, why are you so serious?" Wang Teng moved his body slightly and managed to evade all of Zhang Fengyu's attacks easily. "Zhang Fengyu's sword skill has become stronger," the other students commented quietly. When they looked at Wang Teng, they frowned. This fellow isn't simple either. Wang Teng easily evaded all the attacks. He tapped his foot on the ground and floated backward gently, widening the distance between them. "Senior, if you really want to compete, I'll make my move." Wang Teng looked at the other party with a serious expression. Zhang Fengyu didn't reply to him. His actions were the answer. A powerful aura erupted from his body, and a sharp sword presence spread out instantly. 5th level sword presence. Zhang Fengyu has enlightened his 5th level sword presence. The muscles on the other students' faces moved slightly as they stared at the scene. Would Wang Teng be able to handle Zhang Fengyu's powerful attack? "You still have time to admit defeat," Zhang Fengyu said calmly. "Bring it on," Wang Teng smiled and replied. Zhang Fengyu fixed his gaze on Wang Teng. He slashed his sword, and the sword glow cut through the air, aimed right at Wang Teng. Boom. Wang Teng released a punch in the face of this powerful sword glow. It was just a single punch, yet the sword presence disintegrated and the sword glow shattered. Everything disappeared without a trace. Everyone was shocked. Chapter 334, You Away Me Again. One punch. A single direct punch. Everyone found the results a little unreal. Zhang Fengyu was note 5 in the top 100 students, so there was nothing to say about his ability. But when he fought with Wang Teng, the result was obvious. Are you really a freshman? Not only the students, but even the heads were also astounded. I lost. Zhang Fengyu stared intently at Wang Teng and shook his head bitterly. He wasn't injured and could still fight, but there was no point. The difference between their battle prowess was as clear as day and night. He would be asking for humiliation if he continued fighting. This fellow is a monster. He couldn't compete with him. He kept his long sword and retreated to the side. Thanks. Wang Teng didn't act proud or flaunt himself. He remained calm as he looked at Peng Yuanshan. Since there's no problem, the candidates list is finalized. Peng Yuanshan paused for a moment. He looked at everyone before continuing. Hanju will be the leader. Any objections? The students exchanged glances with one another. Then they looked at Wang Teng. Based on his ability, he might be on par with the top 3 in the ranking. However, they had never fought before, so they didn't know how strong he was. A powerful person would always be respected. Thus, they all looked at Wang Teng unconsciously when the leader's role was mentioned. After all, he was the only exception. Why are you looking at me? You can decide the leader yourselves. I'm only going there for the experience. Don't care about me? Wang Teng waved his hand and said, Everyone going there for experience? Do you think we'll believe you? You are so powerful, yet you pretend to be a newbie, so evil. I don't care if you're going there for experience or not. I only know that if you don't get a good ranking, someone will take care of you. Peng Yuanshan glanced at Wang Teng from the corner of his eyes. Wang Teng's expression froze. He suddenly recalled Dan Taishuan's personality. If he really played the fool during the competition, he would be in for a beating. He couldn't help but recall the fear of being pounded by Dan Taishuan's iron fists. He was a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior now, but he still had no confidence in front of Dan Taishuan he would die tragically, right? Everyone was puzzled. They didn't know what riddles Peng Yuanshan and Wang Teng were playing, but from Wang Teng's expression, it wasn't something good. They felt excited for some reason. A smile appeared at the corner of Peng Yuanshan's lips. He said, All right, this is the arrangement. Go back and prepare. We will head to capital Shaya tomorrow. Yes, everyone replied, and left Tonghu exclaimed as he looked at the students leaving. Wang Teng is extremely talented. However, he's a little cheeky. You're right. The other heads nodded in agreement. They had weird expressions on their faces. What ranking do you think he can get? Su Jing, the head of the command faculty, asked. It's hard to say. I feel that he hasn't revealed his true ability. He's still hiding his power. O Zhang Song, the head of the Smithery faculty, replied. He has the capability. I think he's comparable to Han Zhu, Tonghu said. Seriously? Comparable to Han Zhu. The other heads felt that this was impossible. Han Zhu was the known one of the Hongye Military Academy, yet Tonghu said that Wang Teng was on par with him. Maybe even stronger. Peng Yuanshan suddenly said, Even stronger. The heads looked at President Peng in unplanned unison. Their faces were filled with disbelief. However, since these words came from President Peng's mouth, they must be true. President Wang Teng. Tonghu gulped. There was excitement in his eyes. If Wang Teng was really stronger than Han Zhu, it meant that Hongye Military Academy would be able to squeeze into the top 3 again. As for the champion, that would depend on how powerful the other school's talents were. This was an unknown factor. Let's wait and see. Peng Yuanshan didn't deny it. I understand. Tonghu immediately gave an expression as if he understood everything. Ha 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 ha, hiding his ability is good. Let's give the other schools a rude shock during the martial arts competition. The head of the Dan faculty, Chui Heng, felt happy just thinking about the other schools' reactions. You're right. Ha 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 ha! The other heads started laughing unscrupulously. They seemed to have guessed the interesting scene they would see in the future. Wang Teng didn't have much to prepare. All he needed for the competition was his weapon. He could buy the other miscellaneous items along the way. It wouldn't be a problem. He went back to his dormitory and started his daily cultivation. He needed to practice the powerful battle techniques that he had just received. They might come in handy during the competition. Imagine if he used the scorching sky finger and the ape king fist one after the other. What a beautiful sight. He wondered if he could amaze the crowd. If he couldn't, he would execute the shadow assassin sword skill, the overflowing rain blade, and all the other skills he knew. That should be enough. At night, Wang Teng received a call from Lingxuan. Hello? Wang Teng immediately smiled. Why did you suddenly think of calling me? Lingxuan replied, I saw your news. You're participating in the national #1 martial arts competition. Wang Teng wasn't surprised when he heard the startled voice on the other end of the phone. Yes, I'll be leaving tomorrow for capital Jaya, Lingxuan lamented. I didn't think that you'd become so strong. Our distance is getting wider and wider. Wang Teng laughed. There's no chance of you catching up anymore. However, a woman's success is conquering a powerful man. Do you want to consider it? Lingxuan snorted. You must be looking for death, Wang Teng chuckled. Lingxuan continued. Oh, right. I've transferred the money to you. Wang Teng was slightly stunned. Then he understood and said with disappointment, Why are you in such a rush to return it to me? I hope that you will always owe me in the past. Lingxuan had borrowed money from Wang Teng to find a cure for her younger sister. If she hadn't mentioned the matter now, Wang Teng would have forgotten about it. Who would remember a few tens of thousands? However, Lingxuan remembered it all too well. She was a martial arts student now, so earning some extra money wasn't a problem. She returned the money to him as soon as she had it. Lingxuan said angrily, I don't want to owe you forever. Wang Teng suddenly thought of something and sniggered. You can't make that decision. I have a piece of good news and a piece of bad news for you. Which one do you want to listen to first? Lingxuan suddenly had a bad feeling. She gritted her teeth and said, Good news. The good news is, I found a cure for trucia. Wang Teng replied slowly. Really? Lingxuan's voice raised a few octaves. Of course, Wang Teng gave an evil smile. I'll tell you about it when I'm back. Pant, Wang Teng could already hear Lingxuan's anxious breathing. She wished that she could crawl through the phone and grab Wang Teng's neck to demand a clearer explanation. What's the bad news? The bad news is you owe me again. Wang Teng smiled. You're ruthless, Lingxuan said furiously. Chapter 335, Up South, Donghai University. As Lingxuan hung up her phone in the ladies' dormitory, the proud expression of a certain someone appeared in her mind. She couldn't help but smile at the same time. A hint of happiness flashed past her eyes. Her younger sister's problem was finally solved. At first, she wanted to wait until she got stronger to search for a solution, but Wang Teng was already one step ahead of her. Although she had to owe him a favor again, it was a good thing. The faster it was solved, the quicker Chuxia could resume her normal life. Living alone in the world of darkness was too cruel for a young lady. Chuan, were you calling your little boyfriend? Why are you smiling so happily? Lingxuan's roommate squeezed over and nudged her. What? Don't spout nonsense. Lingxuan blushed. She kept her phone quickly and pretended that nothing had happened. Io, we're not bullshitting. Look at the expression on your face. You have love written all over you, Shu Hongye teased. So sad. Little brother Wang Teng's already eaten by you before I could get his WeChat. The other roommate, Tan Shasha, immediately pretended to hold her heart and spoke with sorrow. Go away. What do you mean by eating? Tan Shasha, you're a pervert. Lingxuan found her words too cringy. Ha ha ha, Chuhan, you've also finally admitted that she's a pervert. Shu Hongye laughed out loud. I'm not a pervert. Tan Shasha scoffed. Oh, right, Shu Han. Is he the Wang Teng from Huangheim Military Academy who's participating in the competition? Shu Wantong asked curiously. Yes, Lin Chuhan nodded. It's really him. That's surprising, Shu Wantong said. Little brother Wang Teng is amazing. He's a freshman, yet he's already participating in the martial arts competition. Tan Shasha had to admit that the guy had guts. That fellow seems to have gotten stronger, Lin Chuhan exclaimed. Let's go to Capital Jia to watch the competition, Shu Wantong suddenly suggested, her eyes shimmering. Ordinary people might not be able to get the tickets for the national #1 martial arts competition, right? Although Lin Chuhan was interested, she was still hesitant. That's right. I heard that the price has already been raised to 50,000 for one ticket, Tian Xiaoxiao said. It's okay, I have a way. Shu Wantong patted her chest and boasted. Really, that's great. Tian Xiaoxiao jumped up in happiness, but the tickets are so expensive. Unlike others, Lin Chuhan was in a dilemma. What's wrong? We're sisters. There's no need to care about this. Also, they are internal tickets and won't cost much. If we don't take them, it will be a waste. Shu Wantong waved her hand nonchalantly. Then she continued, You can come to my house to play for a few days too. Let's go, Chuhan. Don't you want to watch little brother Wang Teng in action? Tian Xiaoxiao persuaded her from the side. In the end, Lin Chuhan had no choice but to give in to their coercions. She knew that as friends, some things didn't have to be split so clearly. Haggling over such matters would just ruin their relationships. Hence, the three ladies decided to head to Capital Xia to watch the national #1 martial arts competition. Wang Teng didn't know anything about Lin Chuhan's decision. However, similar situations were happening everywhere. Many people wanted to head to Capital Xia to watch the competition. Even some well-informed people came to take a look. After all, this martial arts competition was like the Olympics. It was a grand national event. A saying described the situation perfectly. The country is strong if the youths are strong. The national #1 martial arts competition was a platform for the young generations to fight with each other. The country held this tournament to ignite the youth's desire for improvement and promote healthy competition. One would only grow stronger when there was competition. The young martial warriors were the future of the human race. Notification. He smiled and shook his head. Then he continued cultivating the next day. Early in the morning, Wang Teng gathered with the other fourth-year seniors in the stadium and waited for the heads. They would be personally leading the teams for this competition. Yesterday, Wang Teng took some time to learn more about the top 10 senior brothers and sisters in their university. In the past, he scrolled through their names because he needed to challenge them. However, after going to the Xingwu continent, he completely forgot them. Among the 10 seniors, the people he needed to pay most attention to were the top 3. They were the strongest. They were senior brother Han Zhu, senior brother Du Yu, and senior sister Wan Baichu. They were ranked 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, respectively. These 3 were the most powerful students in the entire university. They had ample battle experiences, and ordinary martial warriors couldn't be compared with them. Seniors, you're up early. Wang Teng greeted them from afar as he walked over. The 10 fourth-year students all had different expressions on their faces when they saw Wang Teng. Even until now, they found the display of his powers yesterday unreal. Extremely outstanding people made others uncomfortable. It was hard for them to incorporate such people into their circle, but some of them didn't mind. Morning, Han Zhu smiled and replied. Du Yu and Wan Baichu nodded at him too. The heads are not here? Wang Teng looked around and asked. They should be here soon, Wan Baichu said. I knew it, bosses sure like to be late. Wang Teng shook his head. Cough, cough. Han Zhu and the others immediately started coughing when they heard Wang Teng complaining about their heads fearlessly. They had been in the school for 4 years, but their respect towards the heads was deeply rooted in their minds. They didn't dare to complain about them like this. Wan Baichu couldn't help but glance at Wang Teng with a weird expression. This junior was extremely bold. What guts you have! How dare you talk about us behind our backs! A rough voice rang out suddenly. Wang Teng put on a smile before he turned around. Head, that's not right. I'm a good student who always respects my teachers. Why would I say bad things about you? You must have heard wrong. Tong Hu gave him a meaningful smile. The other heads shook their heads and also let out a smile on their faces. They couldn't be bothered to fuss over this matter. Is everyone here? Peng Yuanshan asked. Yes, Han Ju replied. All right, let's get on the bus and leave. Peng Yuanshan nodded. He went up the bus, parked at the side. The others followed closely. The bus drove out of school and headed straight to the airport. Then everyone sat on the plane, especially prepared for them, and flew to capital Sia. This treatment was amazing. Even on Earth, there were dangerous birds flying in the air. If they attacked the plane, the consequences would be ghastly. As a result, these planes had all been modified. They possessed a defense shield and had martial warriors guarding them all the time. They wouldn't be attacked easily. Even so, the cost for a normal person to ride a plane got higher and higher. Most people preferred road transport. Chapter 336, Dragon's Den, capital Zaya, Wang Teng, and the other students alighted the plane and stepped on the land of their country's capital. This felt no different. Wang Teng looked around curiously. Forget it. They were still at the airport, so he couldn't tell the difference just yet. People were walking back and forth everywhere, and it was even more bustling than his past life. After some time, the bus stopped gradually. They alighted the bus and immediately saw an enormous and strange building standing tall and upright, not far away from them. This building looked like a colossal nest made of steel. A large dragon was circling around the building, seemingly bellowing at the sky. It looked imposing and magnificent. There wasn't just one dragon around the building either. As martial warriors, even from a distance, they were able to see that this building was made with many dragons circling it. It looked unique. Lakes surrounded the building, and lush green trees provided a pleasant shade. The environment was beautiful and picturesque. This is the Dragon's Den. Han Ju and the others gazed at the building in the distance. They seemed mind-blown. Dragon's Den. Wang Teng was also surprised. He felt that he was looking at something strange. It seemed out of place. In his past life, there was a similar structure too. The style was the same, but the construction was a little different. It was the same with its name too. It was different, although it was a nest. It was the dragon's nest. It sounded impressive. Wang Teng was speechless. He shook his head and stopped thinking about all this nonsense. Junior Wang Teng, are you all right? Wan Bai-Q couldn't help but ask. Oh, I'm fine. Wang Teng smiled in embarrassment and shook his head. It's spectacular, right? A lot of resources and considerable manpower were invested in the construction of the Dragon's Den. The national #1 martial arts competition 2 days later will be held here. You can see how much emphasis the country places on martial arts from this. Instructor Chen smiled and said, everyone stopped for some time to appreciate the view. Instructor Chen then said, follow me. I'll bring you to your lodging. Under his lead, Wang Teng and the others entered the hotel behind them. The hotel was a property of the official government body. It was built to house the participants from all over the country for the martial arts competition. Of course, not everyone could stay in this hotel. Only the top universities and some factions recognized by the official body had the privilege of staying here. Other participants could only find their own lodging some distance away. Many private hotels were built to solve the lodging issues for these participants. Of course, it was first come, first serve. There were a limited number of hotel rooms, so those too late could only accept their unluckiness and live in hotels further away. Also, they had to squeeze in the subway. Would they go crazy from traveling? Instructor Chen sent everyone to their rooms and left. You can roam around the city, but don't cause unnecessary trouble. The waters in capital Zia run deep. A sweeper you meet on the street might be a powerful martial warrior, of course. Although we don't create trouble, we're not afraid of it either. If you meet any matters you can't solve, as long as you're in the right, the school will stand up for you. Han Ju, watch over them. Peng Yuanshan gave some instructions and left with the heads. No one knew what they went to do. "Everyone settle down in your rooms and let's have lunch together later," Hongye said. No one had any objections. They went to their rooms. "This treatment is not bad." Wang Teng entered his room and looked at the decorations and furniture inside. He was impressed. He couldn't tell from the appearance of the hotel at all. It was low-key in appearance, but the internal decorations were exquisite and complete. Bedroom, living room, entertainment room, bathroom. It had everything. No wonder Wang Teng felt that the treatment was good. Everyone had a room to themselves, and they were spacious and comfortable. There was a huge floor-to-ceiling window in front of the bed. You could see the dragon's den when you opened the curtains. The view was amazing. Wang Teng walked around the room to familiarize himself with it. When it was lunchtime, he went out and had lunch with his seniors in the hotel's restaurant. The things in the hotel were all free, even the meals. When they arrived at the restaurant, they noticed that there were already many people inside. Most of them were youngsters. Their aura penetrated their bodies, spreading to their surroundings. They shouldn't be underestimated. When Wang Teng and his seniors arrived, they turned to size them up carefully. Wang Teng and his seniors didn't mind. They glanced around and found an empty table. Then they went to take their meals. The meal was buffet style. There were all kinds of food, and there was even a section for force dishes. Everyone could get one serving as there were limited quantities. Wang Teng took some meat, fruits, and vegetables. He sat down and started eating and chatting with his seniors. "Old Han, are the people here for the competition too?" Wang Teng asked. "Yes, I think so." Hongye didn't mind the way Wang Teng addressed him. He glanced around him with a grim expression as he nodded. "It looks like you guys will need to fight hard." Wang Teng sniggered. Honestly, these people's abilities had exceeded his expectations. It will be a tough battle ahead. Chapter 307. An elder and a cute newbie. In the hotel's restaurant, Hongye and the others were secretly observing the other participants, too. People who could live in this hotel must be from impressive backgrounds. The talents groomed by these factions weren't simple figures. On the other hand, Wang Teng was much more relaxed. Until now, he hadn't met an opponent he needed to be careful of. "Those are the students from Donghai University, right?" Wan Beichu turned around and suddenly lowered her voice. "They're here too." Hongye and the others followed her gaze and saw a bunch of youngsters in their prime. In Donghai, Honghai Military Academy and Donghai University were the top two universities. Both had their pros and cons, so it was hard to say which one was better. Based on their ranking in the national #1 martial arts competition, they had their ups and downs. They would take turns beating each other. Since they came from the same city, they would unite against the other provinces. However, the internal competition was intense too. No one wanted to give in to the other. Wang Teng looked at them curiously. Hongye explained. "The one in front is the top student at Donghai University, Xiao Yunfan. He's probably the leader of their group this time." "How strong is he?" Wang Teng asked. "Peak 4-star soldier level," Hongye replied. "Quite strong." Wang Teng nodded as though he meant what he said. "You shouldn't get too close to him." Hongye hesitated but still said it. Wang Teng was puzzled. At this moment, the students from Donghai University also noticed them and turned to walk towards them. "Hongye, long time no see." There was a smile on Xiao Yunfan's handsome face as he greeted them. "It hasn't been that long yet." "I met you 5 days ago in the Xingwu continent. Your memory is quite bad," Hongye replied seriously. Actually, he didn't like Xiao Yunfan. Although Xiao Yunfan looked friendly and kind on the surface, he was scheming and evil in his heart. It would be too naive to think that one could become real friends with him. He might betray you, and you would still have to clean up his spilled milk. Xiao Yunfan's lips twitched. He just came to greet him. Did he have to be so serious? You're still the same? You came here just to say this?" Hongye retorted. Xiao Yunfan's breathing paused for a moment. He took a deep breath and smiled. "I heard that Honghai has sent a freshman to participate in the martial arts competition, so I came to take a look at the real person. I want to see if he has 3 heads or 6 arms." "Senior Zhao, I'm sorry, but you'll probably be disappointed." I'm not a monster, Wang Teng squinted and said with a smile. Xiao Yunfen had an elegant aura. He seemed like a friendly person, but for some reason when Wang Teng saw his smiling face, he wanted to punch him. What was wrong with him by right? This fellow was only a little good-looking. He couldn't be compared with Wang Teng's handsomeness at all. There was no need to destroy his face, right? Unless he recalled Han Zu's reminder. Did this fellow have some fetish, so when he smiled it made people want to hit him? Hiss. Wang Teng felt his butt tightening and he shuddered. This is so scary. What's with this fellow's expression? Xiao Yunfan felt frustrated in his heart. He could perceive dislike and distaste from Wang Teng's looks. He softened his expression and sized up Wang Teng. A glow appeared in his eyes. Only the peak of 2-star soldier level? He was confused, but he didn't take it to heart. This man was at most 3-star soldier level. Thus he smiled and said, "You're indeed outstanding to have this ability as a freshman. Impressive. However, there are many formidable warriors in the martial arts competition. Wang Teng, you have to be careful, of course. Since we are all from Donghai, if you meet any seniors from Donghai University during the competition, we'll show some mercy. You're only a freshman, so you will have many chances to participate in the future. The experience is most important for you now. The ranking isn't crucial." He seemed to have confirmed that Wang Teng was just here to take a look around. As for the ranking, he shouldn't even think about it. Then he turned and said to his companions, "Everyone, take a good look at him. If you meet him, don't be too tough." He nodded at Wang Teng after he finished speaking, looking like an elder taking care of a cute little newbie. The seniors from Donghai University suppressed their laughter as they nodded in agreement. They would take care of this little junior, all right. Wang Teng, Han Zhu, and the others had strange expressions on their faces. They knew Wang Teng's combat prowess. Most of these students from Donghai University might be tormented badly if they took him lightly. The muscles on Zhang Fengyu's face twitched. He had fought with Wang Teng before, so he knew his fearsomeness much better than others. He couldn't help but glance at Wang Teng. The latter was wearing a smile on his face as if he didn't mind what Xiao Yunfan said. However, for some reason, Zhang Fengyu felt that Wang Teng seemed scarier now. These students from Donghai University were looking for death. "Thank you, seniors. I hope that you will take care of me in the future," Wang Teng smiled and replied. Of course, Xiao Yunfen laughed and nodded after exchanging pleasantries. They found an empty table not far away and started happily chatting while eating lunch. The atmosphere was relaxed and lively. Don't take it to heart. Xiao Yunfen, Han Zhu, didn't continue. He just shook his head. Don't worry, I won't be affected by verbal stimulation. Wang Teng smiled calmly and replied, Good. Han Zhu noticed that he didn't mind the provocation, so he didn't continue. Wan Baichu changed the topic. She smiled and suggested, I plan to go shopping later. Who's interested in accompanying me? Me, do you said? Me too, Wang Teng replied. He rarely came to capital Jia, so he wanted to have a good look around. Let's go together. Han Zhu smiled. In the end, 5 of them decided to go while the remaining students wanted to rest in the hotel. They planned to adjust their mentality as they waited for the martial arts competition to start. In the afternoon, Wang Teng and his seniors drove 2 cars out of the hotel to tour the streets. The hotel provided free cars for traveling, too. It was extremely convenient. All the students were youngsters. Han Zhu and the others usually wore the military uniform in school, but now they had all changed into their casual attire. In school, or when they represented the school for events, they were always stern and serious. At the moment, though, they were all dressed fashionably, carrying a DSLR camera and small backpacks. They turned into cool guys and girls. Wang Teng was stupefied. He looked at Han Zhu, who was beside him. He was wearing a pair of sunglasses with a crew cut. He held the steering wheel with one hand and used the other to turn on the sound system. He looked quite cool and dashing. Wang Teng was unable to associate this young man with the person he was talking to before. He then glanced at the rear mirror. Senior sister Wan Baichu was wearing jeans with a white shirt. She had a short black leather jacket around her, and her hair was tied in a high ponytail. Although it was simple, it made her look youthful and beautiful. Her charisma exploded once she changed her outfit. Chapter 338, Don't Lie to Your Fellow Countrymen. There were many places of historic interest and scenic beauty, famous snacks, and modern and prosperous business streets in capital Zaya. These were all must-go places for these youngsters. The trip consisted of eating, shopping, and doing anything that made them happy. Wang Teng and his companions didn't have any particular plans, so they just had fun wherever they went. Time passed quickly after dinner. They went back to rest. The next day they continued their tour. They went climbing the Great Wall early in the morning. The national #1 martial arts competition was commencing soon. So many people were gathered in capital Zaya. Even foreigners had come to take a look. Thus, the number of people in capital Zaya currently was comparable to the holiday period. It was jam-packed and lively. There were many people on the Great Wall early in the morning. The Great Wall was built during the Warring States period. After more than 2,000 years, it had become an icon of China. Some people even listed it as one of the 8 wonders of the world. This represented how important it was to the country. Every person who came to capital Zhe would come to the Great Wall. If not, the trip wouldn't be worthwhile. Wang Teng and his companions climbed the Great Wall casually. They looked at the beautiful sceneries around them and felt a magnificent aura assaulting their senses. Han Zhu took a photo and looked at the results. He nodded his head in satisfaction. Then he opened his mouth and said, "There's a saying that there's a divine dragon hiding below this wall. That's just a rumor. Dragons are mythical creatures." Du Yu shook his head. Even martial arts has appeared now. Also, many star beasts have the word dragon in their names. Although I've never seen them personally, it means that they exist. Hence, it's possible that there's a dragon below our capital city. Wan Baichu said, "If it really exists, which part of the Great Wall will the dragon be hiding in?" Wang Teng smiled and asked, "Who knows? China has many winding mountain ranges. There are many guesses as to where the best place for a real dragon nest is. Everyone has their own opinion. No conclusion has been reached so far." Wan Baichu shrugged. "That reminds me about something. I remember that some people claim to have seen the mythical creatures in certain mountains and rivers based on the experts' prediction. These creatures are similar to dragons, even if they aren't real mythical creatures. Some beasts might have mutated and grown to look like a dragon," Han Zhu said. "If the mythical creatures really exist, it will be fun." Wei Jing, the other lady in their group, smiled and said, "It might not be that fun. It might turn out to be a disaster." Han Zhu shook his head and replied. The atmosphere turned a little heavy after he said that. Earth was still able to control the situation now, but once a large number of frightening and powerful star beasts appeared, it would spell tragedy for the human race. The powerful martial warriors would protect the country, but there were too few of them. Everyone followed the flow of the crowd and walked forward. Suddenly, a commotion in front attracted their attention. "Come, let's take a look." Wan Baichu squeezed through the crowd and moved ahead. Han Zhu and the others shook their heads as they hurriedly followed her. At the same time, the discussions of the crowd entered their ears. Gradually, they frowned. "These Africans are outrageous. How dare they bully our people on our soil? Is there no one taking care of them? Let's go. They are martial warriors. We can't provoke them. Are we going to let them bully the young ladies without doing anything? What else can we do?" I saw a piece of news in the past. A few Africans bullied an old man who cleaned shoes. One person stood up for the old man, but he got beaten badly by the Africans. Do you know what happened after that? Let me tell you. The man who stood up got caught and had to pay the Africans for their medical bills. It was quite a large sum of money. What? Who will dare to help another person in the future? The crowd discussed among themselves, but no one dared to stand up. Some people even squeezed out of the crowd and left the scene sick. Wang Teng and his companions reached the front easily. 4 African young men were surrounding 2 ladies, flirting and teasing them. The ladies wanted to evade them, but the other party kept pestering them like flies and forced them into a corner. They even pulled their arms and prevented them from leaving. The 2 ladies were in a panic. They glanced at the crowd with fear and begging in their eyes, hoping that someone could help them. Many people couldn't bear to see them like this, but they instinctively evaded their gazes. To an average person, a matter like this was out of their capabilities. Han Zu and his companions were furious when they understood what happened. They wanted to help the ladies. Let the ladies go. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted in anger. 3 men walked out of the crowd. They pointed at the African youngsters and glared at them. The 4 African young men turned around. They were tall and muscular and had black skin. In addition, they were martial warriors, so their bodies were a bit larger. They gave off a strong force of presence that only martial warriors had. "Hey, this has nothing to do with you. Don't be a busybody." One of the African young men stared at them and said. The 3 men almost took a step back involuntarily because of the overwhelming aura of the African young men. However, they stopped themselves forcefully and mustered up their courage. "Who says this has nothing to do with us? These 2 ladies are our countrymen. How can you bully our countrymen in our country? This is our business." They were attracting the attention of the people at the scene. There were many Chinese here. If everyone gathered together, they would be able to scare the 4 African young men away. As expected, many people were filled with righteous indignation after hearing their words. They started making a clamor. "That's right. If you bully our countrymen, it is our business. Everyone, let's do it together. I don't believe that they dare to offend the crowd. This is China. This isn't a place for your indecency." Everyone had courage and uprightness in them, but as normal people, they couldn't afford to offend the strong. Thus, they could only choose to disregard it. Now, when someone took the lead and riled up everyone, it gave others the courage to stand up too. They joined the crowd. "I want to see who dares to be a busybody. Less." The 4 African young men weren't afraid when they saw this. Instead, their ruthlessness was triggered and viciousness flashed in their eyes. They acted immediately and rushed towards the 3 men first. They could tell that these 3 men were the ones stirring up the crowd. The others were just putting on a bold front and wouldn't dare to act. They were afraid of nothing, daring to injure someone in front of the whole crowd. How unbridled. The 4 African young men were all martial warriors. They raised their fists and aimed for the 3 men. The force of the punch created a whooshing sound. The 3 men turned pale in fear. The 3 youngsters were just ordinary people. They didn't expect the other party to act. Suddenly, they couldn't retaliate at all. Be careful. The 2 ladies that were pestered got anxious. They shouted to remind the men. The people around them also retreated in fright. They were terrified in their hearts, and some of them even closed their eyes. They didn't have the guts to see the tragedy that was about to happen. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound was heard. This didn't sound right. Everyone looked at the scene. They noticed that a few figures had appeared in front of the 3 men and had blocked the attacks of the Africans. There were 3 young men and a young lady. They stood there, tall and straight. It was Wang Teng and his companions. They appeared thin and weak in front of the 4 African young men, but everyone noticed that they were easily grabbing the men's fists. Martial warriors of our country. Only martial warriors could block the attack of martial warriors. Everyone regained their senses at once, and excitement appeared on their faces as they cheered. The 3 men heaved sighs of relief. They felt cold sweat on their backs, and their legs were a little weak. They were barely standing up. "Move back." Han Zu turned around and said. The 3 men nodded fervently. They held on to each other and retreated to the side. "You guys are seriously infuriating." Wang Teng looked at the 4 tall and black men in front of him. He smiled, revealing his white teeth. The 4 African young men struggled furiously. However, no matter how hard they tried, they were unable to break free from the 4 people's grip. Their expressions changed slightly. "Who are you?" "Us?" Han Zu's gaze was cold. "We are just here to defend our people." "How dare you touch us? Do you know who we are?" One of the African young men shouted. I don't care who you are. Even if the emperor came here, he wouldn't be able to save you." Wang Teng smiled angrily. He stopped talking nonsense with them and released his grip. Then he swept his leg and kicked the head of the African young man he had picked. Bang! The African young man's big and bulky body flew out immediately and slammed heavily on the city wall. One side of his cheeks was swollen. Mark, the other 3 African young men were flabbergasted when they saw their companion getting hit. "How dare you hit him? You're dead! You're dead! You hear?" They shouted in shock and anger. "I don't know if we're dead, but you all are confirmed dead." Wan Baichu felt indignant in her heart. She punched out and hit the nose of the African young man in front of her. Crack! Along with a crisp sound, blood spurted out of the nose. The African young man hurriedly covered his nose and screamed in pain, tears and mucus dripping down his face. "You bitch, you're dead. You still have the guts to spout nonsense." Wan Baichu raised her eyebrows. She kicked the person without any mercy, causing him to fly a few meters back and tumbling on the ground. On the other side, Han Zhu and Du Yu made their moves too. They beat the other 2 African young men until they rolled on the ground with swollen faces. They were all martial warriors, but in front of Wang Teng and his companions, they had no chances of retaliating. They could only get beaten. "This feels good." Wang Teng and his companions only stopped after hitting the African young men for some time. They sighed and felt refreshed. "Go away. Otherwise, we'll hit you again if we see you." Wang Teng kicked the African young man's butt and shouted. The 4 African young men left instantly with hatred and bitterness in their eyes. Chapter 339, Eve. The crowd couldn't help but cheer loudly when they saw the 4 foreign young men fleeing with their tails between their legs. Thunderous applause erupted on this section of the wall. This was how humans were. They didn't dare to voice up for certain matters, but they always hoped that a hero would appear. Wang Teng and his companions fulfilled their hero dreams. The 2 victim ladies heaved a huge sigh of relief and came forward. They thanked Wang Teng and his companions gratefully. "Thank you for saving us just now." "You're welcome. It's not a big deal." Wan Baichu waved her hands casually. Wang Teng and his companions didn't really take it to heart. To them, it was a piece of cake. The 3 men came forward and thanked them too. If it weren't for Wang Teng and his companions, they might be dead. "Although your intention was good, you should be careful in the future when you meet a similar situation," Han Zhu reminded them. "We didn't think that they would actually attack normal people." The 3 men smiled bitterly. They still felt fearful when they remembered the scene just now. Anything is possible. Most martial warriors won't attack a normal person, but there's no lack of reckless people. "Be careful in the future," Han Zhu said. The 3 men were grateful. They nodded furiously. The 2 ladies turned and said to them, "Thank you for speaking up just now." "You're welcome, you're welcome. We are countrymen. Anyone will step up if they see this." The 3 men waved their hands hurriedly in embarrassment. The 2 ladies gave a forced smile after this matter. They knew clearly that not everyone dared to stand up when faced with this situation. After exchanging some polite remarks, Wang Teng and his companions left. The people around them and the 3 men and 2 ladies started guessing Wang Teng and his companions' identities. "They are so young. They must be here for the competition. Of course, if not, why are they so strong? The 4 foreign youths couldn't even resist. They were beaten up badly. I wish that I was as strong as them." Some people were envious, some were jealous, and some felt respect towards them. The 2 ladies and the 3 men exchanged WeChat. It looked like there might be good things happening in the future. However, the numbers didn't match. There were 2 ladies and 3 men. Someone would have to be alone. Wang Teng and his companions went to tour the imperial palace after they finished looking at the Great Wall. The day ended quickly. At night, they found an authentic and old Mongolian hot pot restaurant for dinner. "We're lucky we came early. If we had arrived a little later, there might have been no seats left." After they ordered their dishes and were preparing to eat, they saw customers streaming into the restaurant. They felt fortunate. The mutton used by the restaurant wasn't ordinary. It had been washed by force. so the meat was more tender and juicy. It was like star beast meat and was delicious. This was how the shop got famous. Many more were attracted by its fame, and there was a constant stream of customers. Delicious. Han Zu took a piece of mutton and dipped it in chili sauce. He placed it in his mouth, even though it was steaming hot. Sweat poured down his head as he ate. Wan Baichu and the others weren't slow either. As martial warriors, their appetite was amazing. Despite chatting with each other, they still stuffed food in their mouths continuously. Was it all right to hit those foreign young men today? Wang Teng ate a mouthful of vegetables and asked, "Don't worry, our president said that as long as we are in the right, the school will back us up even if the sky falls. Do you think we were wrong today?" Wan Baichu winked at him and sniggered. Wang Teng looked at Han Zu and Du Yu. They were chuckling too. Their expressions seemed meaningful. Wang Teng felt a little speechless when he saw their faces. They had obviously done this many times before. They were wily old foxes. He was worried for nothing, hence he stopped mentioning this matter. They continued eating outside the restaurant. Snow fell from the sky, and the temperature dropped. Inside, though, it was warm and lively. Tomorrow was the national #1 martial arts competition, so they had to go back early. After they finished eating, they stopped loitering outside and drove back to the hotel. Sometime later, around 8 p.m., Peng Yuanshan and the other heads gathered everyone in their room. "Did you have fun for the past 2 days?" Peng Yuanshan smiled and asked. "Not bad. Not bad." Everyone exchanged glances and chuckled. "You have played well. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony. It's time to be serious." Peng Yuanshan retracted his smile and said sternly. "Yes," Hanju and the others replied. "Many factions are participating in the competition, so the opening ceremony will be a little tedious. Tomorrow is where everyone will meet and listen to the higher authorities' useless speeches. There's nothing to take notice of. However, there's one thing you have to pay attention to." Peng Yuanshan paused and scanned everyone. Everyone's attention was attracted to him. The martial arts competition was just too important, so they didn't dare to be careless. Furthermore, President Peng was reminding them personally. Tomorrow, the First University, Capital Military Academy, and many other students from the top universities, as well as the talented martial warriors from factions all over the world, will appear. You need to take note of your opponents. After the competition starts, when you're free, you can look at their fights. Knowing your opponents will give you a better chance of winning, Peng Yuanshan finally added. "We understand." Hanju and the others nodded. "All right." Peng Yuanshan glanced at everyone. He wasn't worried about the other students, but Wang Teng. This fellow always appeared indifferent. He wondered if he truly understood his advice. "Wang Teng, be serious during the competition. You're not the only talent in the world. There's always someone more powerful than you. Don't fall here. Otherwise, you won't be able to answer to your master," Peng Yuanshan said, feeling his head hurt. Wang Teng was speechless. Was there some misunderstanding? He was calm because he felt that his ability was enough, so there was no need to be too nervous or serious. It wasn't because he didn't care. However, President Peng seemed to feel that he was too arrogant and singled him out. He couldn't explain himself, though. In the end, he nodded in frustration and replied, "President, don't worry. I won't look down on any opponents." Peng Yuanshan nodded. He didn't repeat himself. Once was enough. Wang Teng wasn't a child that needed to be watched all the time. That's all. If there's nothing, you can leave. Have a good rest. Peng Yuanshan dismissed everyone after he finished his reminders. Wang Teng said good night to his companions and went back to his room. Everyone went to rest. That night, the hotel wasn't as crowded as the past 2 days. It turned quiet early at night. Everyone seemed to be making preparations for the national #1 martial arts competition tomorrow. Chapter 340. The start of the national #1 martial arts competition. The next day, the national #1 martial arts competition started officially. The Dragon's Den was packed bright and early in the morning. Reporters surrounded the building, squeezing to the front of the crowd while clicking their cameras non-stop. A black sedan drove over from afar. It slowly came to a stop outside the dragon's den. Someone came down from the car. Quick, take a picture. Look, the president of the Martial Arts Association is here, too. That is the governor. The bosses arrived at the scene one by one. Under the protection of the staff, they strode into the dragon's den. The people outside were excited and kept talking with each other. It was hard to see these bosses during normal times. Now all of them had appeared in one place. They didn't know where to look, feeling like they had expanded their horizon. When they went back, they could boast that they saw this and that person in capital Asia. Lingxuan and her roommates had arrived a long time ago. They came to capital CA a few days earlier, just like Wang Teng. They had been playing for 2 days, but they didn't meet each other. After all, capital CA was huge, and their itinerary might not be the same. Tan Shasha smiled and tiptoed. She glanced around her and said directly, "Chuan, why didn't I see your love?" "What do you mean by love? Don't say that." Lingxuan immediately turned red. "Ha ha." Tan Shasha laughed evilly. Shu Hongye pursed her lips and smiled. "The important figures will come first before the participants. However, I heard that they will go through a special passageway. Speaking about it, I wonder if our seniors have a chance of entering the top 10, Tan Shasha suddenly said. "It's hard to say. The national #1 martial arts competition is filled with talents. Our Donghai University never had a good ranking in the past," Shu Hongye said dejectedly. "What about Hanghai Military Academy?" Lingxuan couldn't help but ask. "Oh my, Chuhan, you're here, but your heart is somewhere else. This is outrageous." Shu Hongye pretended to be angry. "I'm not. I'm just asking." Lingxuan felt embarrassed. Was she too obvious? "I remember that Senior Xiao Yunfen has good feelings towards Chuhan. He never stopped looking at you during the last school event." Tian Xiao nudged Lingxuan. "I think so too. Chuhan Senior Xiao Yunfen is outstanding. I heard that the Ali Corporation has high hopes for him and signed a contract with him already. He has a bright future ahead. Do you want to consider him?" Shu Hongye teased her. "There's nothing between us. We never met each other again after the school event." "Don't talk about this or I'll get angry," Lingxuan said sternly. All right. We're just joking. Look at how agitated you are." Shu Hongye noticed that she really was unhappy this time, so she shrugged and stopped teasing her. She continued, "Hanghai is stronger than us. Normally they can enter the top 10. They even got into the top 3 last year. That was their record high. However, it's hard to tell if they can get into the top 3 again. After all, the competition for the top 3 positions is strong. Look, another important figure is here." Tan Shasha suddenly shouted. Glaring lights shone continuously. One could always believe in the reporter's lightning speed. "It's CEO Ma from Alibaba." That's the car of Tencent's CEO. They came together so punctual. Many top figures in the business world have come today. Besides reporters, the hosts from various live broadcast channels were present too. The atmosphere was bustling, and the splendor of the occasion surpassed anything seen yet. The bosses entered the venue quickly. Then the staff opened the audience passage and allowed the audience to enter the venue. The crowd was already getting impatient. Once the passageway was opened, they started pushing one another to get in. The entire Dragon's Den was close to 300,000 square meters. There were close to 10,000 audience seats, and it could hold many people. The audience surged into Dragon's Den through the different passageways. Very soon the Dragon's Den was packed, and no seat was left empty. A vibrant and boisterous atmosphere filled up the entire venue. It was electric. Keeping the large numbers in mind, the entrance alone took more than 20 minutes. A lot of staff was present to maintain order. The internal arrangement of the Dragon's Den was unique. There were big and small arenas scattered around the venue. The arenas at the edge were smaller. The closer they got to the center, the bigger their size became. In the middle, there was a high platform with tables and chairs on it. All the important figures were already seated on the platform in the middle. Suddenly, someone stood up and shouted, "Silence." His voice wasn't loud, and he didn't use any loudspeakers. However, his voice formed sound waves that spread throughout the venue. It covered all the other noises. Everyone turned quiet. He was a formidable martial warrior. Everyone please maintain silence and find your seats. The martial arts competition is a grand national event. I hope that everyone will treat it with respect. The audience immediately turned quiet. They could sense the respect the important figures placed on this event. Most of the people present were ordinary. Although they didn't understand martial arts, they still felt something special. The martial warrior glanced around and nodded in satisfaction. Now let me announce the official launch of the national #1 martial arts competition. Everyone was stunned. Shouldn't the leader's speech be long and lengthy? Shouldn't the important figures reveal themselves one by one? This wasn't how the script should go. The audience was used to hearing long-winded speeches from their leaders, so they couldn't get used to this pace. At that moment, voices suddenly came from the loudspeakers. Ladies and gentlemen, nice to meet you. I'm the martial arts commentator, Zhang Jun. I'm the martial arts commentator, Su Shao. We'll be hosting the national #1 martial arts competition this time. More than 10 large screens were hanging in mid-air in the middle of the dragon's den. At the moment, the cameras were focused on a lady and a man. Zhang Jun and Su Shao, they are commentators for CCTV. What a surprise. Many people recognized the two people on the screen, and a commotion arose in the spectator stands. Zhang Jun's voice came from the screen again. I'm delighted to be hosting this martial arts competition. Now, let me explain the rules of the competition. The competition will be in single-player elimination mode. The opponents will be picked randomly by the computer. There are 108 arenas in Dragon's Den. They will be split into 16 sections, and competitions will be held simultaneously in these sections until the top 16 appear. Of course, to be fair, there will be a revival system too. Some martial warriors who lost can return to the arena through the revival matches and continue the competition. After the top 16 are out, they will continue the ranking competitions in the big central arena and fight for the championship title. Today is the opening ceremony, so let's meet the young and talented martial warriors from all around our country. Zhang Jun paused at this moment. Then Su Shao opened her mouth. Now let's welcome all the talented martial warriors from the various universities and factions. Chapter 341, a gathering of talents on the screen as Zhang Jun and Su Shao announced the entrance of the participants. High-spirited music started playing all around the venue. A row of people walked out from the participants' passageway. Zhang Jun flipped the documents in his hand and said, "First, we have last year's champion, the First University. The most outstanding young martial warriors are all in the First University. There will always be 1 or 2 astonishing talents every year. This time, once again, they are strong contenders for the championship title. The leader of the First University is the famous Ji Xiaming. Ji Xiaming is the top martial arts scholar of 05 batch in capital Xia. He was specially admitted into the First University as a 1-star soldier-level martial warrior. The First University made great efforts to groom him over the past 4 years, and Ji Xiaming didn't disappoint them. He displayed incomparable talent and has always come out at the top of the list. He's the leading figure of the First University. Su Shao took over the conversation and said, Ji Xiaming is a rare talent indeed. I'm sure that he will perform well in this national #1 martial arts competition. Everyone please look at the team that's entering the stage. The first student is Ji Xiaming. He's quite a handsome young man, too. As the commentator introduced the entrance, the audience saw a row of youngsters walking into the dragon's den through the participants' passageway. The person in the lead was a tall young man with a sword behind his back. His eyebrows were straight and slanting upwards, and his eyes were bright like stars. His aura was exceptional, his appearance handsome and charismatic, so handsome. Many ladies screamed unconsciously when they saw him. They were mesmerized in an instant. G.X. Xiaming. Some ladies who knew him kept waving their hands and shouting his name. They looked like they had seen an idol or a celebrity. It looks like Ji Xiaming is very popular. The competition hasn't started yet, but there are already so many ladies cheering for him. Not many people can receive this treatment? Su Xiao smiled and said, I feel a little jealous. Zhang Jun laughed. He's like fresh meat while you're a piece of old bacon. How can you even compare? Su Xiao teased him. I can't. Even if I was 10 years younger, I can't fight with him. Zhang Jun furiously waved his hands. The two commentators livened up the atmosphere with their casual and light-hearted conversation. The audience couldn't help but laugh along. These two commentators are quite interesting, Tan Shasha said to her roommates. Of course they are CCTV commentators, a pair of professionals, Shu Hongye said. Ji Xiaming is so handsome, just a little less than little brother Wang Teng. However, his aura is outstanding. It adds points to his overall appearance. Tan Shasha smiled. Lingxuan and Shu Hongye rolled their eyes uncontrollably. She was love-struck again. Senior Ji Xiaming is very popular. Almost all the university students know him. He's the idol of many ladies, Shu Hongye added. Is he very powerful? Asked Lingxuan. Very. The commentators weren't exaggerating when they said that he's a leading figure, Shu Hongye replied. As the three of them were conversing, Ji Xiaming had already led the other students from the first university to the arena closest to the central platform. The standing positions of the universities were decided based on last year's ranking. The first place would stand on the first area, and so forth. Next, we have the team from Capital Military Academy. Capital Military Academy is the first military academy in our country. It produces many military talents for our country every year. The martial warriors they groom are always fighting on the front line, sacrificing their lives for the country on the battlefield. They are fearless and deserve our respect. The leader of the Capital Military Academy is Luo Cheng. Luo Cheng is the 05 batch's top martial arts scholar. He belongs to an ordinary background and aspires to join the army. He entered Capital Military Academy as an extreme martial disciple. His ability rose tremendously in the past 4 years, and he has killed many enemies on the battlefield. The commentator's introduction caused everyone to turn their attention to the leader of the Capital Military Academy. A young man in military uniform strode onto the second area. He had a crew cut, and his features were distinct. He remained calm under everyone's stares, giving people a stern and mature image. The audience couldn't help but exclaim how impressive this young man was, as expected of a talent groomed by the Capital Military Academy. This is quite interesting. Last year, the fight for the second and third positions was extremely fierce. What's more, both of the competitors came from military academies, but in the end, Capital Military Academy won by a slight margin and achieved second place. The Military Academy in third place comes from the south. They are one of the top 5 universities in the country, Shanghai Military Academy. Now, let's welcome the students from Shanghai Military Academy, who have come all the way from Donghai. Zhang Jun's voice echoed throughout the venue. A row of students walked out from the passageway under the audience's cheers. They were wearing military uniforms too, but the design was different from Capital Military Academy's uniform. It made the students appear taller. As they walked, they gave off the presence of military students. Shu Hongye turned and smiled at Lingxuan. Wang Teng's here. Yes. Lingxuan nodded. She looked at the group of students that came out and saw the familiar figure. Little brother Wang Teng is so handsome when he wears a military uniform. Tan Shasha clutched her heart. She was smitten. As expected, little brother Wang Teng is more handsome. Shu Hongye went speechless. This lady was hopeless. Lingxuan didn't hear her roommates chatter at all. Instead, her gaze was fixed on that familiar figure. This was the first time she saw him in military uniform. This fellow indeed looks quite handsome when he dresses like this, she wondered to herself. The leader of Shanghai Military Academy is Han Zu. Han Zu is the top martial arts scholar in the 05 batch. He entered university as an extreme martial disciple and has great potential. I wonder if he will give us surprises during the competition, Zhang Jun said. I'm anticipating his match with Luo Cheng. Su Zhao smiled and said, I hope that they will meet each other. It will be a fierce fight between two evenly matched participants. Zhang Jun replied. On the arena, Luo Cheng lowered his head and looked at Han Zu. When their gazes met in midair, sparks seemed to be flying. Their eyes were equally sharp and proud. Han Zu sported a crew cut too. His features were mature, and both opponents' auras appeared similar. But in comparison, Luo Cheng felt a bit flamboyant, while Han Zu was like a piece of steel that had been forged multiple times, reserved and blunt. The audience couldn't help but compare the two of them. They happily discussed their abilities and anticipated their matches. Oh, right, there's another person from Honghai Military Academy who has received great attention this year. Zhang Jun suddenly remembered something. You must be referring to the top scholar of the martial arts exam in Donghai this year, Wang Teng. Su Xiao picked up from where he left. You're right. Some people might not know, but Wang Teng was already a one-star soldier-level marital warrior when he entered university, just like Ji Xiaoming. I heard that the first university sent someone to Donghai to enroll him, but he chose to stay in his hometown. He went to Honghai Military Academy in the end. Zhang Jun flipped through the documents in his hand as he explained. The audience's curiosity was ignited. Only the martial warriors circle knew that Honghai Military Academy had sent a freshman for this competition. Ordinary people didn't understand the significance of this decision. They only knew the names of a few famous and young martial warriors like Ji Xiaoming, Luo Cheng, and Han Zhu. The people who already knew this matter were in deep thought. They shot a questioning gaze at Wang Teng, who was standing among the students of Honghai Military Academy. Many important figures followed Wang Teng with interest, after all. This was the first time in many years a university had decided to send a freshman to the competition. It made them curious. Unfortunately, when they glanced at Wang Teng, they couldn't glean anything from his expression. Wang Teng's ability seemed to be covered by a mist. They couldn't tell what his true ability was. Did he use a special method to cover up his cultivation? Many people frowned, their interest in him getting stronger. Ji Xiaoming lowered his head and looked at Wang Teng when he heard that Wang Teng had also entered university as a one-star soldier-level martial warrior and even rejected the offer from the first university. Wang Teng didn't expect the commentators to call his name. Sending the numerous gazes shooting towards him from all corners, he felt a little helpless. When you're too impressive, you will be in the limelight wherever you go. Sigh, I feel so helpless sometimes. Suddenly, he felt an intense gaze locked at him. He looked up involuntarily and met Ji Xiaoming's eyes. This fellow is a little handsome. However, I'm still better looking than him. Surprisingly, Wang Teng arrived at the same conclusion as Tan Shasha when he saw Ji Xiaoming's appearance. If he knew that Tan Shasha had the same thinking, he would immediately make her his confidant. Wang Teng glanced at Ji Xiaoming. Their gazes were intent and their expressions were indifferent. After some time, they shifted their eyes away. Interesting, in the audience stand, Shu Hongye said. Wang Teng was specially mentioned by the commentators. This time he will receive even more attention. Will someone try to play tricks on him? Asked Lingxuan worriedly. You're getting muddle-headed. This is a grand event, and many important people are paying close attention to it. Who would dare to play tricks here? You're just too worried. However, there will be people wanting to test his ability after the competition starts, Shu Hongye replied. How strong is little brother Wang Teng now? Tan Shasha asked with a smile. I'm not sure. I hope that he can get a good ranking, Lingxuan said. Shu Hongye shook her head. She didn't think highly of Wang Teng. This was a huge gathering of talents, after all. He was just a freshman, so the difference in their abilities was vast. The result might not be good on the other side of the audience stand. Li Shumei pulled Wang Shengguo and said excitedly, Our son, that is our son. She felt proud. Chapter 342, hearing about sects for the first time. Wang Teng wouldn't have imagined that his parents were also here in capital Zaya. They came to view his matches personally. He was worried that there might be deaths and injuries in the arena, so he didn't inform them. He didn't want them to worry. However, he had underestimated the attention parents gave to their children. How could they not know of such an important matter? They wouldn't have cared if Wang Teng didn't participate, but since he was a candidate, they must come and see him in action. Li Shumei and Wang Shengguo didn't understand the martial warrior's world that much. They only knew that becoming a martial warrior could bring glory to their ancestors. The national #1 martial arts competition was a grand event. The government organized it personally, and it was internationally renowned. They felt extremely proud to be a part of this event. Their son was so promising. Grandpa Wang wanted to come too, but he was getting old. Everyone persuaded him to sit tight at home. In the end, he decided to stay and watch the live broadcast. Wang Teng's appearance caused a huge commotion. Many people were talking about him. No one knew how strong he was and why Huanghing Military Academy sent this freshman for the competition. Maybe he wasn't that weak either, and the main reason was to let him experience the martial arts competition for future preparations. Some live stream channels were also broadcasting the competition. There were even people setting up betting stands, wagering on Wang Teng's ability and what ranking he would achieve. Instantly, numerous people placed their bets. Public opinion varied, and the topic remained trending for a long time. Wang Teng wouldn't have guessed that his appearance could cause such a huge reaction. Everyone was debating about him. All right, Wang Teng is very handsome, we know, but can everyone stop staring at him? Let's give some time to the other students too. After the Hanghai Military Academy, we have Zhang Jun opened his mouth once again and continued his commentary. All the famous universities appeared one by one in front of the audience. Then the other factions made their entrance. It was an eye-opener for normal people. This was when they knew that there were so many martial warrior organizations in the country. Of course, some of them were already aware since this martial arts competition had been hosted many times. Hence, they weren't surprised. Following the entrance of every faction, the commentator would introduce them briefly to the audience. The Lighting Martial House is one of the top 3 martial arts academies in the country. This time, we have Ren Qingchang as their leader. I'm sure all of you are familiar with this young martial warrior. He's the direct disciple of the president of Lighting Martial House and is extremely talented. I heard that he is determined to get the championship title for this martial arts competition. Suddenly, a name caught Wang Teng's attention. Ren Qingchang? Was it that Ren Qingchang? Wang Teng had a sudden thought as he looked at the person in the lead. This was a young man around 20 years old. He had long hair with sharp features. He was exceptionally handsome and arrogant, and his aura was distant and cold. This fellow seems like a show-off. Wang Teng pouted and complained in his heart. Ren Qingchang raised his head as if he had sensed Wang Teng's gaze. Wang Teng smiled at him, revealing his pearly white teeth. Ren Qingchang was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered something and squinted his eyes slightly. He had heard the commentator's introduction just now. This was Wang Teng from Hanghai Military Academy. He couldn't remember who he was just by listening to the name, but memories flashed in his mind when he saw his face. This was probably the young man his grandfather had told him about. A glimmer flashed past his eyes before he looked away from Wang Teng. He was just a freshman. No matter how talented he was, how strong could he be? This was a nobody whom he could get rid of during the competition. Is he looking down on me? Wang Teng smiled when he saw his reaction. In the past, he had heard that Ren Qingchang was a 6-star soldier-level martial warrior. He wondered what stage he was at now. I hope that he won't disappoint me. Zhang Jun continued his commentary. Qianyuan sect is the top sect in our country, second to none. It has a long history. Ever since the Force invaded Earth, their legacy started shining with a newfound brilliance. Recently, Qianyuan sect has accepted many gifted disciples because of their strong legacy. Among the participants for this year's martial arts competition, we have an extremely talented young martial warrior. He's the young master of the Qianyuan sect, Zhao Yuanwu. Wang Teng was stunned when he heard Zhang Jun's introduction. Sect. There are sects in this world. There was rarely any information on sects available online. Even if something was found, most people would think that it was a rumor and couldn't be trusted. After all, in modern society, sects sounded a little ancient. Even though they were martial warriors, they were new-era martial warriors. They would either take the martial arts exam or join a martial arts academy. Sects were scarce. However, some people had insider information and looked astounded after being in a daze for a moment. Those sects are appearing in front of the public now. A few more sects appeared after the first one. These factions hadn't participated in martial arts competitions in the past, hence they were the last to make an appearance. Time passed quickly. The opening ceremony was boring in comparison to the rest of the competition, but the audience enjoyed it. They were curious about the young martial warriors, commenting from head to feet excitedly. Many important figures were sitting on the second floor in the audience seats. At this moment, someone smiled and said, "There are several top-tier talents in this batch. It will be a heated competition. Although there are many talents, my disciple Ren Qingtang is destined to suppress the crowd. There's no doubt that he will be the champion." One of the muscular hunks laughed arrogantly. This person was the president of Lighting Martial House, Lei Zhenting. "President Lei, it's too early to draw conclusions now," a carefree, middle-aged man sniggered. "Ye Jixin, don't worry about me. This year, your Jixin Martial House doesn't have any presentable, talented martial warriors in your ranks." Lei Zhenting smiled and said, "The carefree, middle-aged man was the famous president of Jixin Martial House. If Wang Teng saw his appearance, he might be dumbfounded." "Are you sure?" Yi Jixin replied indifferently. "I heard that Wang Teng is from your Jixin Martial House, right?" Someone at the side jumped into their conversation. "Indeed, he's from my Jixin Martial House. I didn't expect Huanghai to let him participate in the martial arts competition," Ye Jixin said with a strange gaze. "Old Wu? Why did you start paying attention to him? Wang Teng will have a chance to win the competition a few years later. This year he's just joining in the fun," Lei Zhenting said nonchalantly. "I heard that Jixin Martial House gave him an SSS grade proposal," the president of Balian Martial House, Wu Lian, said. "I remember it now. My subordinates did mention this matter to me." "Yi Jixin, is this fellow really worth the price?" Lei Zhenting asked in bewilderment. "You will know whether it's worth it or not later," Yi Jixin said. What are you acting so mysterious for? You are so evasive," Lei Zhenting said with disdain. "Ha ha 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 ha." Wu Lian burst out laughing when he heard this. "What happy things are you all talking about?" An ordinary-looking scrawny man walked over at this moment. "Mr. Ma?" The three presidents turned around and saw CEO Ma from Alibaba. They smiled and greeted him. Their martial arts academies had long-term collaborations with Alibaba, so they knew him personally. "We're talking about this year's participants," Wu Lian smiled and replied. "Mr. Ma, you must be looking for people to bring into your company." "Of course, martial warriors are strategic resources. Businesses need their help, too," Mr. Ma said. "Mr. Ma, has anyone in particular caught your attention?" Lei Zhenting asked. "I can't touch the students from the military academies, but I feel that your disciple, Ren Qingchang, is not bad," Mr. Ma smiled and said. "Ha ha ha, you've got good taste. We can have a chat after the competition." Lei Zhenting laughed and replied on the screen. Zhang Jun slowly opened his mouth. "All the competitors have entered the venue. I'm sure that everyone has a brief understanding of them now. If you want to know them better, you will have to wait for the competition to start. I dare to say that there will be many elite figures emerging from these participants many years later. Some of them may even become general stage martial warriors." There was an uproar from the crowd. General stage martial warriors? To many ordinary people, general stage martial warriors were an indomitable presence, just like the three presidents of the martial arts academies and the generals in the military. They were all big shots. Hence, they were dumbstruck when the commentator said that some of the young martial warriors would become such mighty figures in the future. Of course, many of them found it reasonable. After all, these young martial warriors were all gifted. Given enough time to grow, many of them could reach the general stage. This is the end of the opening ceremony. We will now raise our flag and play our national anthem. Please leave the venue in an orderly manner. The national anthem sounded after the commentator finished speaking. Everyone looked towards the center where the flag was rising steadily. Everyone left. The opening ceremony was screened to the entire country through various media. It was even transmitted to other nations. A rumpus had occurred on the internet. Many people were talking about the national #1 martial arts competition, commenting on the participants from the various universities and factions. More and more people took notice of this event, and it trended higher and higher on the internet. The next day, in the morning at Dragon's Den, the audience stands were packed with people, and discussions never stopped for a single moment. At 8 a.m. sharp, the name list for the duels was revealed on the screen. The zone number and the arena number were displayed too. Wang Teng searched for his name. His opponent was a fourth-year student from Jinlin University, looking at the name. It wasn't a famous talent, Arena 66. Wang Teng smiled when he saw his arena number. This number was good. He found the arena and stepped onto it. The judge was already in position. His opponent had arrived too. You will have some time to prepare. When I shout start, you can start the competition. Once someone admits defeat or loses his ability to fight, the duel will end. The judge was a martial warrior, and he wasn't weak. If there was a need, he could step in to stop the participants and prevent accidents from happening. Wang Teng nodded to show that he understood. After some time, the judge blew the whistle and shouted, "Start, 1-6, can mean amazing in Chinese." Chapter 343, Reappearance of the Brick, Dragon's Den. The much-anticipated national #1 martial arts competition was hot in progress. The different media and live broadcast channels were all streaming the competitions live. Everyone wanted to see different things. Some wanted to see hot favorites for the champion like Ji Xiaming and Ren Qingchang. Others had their attention on Luo Cheng, Han Zhu, and the other military students. To many people, joining the army was their dream. There might be a few generals arising from these military students. No one knew what the future held for them. If that happened, they could boast that they had personally witnessed the rise of an important figure. Some people watched out for the participants from the sects. This was the first time the general public had heard of sects, so they were extremely curious about them. They wanted to know how powerful they were. Ji Xiaoming and Ren Qingchang were favorites for the championship, but before the results were out, anything could happen. There might be a black horse who could take the #1 title unexpectedly, and this black horse might come from the various sects. After all, this was the sect's first time in this competition. If they wanted to make a name for themselves overnight, they needed to display some real power. For instance, they needed a talented disciple who could get a good ranking in the competition. That way, the sect would gain considerable fame. Many people went to look at Wang Teng, other participants, as well as important figures. Wang Teng's opponent was a fourth-year student from Jinlin University called Fei Ning. The president of the martial arts department in Jinlin University was sitting on the second floor of the audience stand. He smiled at Peng Yuanshan and said, "Old Peng, your little fellow's going to fight with our Fei Ning. I'm afraid that his chances of winning are slim." "I don't think so." Peng Yuanshan remained calm as he stared at the arena. "Fei Ning is our top 7 student. There's no need for me to explain his ability, right? Do you think that Wang Teng will have a chance? He might, if he had met a normal martial arts student, but you should know the abilities of our students. Even if Fei Ning is just no 7, he has the capability to suppress the top students of other universities," the president of Jinlin University's martial arts department said sternly. "I remember you also wanted to pull Wang Teng into your university." Peng Yuanshan didn't reply to him. Instead, he asked him a question. Yan Kang's gaze flickered. He smiled and replied, "Yes. Unfortunately, he chose your university. If he had come to Jinlin, he might have received more attention." "Let's wait and see," Peng Yuanshan replied without much explanation. Lingxuan was a little worried as she sat in the spectator stands. That Fei Ning looks powerful. Do you think our son can win? We need to believe him. Wang Shengguo was nervous too, but he still smiled and comforted his wife. On the other side, Lin Chuhan was focusing on Wang Teng's match as well. It was his first match, so they felt concerned for him since they didn't know Wang Teng's ability. His opponent is from Jinlin University. The students from top universities are better than the ones from normal schools, Shu Hongye said. It shouldn't be a problem, Lin Chuhan said, anxiously assuring herself at the same time. I hope so. If not, he will be humiliated. There are so many people watching him. If he got eliminated instantly, he would turn into a joke. Shu Hongye smiled bitterly. Stop being so negative. Let's support little brother Wang Teng. Tan Shasha was much more optimistic than them. She cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, Little brother Wang Teng, all the best. She didn't care whether Wang Teng could hear it or not. The audience members around her were shocked when they turned and saw that it was a young lady. They smiled at her kindly. It was 2009, but history had taken a huge turn. The development of this era was way ahead of the original timeline. For instance, in the original timeline, live streaming got popular only in 2015. However, in this era, it was already widespread. There were even martial arts streamers, who especially streamed martial arts competitions. This was a product of this era. These martial arts streamers were famous with many followers. At this moment, many streamers were streaming the competition live, most of them focusing on the hot favorites candidates for the championship title. They didn't care about the unpopular competitors. But there was a popular live streamer who decided to be unique by streaming Wang Teng's competition. When the competition started, the live streamer faced the camera and said, Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm the most handsome martial arts live streamer, General Bai. I'm sure all of you are familiar with this young man called Wang Teng. Today, I'll only be streaming Wang Teng's competition. The moment General Bai finished speaking, a commotion erupted in his live stream room. No, we want to see Ji Ximing. We want to see Ren Qingtang. Old Bai. Don't ruin yourself. You should broadcast Ji Ximing and the other famous martial warriors' competitions. Wang Teng might be popular, but not many people wish to see him. Your viewers will run away if you stream his matches. That's right. We prefer to watch Ji Ximing and the others' matches. Give me my Ji Ximing. I don't want to see Wang Teng. Oh my God, you're looking for death. Bullshit. I want to see Wang Teng's match. I even bet 100 RMB on him. Who dares to bet with me? The comments in General Bai's room were heavily tilted to one side. His heart dropped. Broadcasting Wang Teng's match was a massive decision for him. He had pondered about it long and hard. If Wang Teng lost his first match, he could immediately move to other arenas and broadcast the popular matches. Even if some viewership was lost, he could gain it back quickly. But what if Wang Teng won? This match would be a huge piece of news, and his live stream would also benefit from it. There weren't many people broadcasting Wang Teng's match. As the first in line, viewers would recognize him, and naturally, they would come to his live stream room. That was why he took the risk and chose Wang Teng, but the situation now made him anxious. Everyone knew that it wasn't easy to gain viewers for a live streamer. However, it was easy to lose popularity. A single mistake, and the fans would scatter in a single day. However, he had already announced his decision, so he couldn't slap his own face. He had to continue the live broadcast in the arena. After the judge announced the start of the duel, Wang Teng and Fei Ning stood still. Fei Ning held a huge blade. He wore a calm expression as he stared straight at Wang Teng. I'm very curious why you took part in this year's national #1 martial arts competition. You should know what kind of competition this is. Yes, I heard that there are many talents here, so I came to take a look, Wang Teng replied indifferently. You won't be able to walk far with this mentality, Fei Ning said. Senior Fei Ning, do you think that you will definitely win? Wang Teng smiled gently. What else? Fei Ning raised his eyebrows. In that case, you can send me down the arena personally. Wang Teng beckoned the other party. Aren't you going to use a weapon? I don't need to. You're too conceited. Fei Ning's gaze turned cold, a hint of anger on his face. Finally, he stopped talking and strode forward. "Make your move. You only have one chance," Wang Teng said fearlessly. The moment he said this, mayhem occurred in General Bai's live broadcast room. What a haughty young man. He's so full of himself. Why do I find him irritating? Huh. Wang Teng seems a little more handsome than Ji Xiaming. The person above. Did a dog eat your principles? A moment ago you said that you were Ji Xiaming's fan. I haven't seen someone as ignorant as you in a long time. Fei Ning smiled in contempt. He didn't take out his blade. Instead, he walked towards Wang Teng step by step. He wanted to scare him away with his aura, subduing his opponent without fighting. This was his first match. He knew that he wasn't as popular as the people before him, so he wanted to win this match beautifully and gain attention from the giant corporations. Who could predict the future? After he graduated, they might even headhunt him. That would be perfect. What is this fellow doing? Wang Teng felt speechless. He doesn't seem like an intelligent person. Why didn't he use his sword when I asked him to? Is he courting death? Fei Ning came closer and closer. At this short distance, an evil smile crept up at the edge of Wang Teng's lips. In the blink of an eye, a brick appeared in his hand, and he smashed it at Fei Ning's sneak attack. Fei Ning didn't take it to heart when he saw Wang Teng's actions. He even felt disdain. What was the point of a sneak attack during a confrontation? But the next second, he was flabbergasted. Within a split second, the flying object arrived in front of him. I can't dodge. Fei Ning's pupils constricted. He realized that he couldn't catch up with his opponent's speed at all. He was dumbstruck. Bang! With a dull thud, the object slammed onto Fei Ning's head. Why is it so fast? Fei Ning's eyes rolled back. The instant this thought flashed past his mind, he lost consciousness. He fell to the ground. Silence. There was dead silence. Even the commentator got attracted by the situation on this side, he shouted. What happened? What happened just now? Arena 66, Wang Teng and Fei Ning, one hit and Fei Ning's down. What on earth happened? As the broadcast echoed throughout the venue, it caught everyone's attention. General Bai's live stream room remained quiet for some time before a large number of comments poured in. Oh my God, what happened? Fei Ning is down with just one hit. Is Fei Ning so useless? Are you kidding? Is this the standard of the 7th in rank from Jinlin University? Ha 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 ha. I made a huge fortune with my 100 RMB. 666. How much did you earn? The screens in Dragon's Den were showing the battle on Wang Teng's side. Let's slow down and replay the scene to find out what happened. The video was replayed at a much slower speed. This time, the audience finally saw a brick shimmered under the sunlight, giving off a glamorous gold glitter. It was dazzling. Then the brick hit Fei Ning's head directly. Chapter 344. This isn't a bad sense of humor. Everyone saw the whole process on the screen. There were no shady tricks or deception. There was only one golden brick. Wang Teng threw a brick, and Fei Ning collapsed. This was how simple it was. But why did it feel so unreal? Was this the national #1 martial arts competition or a street brawl? It wasn't spectacular at all. What a quick win. Shouldn't they engage in a heated fight until one party collapsed in exhaustion? What were they supposed to look at? The audience stared at the brick on the ground with weird expressions on their faces. They were caught between laughter and tears. The commentators, Zhang Jun and Su Shao, exchanged glances with each other. The muscles on their faces twitched before they said, "Cough, cough. This match is unprecedented." Although the commentators had a wide range of vocabulary, they still needed to pause for a couple of seconds before they found the word to describe the match. Everyone smiled uncontrollably and shook their heads. This was indeed unprecedented. General Bai was extremely excited. He shouted in his live stream room. Everyone, did you see that, did you? Wang Teng won. He won without any doubt. It was an unprecedented win. I just knew that Wang Teng would win. You have to believe me now. Following me is the right choice. The audience in the live stream room forgot their past unhappiness the moment they saw this sudden turn of events. Many comments floated past the screen, and the atmosphere in the room turned cheerful. "Ha ha ha ha, old Bai, you're lucky. You found a rare gem. You got lucky. The match was short but interesting. Oh my God, you can use a brick as a weapon. No wonder the commentator said that it was unprecedented. Wang Teng is really sly. That's right, a sly old fox. That's right, a sly old fox 3. It was human nature to be a recorder." In an instant, the same comment rolled past the screen and filled it up entirely. General Bai was elated when he saw this. He also felt that Wang Teng was a little sly, but so what? His live stream room surged in popularity. It was worth taking the huge risk to stream Wang Teng's match. Boom. Suddenly, multiple animations of rockets appeared in his live stream room. Swordsman from Mobe sent 10 consecutive rockets. I love this brick. Whiny Monster sent 10 consecutive rockets. Wang Teng is so handsome. Amidst the multiple comments flashing on the screen, an eye-catching banner appeared abruptly at the top right-hand corner of the comments section. What? Swordsman from Mobe? Whiny Monster, rich fellows. Boss Swordsman, don't you like swords? Why are you a fan of bricks now? Everyone focus, I saw a whiny monster. Let's close in on her secretly and catch her. Swordsman from Mobe and Whiny Monster were 2 famous spendthrifts in the live stream platform. They would send millions of yuan worth of gifts every month. Many people recognized them. The other viewers didn't expect both of them to come out because of Wang Teng. The addition of these 2 wealthy fellows made General Bai's live stream room even more lively. General Bai's smile widened. The result was better than he expected. Each rocket cost 1,000 RMB. In total, these 2 loaded users had spent 20,000 RMB on him. He would be able to get 10,000 after cutting the fees. This was just the start, and it was only the first match of the day. As long as Wang Teng continued gaining popularity, his live stream room would follow suit and soar on the charts. General Bai decided that he would follow Wang Teng closely. This was his money tree. He mustn't let him run away. In the arena, Wang Teng picked up the brick that had dropped on the ground and turned to look at the judge. I won? Right. Oh, right, you won. The judge regained his senses and announced the result. Wang Teng glanced at the unconscious Fei Ning. There were 2 attribute bubbles beside him. Enlightenment 10. Spirit 16. Chuksh, so ordinary. Wang Teng picked up the bubbles and shook his head in disappointment. He walked down the arena. He had picked up too many attributes in the Xinggu continent, so he was starting to look down on these normal attributes. No, I can't be like that. No matter how small it is, it's still points. How could I dislike them? This is wrong. Wang Teng immediately started self-reflecting on his behavior. However, in the eyes of others, he seemed to be lamenting Fei Ning's weakness. The spectators' gazes were filled with compassion when they looked at Fei Ning again. What a poor child. He got famous after he was knocked out by Wang Teng's brick. However, Fei Ning might not like how he got famous. Would he go crazy after he woke up? The principal of Jinlin University, who was sitting on the 2nd floor of the audience stand, felt a little awkward. He was so confident that Wang Teng wasn't Fei Ning's match a moment ago, but Fei Ning couldn't even handle a single hit from Wang Teng. The contrast was just too stark. He felt embarrassed, especially in front of the other principals and presidents. They glanced at him strangely with a smile at the edge of their lips. They were looking at him as if he was a joke. This stupid brat. Does he still want to graduate? Old Yan, what do you think of the students from our school? Peng Yuanshan chirped happily. This is the first match. We can't determine yet. Also, I'm curious, when did your military academy start using a brick as a weapon? Yan Kang was unwilling to back down. The corners of Peng Yuanshan's lips twitched, but he continued. What's wrong with using a brick? Any weapon that can kill your opponent is a good weapon? Old Yan, when did you become so conservative? Do you restrain your students from using certain weapons? Not at all. I'm just surprised because this is the first time I've seen this weapon. Wang Teng specializes in many weapons. The brick is just an appetizer. Peng Yuanshan was finding excuses for Wang Teng because he found it embarrassing that he used a brick, hence, he couldn't help but reveal some things. Yan Kang and the other bosses wondered if Wang Teng had other trump cards when they heard Peng Yuanshan's choice of words, on the other side, similarly on the second floor of the audience stand. The president of Jixin Martial House laughed until he bent forward. He didn't look like a general stage martial warrior. He found Wang Teng's match interesting and was thrilled. Good fellow, I didn't expect him to improve so much in such a short period. Ye Jixin smiled and said Lei Genting had a completely new appraisal of Wang Teng now. However, he had a strange expression on his face, too. He felt that he was experienced and knowledgeable, yet he had never seen a martial warrior using brick as his weapon. When he heard Ye Jixin's exclamation, he nodded lightly and said, "Based on his execution speed, this young lad is worth watching out for." "What a surprise," said the president of Balian Martial House, Wu Lian. "Unfortunately, he's from a military academy. If not, I'd have signed a contract with him." Mr. Ma from Alibaba shook his head in disappointment. This child, Li Shumei, heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Wang Teng winning the match. At the same time, she complained a little. Either way, he won. Wang Shengguo didn't mind at all. He just smiled happily. On the other side, Lin Chuhan and her roommates exchanged glances with one another. They found this result a little unexpected. Lin Chuhan suddenly felt that Wang Teng's move seemed a little familiar. She had seen it somewhere before. Oh, right, that time. She finally remembered. Wang Teng had used the same move when he helped her take care of the gangsters who came to demand money from her family. She smiled and shook her head. "This fellow is addicted, Chuhan. I think I need to apologize to him," Shu Wantong said seriously. "Huh? Why?" Lin Chuhan asked in surprise. "I teased him so much in the past. I feel a little scared when I see him like this," Shu Wantong said fearfully. "Ha ha ha. Let's see if you still dare to tease other people." Tian Chaoshao laughed heartily at her roommate's plight. "It's all right. He isn't so narrow-minded." Lin Chuhan also laughed. "You don't understand. Guys hold grudges," Shu Wantong replied. Wang Teng didn't know what everyone was commenting on him. He just felt that there was no need to use a stronger skill, so he smashed the brick at his opponent. Well, who asked Fei Ning to act stupidly by coming close to him? It was hard to not win so easily. As for a bad sense of humor, there was no such thing. I'm a serious person. I don't have any bad sense of humor. Also, I'm kind. I used brick and not swords or blades because I didn't want my opponent to suffer any wounds. I'm thinking of my opponent. At this moment, Wang Teng completely ignored the massive bulge on Fei Ning's head. Since he had nothing to do, Wang Teng decided to look at the other competitions. Coincidentally, the screen moved to a different arena, and Zhang Jun's voice sounded from the loudspeakers. After Wang Teng, Ji Xiaming also used one move to defeat his opponent from the capital military academy. We can see that Ji Xiaming's sword skill is brilliant. His execution is as fast as lightning, giving no chance for his opponent to retaliate. Once the sword stopped at his throat, the student from Capital Military Academy could only admit defeat. It was only a single move, but it was splendid. As expected of the hot candidate for the championship title. Yes, that was spectacular. Ji Xiaming's sword skill is stunning. I hope that we can see more of his amazing sword skills as the competition progresses. Su Shao smiled and added below the arenas. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered when he saw Ji Xiaming's performance. However, hearing the commentator's explanation, he pouted involuntarily and said, "This fellow is such a show-off. This is just the first match, but he's already putting on an act." Many people started screaming Ji Xiaming's name in the audience stand. Their pitch was worse than the dolphins. The screams came from many different sides of the audience stand. One could tell how frightening Ji Xiaming's female fans were. He felt so jealous. Many other male competitors were also feeling envious. They were bound by a common hatred for Ji Xiaming. They decided that they must give him a tough time in future matches. Whether they could win or not wasn't part of their consideration. Chapter 345, Lating Physique matches continued in the arena. Wang Teng and Ji Xiaming were the earliest to finish their matches, much faster than the rest of the competitors. In fact, they were the most relaxed participants in the entire competition. They finished their first match and beat their opponents easily. Not many people could do this. Ji Xiaming went down the arena and saw Wang Teng standing not far away. He glanced at him before shifting his gaze away, walking directly past him. Wang Teng smiled without minding him at all. He sat down casually in the resting area and turned to look at the arena fights. Ren Qingchang and his opponent had just stepped on the arena. A lot of spectators were focused on this arena as many people were paying close attention to him. After all, he was Lighting Marchial House President's direct disciple. This identity allowed him to be eye-catching wherever he went. Many people wanted to know how powerful Ren Qingchang was. Wang Teng also looked at him from afar. He glanced at Ren Qingchang's opponent and felt a little disappointed. Under his spiritual sight, he could see the person's ability directly. He was just a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior. He couldn't force Ren Qingchang to display his full strength. Similarly, he could tell that Ren Qingchang had reached the 6-star soldier level, but his battle ability could only be confirmed after the actual combat. All right, a little is better than none. Let's wait and see. Wang Teng shook his head. The judge announced the start of the competition. Ren Qingchang's opponent made the first move. He used a battle axe as his weapon and didn't dare to underestimate Ren Qingchang at all the moment he attacked. He used his ultimate move. Gold rays congregated on the blade of the axe as he slashed it furiously at Ren Qingchang. The golden axe ray came surging towards Ren Qingchang. The expressions of the people below changed when they saw this move. Even from afar, they could feel how sharp and frightening this axe ray was. Even a 4-star soldier-level martial warrior would be chopped in half if the axe struck his body. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He stared intently at Ren Qingchang, waiting to see his reaction. In the arena, Ren Qingchang watched his opponent calmly as he came towards him. He stood firm on the ground as if he didn't see anything. The golden axe arrived above his head and slammed down on him in the blink of an eye. Ren Qingchang had many fans too, especially female fans. After all, he had the looks and the ability. He was on par with Ji Xiaming in popularity. They had different styles, and everyone had different preferences. Some young ladies fancied a cool and domineering boss like him more. At this moment, the young ladies closed their eyes involuntarily. They couldn't bear to see the result. They were afraid of seeing Ren Qingchang getting chopped into two. It would be gruesome. Clang. Suddenly, a metallic sound echoed in the arena. What was that? This isn't the sound of an axe hitting a human body. Everyone couldn't help but look up, their pupils constricted, and astonishment filled up their faces. Ren Qingchang remained calm. One of his hands was raised high up, using his palm to grab his opponent's battle axe. His opponent was exerting his whole strength. His face even turned red, yet he still couldn't move a single inch. The commentator timely broadcasted the match on the big screen, attracting the attention of all the audience. Zhang Jun shouted, "An astonishing scene has occurred in Arena 37. Participant Ren Qingchang grabbed his opponent's battle axe with his hand. This is shocking. I'm not sure if everyone saw the scene just now. Let's do a replay." From this replay, we can see that Ren Qingchang's opponent executed a mighty move, but Ren Qingchang only used one hand to destroy the attack. Then he grabbed the axe with his bare hand. He flipped through the information in his hand before continuing. Our data states that the president of Lighting Martial House, Lei Zhenting, has a unique skill called Lating Physique. It trains your body with the Lating mace, allowing your body to become as hard as iron. The other commentator, Su Xiao, took over the speech. "I got it. Ren Qingchang must have practiced this skill and is already at a high stage. This is why his physical strength is so powerful." While the commentator was speaking, Ren Qingchang had already started his retaliation. He didn't employ any battle techniques. Instead, he purely used his physical strength and kicked his opponent off the arena with a sweep of his leg. The entire process was relaxed and casual, as if he was just warming up. The result was as expected. The judge announced Ren Qingchang as the winner. Wang Teng's eyes lit up in the resting area. Lighting physique, he muttered in his heart. This was a physique training scripture with the lightning element. Ren Qingchang is a lightning element martial warrior. That's great. Wang Teng lacked a lightning talent. He didn't have the capability to fight with the lightning element general stage martial warrior Shen Tuxiong from the Xingwu continent, but he could get some benefits from this Ren Qingchang. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was a great idea. His gaze turned sinister, and a smile gradually appeared at the corner of his lips. Thinking about it, between lighting physique and the 8-level devil scripture, which one was more powerful? As he pondered on it, Wang Teng suddenly noticed 2 attribute bubbles dropping in the arena when Ren Qingchang made his move. Lightning Force 20, Metal Force 35. Wang Teng's gaze shifted. He evaded the other martial warriors as he swept the bubbles towards him. He picked them up. The 2 attribute bubbles merged into his body instantly. He's a lightning element martial warrior. Wang Teng smiled happily as he glanced at Ren Qingchang occasionally. He decided that he must stick close to his young man and not miss any lightning attributes dropped by him. At the same time, he finally realized that the national #1 martial arts competition was an excellent opportunity to pick up attributes. The entire Dragon's Den was a huge attribute bubble manufacturing factory. Numerous talents congregated in this place. When they dueled, all kinds of attribute bubbles would drop on the ground. This time he could earn a huge fortune. If he was lucky, he might even pick up some rare attribute bubbles. That would be amazing. As the competition progressed, more and more attribute bubbles dropped. Wang Teng silently released his spiritual power to pick them up. Earth Force 15, Water Force 20, Spirit 10, Flaming Sword Presence 25. Wang Teng's gaze froze. Someone had enlightened their Flaming Sword Presence. This was a good attribute to nurture his Flaming Sword conscious. His Flaming Sword Presence had already reached the 9th level. He only needed enlightenment or some points to advance to the conscious stage. Hence, the more Flaming Sword Presence he got, the more helpful it would be for his sword conscious. Chapter 346, Splat. It was widely known that it was harder to enlighten conscious as compared to presence. Only 1 out of 100 martial warriors could achieve presence enlightenment. On the other hand, 1 out of 100 martial warriors who had achieved presence enlightenment could attain conscious enlightenment. This was how hard it was to enlighten one's sword conscious. Wang Teng was only a step away from achieving this state. His enlightenment had reached the Emperor realm, so his comprehension was strong. He had picked up many Flaming Sword presents along the way, so it was only a matter of time before he reached conscious enlightenment. Thinking about it, he already possessed 2 consciouses. One was the Ape King Fist conscious, while the other was the overflowing Rainblade conscious. Time trickled away. Wang Teng didn't have any other matches in the morning, so he spent the remainder of his time in the resting area. However, he did pick up many attribute bubbles. It was a fulfilling morning. On the other side, Peng Yuanshan couldn't stand looking at him anymore. Yes, Wang Teng had won his match easily, and that made him proud. But he felt anger boiling in his heart when he saw Wang Teng's lazy and relaxed posture. This little brat doesn't remember what I said. Before the start of the competition, he reminded the students to watch other competitors' matches if they had the time so that they could understand their opponents better. This would help them in their future duels. Yet, this fellow didn't listen. Their school was under immense pressure when they decided to send a freshman for the competition. If Wang Teng couldn't get a good ranking, he wouldn't suffer the humiliation alone. The entire university would go down with him. In the resting area, Wang Teng suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Someone seemed to be cursing at him. He couldn't help but look around him, muttering under his breath, "I wonder who's cursing me?" Han Zhu and the others had finished their matches too. Some of them had been watching other candidates' matches all this while and only walked over to the resting area during the halftime break. This was the exclusive resting area for Honghai Military Academy. As the students walked over, They saw Wang Teng sitting there peacefully, looking at his stance. "Have you been sitting here ever since you finished your match?" asked Han Zhu with a strange expression. "Of course. What else?" Wang Teng replied nonchalantly. Wan Baichu helplessly said, "Have you forgotten what President Peng told us? He asked us to observe other candidates' matches. Even if the president hadn't said it, it's still beneficial for you to understand your opponent before you compete with them. Don't worry. I watched Ji Xiaoming and Ren Qingchang's matches." Wang Teng waved his hands indifferently. Ji Xiaoming, Ren Qingchang, Han Zhu, and the others were stunned. They felt like shouting out their complaints in Wang Teng's face. Those two are the popular candidates for the championship title. What's the point of looking at them? Even Han Zhu felt that he wasn't their match, so he had to take a step back and watch Luo Cheng and the other candidates at his level. Yet Wang Teng directed his attention to Ji Xiaoming and Ren Qingchang. They knew that Wang Teng won his match with flying colors, but he was still a huge distance away from the championship title. Fighting for number 1 was unrealistic. Cough. I think you should watch other participants. Han Zhu couldn't help but remind him. Wang Teng knew what they were thinking from their expressions. However, he couldn't tell them that he was actually very powerful. Right, after all, they wouldn't believe him. So what was the point of asking for a snub? He smiled and nodded before changing the topic. "How was your fight?" Han Zhu sighed in his heart when he saw Wang Teng's uncaring attitude. He didn't continue his nagging, and replied instead, "Not bad. We were lucky and didn't meet any powerful opponents. We won without getting injured." "Not bad. We're still in our prime state. If we get injured, it will affect future matches," Wang Teng replied. "There will be injuries in a martial arts competition. We'll need to see who's our opponent in the afternoon," Han Zhu said. As the audience chatted, the morning duels finally came to an end. The contestants left the scene and the audience walked out of Dragon's Den. Everyone was happily discussing the morning matches. The atmosphere was lively. In the afternoon, Wang Teng and his friends went to their hotel for lunch and rested for more than an hour. Before the afternoon match started, Peng Yuanshan gathered everyone and said, "You did well this morning. Maintain this spirit. However, you should know that the morning matches were just warm-ups. Their main purpose was to eliminate the incompetent players who were just there to make up the number. The ones now left are all capable martial warriors. Things will get more and more difficult." The students understood his reasoning and nodded gravely. "Let's go." Peng Yuanshan glanced at Wang Teng but decided not to say anything. He waved his hands and guided everyone into the venue. As for Wang Teng, he would have to rely on himself to see how far he could go. Peng Yuanshan could remind him once or twice, but he couldn't remind him for life. Hence, there was no point in saying too much. The Dragon's Den was once again packed with people. The enthusiasm of the audience remained as hyped as ever. The image of the two commentators appeared on the screen. Zhang Jun opened his mouth and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Let's not waste any time and start our afternoon competition immediately. In the morning, we saw many intense fights, but I have to remind all of you that those were just appetizers. The real excitement begins in the afternoon." A cheer erupted from the audience. They felt that the competition in the morning was already exhilarating, but the commentator now told them that the real show was about to begin. Did he think that they were easy to fool? If the afternoon matches weren't as thrilling as the morning ones, they would pull the commentator out and throw him on the streets. However, they had to admit that their curiosity was ignited by the commentator's words. "All right, let's look at the big screen." The list of the duels appeared on the screen. Wang Teng found his name and looked at his opponent. Instantly, his expression turned strange. His opponent's name was Shi Hui, and he came from Jinlin University. Do I have some sort of grudge with Jinlin University? Wang Teng felt speechless. On the second floor of the audience stand, Peng Yuanshan couldn't help but look at the president of Jinlin University's martial arts academy. He had a weird look on his face. "Old Yan, who do you think will win this match?" he asked. Yan Kang's lips twitched. He thought about it carefully before replying with confidence. Shi Hui is in the top 3 of our academy. Wang Teng might be strong, but unfortunately, Shi Hui will be the winner. I admire your confidence, old Yan, Peng Yuanshan said. Let's wait and see. Yan Kang scoffed below them. Wang Teng and Shi Hui walked into the arena. The judge announced the start of the competition. Shi Hui looked at Wang Teng, who was empty-handed. He said, "There's no need to hide your brick. It's impossible to ambush me. I'm not as stupid as Fei Ning." Wang Teng, this fellow appeared confident and fearless, but his vigilant gaze had betrayed him. Wang Teng wanted to laugh. However, he felt that he should respect his opponent, so he forced back his laughter. Shi Hui had watched Wang Teng and Fei Ning's duel. Wang Teng's attack was swift and fierce, while Fei Ning was too close to him. Hence, he couldn't evade the brick in time. Learning from his fellow student's mistake, he widened the distance between him and Wang Teng continuously, while circling his opponent. He was looking for a loophole. Wang Teng just stood on the spot. Even when Shi Hui went behind him, he didn't move. He didn't seem worried that Shi Hui would launch an attack at him from behind his back. "Old Yan, this Shi Hui from your school is very steady," Peng Yuanshan teased. "A single move can determine a win during the martial arts competition." "It's normal for Shi Hui to spend more time searching for a loophole," Yan Kang said indifferently. Peng Yuanshan didn't reply. He knew that Yan Kang was right, but he just wanted to tease his old friend. In the arena, Shi Hui circled Wang Teng thrice, but he still didn't make his move. General Bai had already focused his camera on Wang Teng's match. The live stream room was very cheerful. Ha 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 ha. Could it be that Shi Hui doesn't dare to attack because he's scared of Wang Teng's brick? Why is one of the top 3 of Jinlin University so timid? Shi Hui says, "Bullshit, I'm not timid, I'm just being careful." Why do I find Shi Hui a little perverted? Pervert, stop walking in circles. Long live the golden brick. Long live the golden brick. Long live the golden brick. Finally, Shi Hui couldn't stand the stalemate anymore. He opened his mouth and said impatiently, "Why aren't you attacking? I'm waiting for you to attack." Wang Teng replied helplessly, "Shi Hui, I'm waiting for you, and you're waiting for me. Mate, we are in a martial arts competition. Let's not play this boring game of waiting. Can you be more serious?" At first, he wanted to wait for Wang Teng to make his move because he was afraid of his brick. However, Wang Teng was even more patient than him. He put up a perfect show of, "I'm not moving if my enemy doesn't move." What the feck? Shi Hui had never felt so frustrated. Before they even exchanged a move, he already felt helpless. Damn it, have a taste of my blade? Shi Hui couldn't control his emotions anymore and dashed out. A frightening blade glow congregated around his blade as he slashed it at Wang Teng from a distance. 3rd-level blade presence. He used his most powerful attack immediately, wanting to defeat Wang Teng as soon as possible and prevent him from making any move. Boom. The blade glow surged towards Wang Teng with a powerful force of presence. Nice cracks started appearing on the sturdy ground in the arena as if it was going to shatter into pieces. So powerful, the spectators focusing on this match were astounded. Was this an attack of a martial warrior? How could it be so powerful? There was no way an ordinary person could survive this move. Swoosh! Suddenly, a faint sound of air being split apart was heard amidst the glaring blade glow. The ordinary people couldn't hear it, but Shi Hui could. A delighted smile appeared on his face. "You finally made your move." He raised his blade and swept it in front of him. Clang. When his blade hit a metallic object, Shi Hui was certain of his win. Once he knocked this golden brick away, Wang Teng would be at his mercy. He had no chance of winning. But the next moment, his expression froze. Why is it so heavy? He felt an unbearable and scary force hitting his blade. His blade flew out, and the shiny golden rectangular object smashed on his face. Splat. Chapter 347. Play to the gallery. A clown. Splat, a crisp and clear sound lingered in the air until long after the performance ended. A shining golden brick had smashed right in the middle of Shi Hui's face. It slid down slowly. Bang! The brick landed on the ground, leaving a long red mark on Shi Hui's face. It added some color to his pale face. Shi Hui's expression could be described in one word: disbelief. He was dumbstruck. He started to lose his vision and fell backward. A 4-star soldier-level martial warrior couldn't withstand the strike of a brick. Only those who enjoyed this special treatment understood how heavy this beautiful brick was. Would they get a concussion? Silence. The venue turned eerily silent. No one knew how to express their current emotions. As they looked at Shi Hui, they sympathized with him in their hearts. During the national #1 martial arts competition on this grand and famous occasion, he got slapped in the face by a brick. He might be traumatized for life. Fortunately, he wasn't the first one. Of course, he wouldn't be the last one either. The atmosphere in General Bai's livestream room was exuberant. 233. I'm dying from laughter. Wang Teng has an evil sense of humor. Long live the golden brick. This isn't a bad sense of humor. He's just plain evil. Ha ha ha. I need some time to laugh. What a poor thing. The red mark on his face is horrendous. He will probably remember it for life. Why does it have to be Jinlin University? Why do they have to suffer the pain at this moment? A rocket animation appeared in the live stream room. A banner floated across the screen. Swordman from Mobay sent 10 consecutive rockets. I really love that brick. Can you ask Wang Teng if he's willing to sell it? Whiny Monster sent 10 consecutive rockets. Whiny Monster is a fan of little brother Wang Teng now. Kicking Mountain Nan Kindergarten with my leg sent 20 consecutive rockets. One word: spectacular. The appearance of these wealthy IDs rose everyone's enthusiasm. The atmosphere was lit up again. Oh my God, even the kindergarten boss is here. Boss, do you accept orphans in your kindergarten? I'm 3 years old and proficient in arts, music, calligraphy, and chess. You can take me for one steamed bun. Are you a young girl? If not, go away. The kindergarten boss has spoken. One word: spectacular. The kindergarten boss has spoken. One word: spectacular. The same sentence was repeated over and over again. General Bai beamed with joy as he watched the reaction of his audience. The number of viewers in his live stream room had skyrocketed these 2 days. This huge rise wasn't the small jumps that happened normally. He was riding on the national #1 martial arts competition and Wang Teng's wave, but if he managed to retain 1/3 of the new viewers as his fans, it would be a magnificent gain for him. Furthermore, he had a unique commentary style, allowing him to gain much popularity in the past. That was why 1/3 was a safe estimate. There were 2 things to look out for during a martial arts live stream. First, the commentator's style must be attractive, and second, the martial arts competition must be interesting. General Bai grabbed the opportunity at the right time. He had the potential to soar in popularity. At this moment, commentator Zhang Jun's voice echoed throughout the Dragon's Den. What did I just see? Wang Teng used his brick to achieve another win. Oh my, this is dramatic. Pardon me, but I can't tell anything from his move. What's his true power? How strong is he? Is this luck? Honestly, I'm highly anticipating his future matches. I suddenly feel that Wang Teng might be a black horse. Su Shao smiled and commented, Let's wait and see. On the second floor of the audience stand, Yan Kang felt his cheeks hurting before the match. He had boasted that Shi Hui would definitely win. Now he lost miserably again. Why? Even a top 3 member from his university wasn't Wang Teng's match. This brat was strange, very strange. Many people noticed something, but they couldn't confirm their thoughts. They wanted to see Wang Teng's cultivation level, but they couldn't detect an ounce of force in Wang Teng's body. All their efforts were in vain. The other university principals took pity on Yan Kang. If this was a normal match, it wouldn't matter if he had lost. He was weaker than his opponent, so they had nothing to say. However, Jinlin University sent 2 talented students, and they both met this sly little fox. Wang Teng, who smashed their faces with his brick 2 times consecutively. It was indeed a little embarrassing. If it happened again, Jinlin University might become the joke of this competition. Peng Yuanshan didn't dare tease Yan Kang anymore. He felt that Yan Kang was like a ticking bomb. If he rubbed him the wrong way, he might explode at any moment. At a time like this, it was better not to try your luck. He would keep his joy to himself. On the other side, Shu Hongye felt even more guilty. She looked at Lin Chuhan pitifully and pleaded, "Chuhan, let me treat you all after the competition. I must make Wang Teng forgive me for my past mistakes. I was young and immature. I know my errors now." Tan Shasha hugged her stomach and laughed. It wasn't easy to see her sharp-tongued roommate suffering a setback. Lin Chuhan was caught between laughter and tears. She hurriedly consoled her roommate. "All right, I'll call him out for a meal after the competition and be your mediator. Promise?" Shu Hongye asked immediately. "Yes, promise." Lin Chuhan felt speechless. Wang Teng didn't do anything except participating in a competition. He might not even remember what her roommate had said in the past, but she still got frightened by him. Yux Wantong had always been a bold lady, but this time she had hit a steel plate. Below the arena, Ji Xiaming and Ren Qingchang were watching Wang Teng's match too. However, they seemed a little scornful. A student from the first university standing beside Ji Xiaming said this: "Wang Teng seems quite powerful. He's able to defeat his opponent in one move. This isn't pure luck." Another participant from the first university added. "He's just playing to the gallery," Ji Xiaming said calmly as he listened to their discussion. He closed his eyes to take a rest. "Of course, he can't be compared with you." Everyone laughed. On Ren Qingchang's side, people were similarly commenting on Wang Teng, especially since many of them knew that Wang Teng had joined Jixin Martial House. Leiting Martial House and Jixin Martial House had always been competitors. Wang Teng might not be representing Jixin Martial House this time, but if they fought with them, they couldn't prevent others from comparing the 2 martial academies. "I heard that Wang Teng signed an SSS contract," someone suddenly said. "An SSS contract?" Others exclaimed in surprise. "That's the highest grade contract. It looks like Jixin Martial House has high hopes for him." Ren Qingchang's gaze flickered for an instant before turning calm again. "Brother Qingchang, what do you think of Wang Teng?" Someone turned and asked Ren Qingchang. "No need to care about him. He's just a clown." There was a small smile at the edge of his lips. He seemed to be looking down on Wang Teng, or rather, he didn't care about him at all. Chapter 348. This fellow is infuriating. The situation in the arenas changed every minute. Wang Teng's match was filled with joy and fun, but in some areas there was blood and ruthlessness. These images were all magnified and displayed to the audience through the big screens in the middle of the venue. At this moment, in one of the arenas, an unpopular young martial warrior who didn't come from a famous institute was fighting ferociously. His opponent was a student from Ning City University. Ning City University was situated in the south, and it was one of the top 20 universities in the country. This student had experienced actual combat before. He wasn't a young and delicate newbie anyway. Newbies wouldn't participate in this competition. It was an intense struggle. You might think that this is just a battle between Ding Rong and Kai Xingping, but it's actually not. It's also a match between self-taught martial warriors and university-groomed martial warriors. Many people are watching this match. All along, self-taught martial warriors and university-groomed martial warriors had always been in a competitive relationship. Some people say that university-groomed martial warriors take up too many resources. This is unfair for self-taught martial warriors. Others say that this is reality. Ability is the voice of martial warriors. In terms of contribution, university-groomed martial warriors contribute more, even though they have more resources. They deserve it. All in all, this is an ongoing debate with no conclusion yet. The audience was lost. Martial warriors, contribution. They didn't understand any of it. They only knew that martial warriors enjoyed high status and excellent benefits, but they never wondered why they were given the privileges. From the looks of it now, there were many things unknown to the public. All right, going back to the competition, we can see that Ding Rong and Kai Xingping are on par. Following the commentator's words, the battle between these two young lads entered the final stage. Ding Rong was holding a battle blade. His every single strike was sharp and vicious. Kai Xingping was suppressed by him due to his crafty moves. Kai Xingping's weapon was a spear, and he used it to knock Ding Rong's blade away. The spear was like a viper flying out of its hole. It stabbed at Ding Rong's heart. Ding Rong tilted his body and slashed his blade at Kai Xingping's throat before he had the time to retract his spear. Kai Xingping felt goosebumps on his head. He took a step back instinctively. The blade glow slit the air inches away from his neck. The sharp blade aura cut his skin and blood started seeping out of his throat. Feeling the injury on his neck, Kai Xingping broke out in a cold sweat. If he were a little slower, he would have been beheaded. Ding Rong didn't relent at all and charged towards him. Their weapons kept colliding, letting out arcs everywhere. Kai Xingping was already exhausted. He kept raising his spear to block his opponent's attack. His hands were numb from the vibrations, and his skin started to crack. After some time, Kai Xingping finally found a chance. He forced Ding Rong back and threw his spear out. Ding Rong wasn't just harsh on others, he was brutal to himself too. Facing Kai Xingping's attack, he just tilted his body and allowed the spear to penetrate his chest. One of his rib bones broke. Kai Xingping wanted to pull his spear back, but he suddenly realized that Ding Rong had nipped it under his armpit. Ding Rong smiled hideously, flinging his battle sword out, slash. Kai Xingping wanted to retract his hand and abandon his spear, but it was too late. The next moment, fresh blood spurted in the air along with a scream of agony. Through the big screen, the audience was able to see this scene clearly. Ding Rong had chopped Kai Xingping's arm. His blood sprayed at least 3 meters away. It was a gruesome scene. Admit defeat. A leader from Ning City University lashed out from the second floor of the audience seat. However, Ding Rong didn't care. He kicked Kai Xingping's chest, even though he was screaming in pain. Kai Xingping flew off the arena. The judge hurriedly announced Ding Rong's win. The medical personnel waiting at the side rushed over. If he was saved in time, he might be able to keep his arm. On the second floor, the leaders of Ning City University had grim expressions. They snorted, but they didn't say anything. Everyone was flabbergasted. How did this happen? Shouldn't the national #1 martial arts competition be a sports competition? When did it become so violent and bloody? Many people didn't understand the reason, giving rise to a huge commotion. The commentator's voice finally rang out. This is how a martial warrior's fight should be. Martial warriors walk the formidable path. A martial arts competition isn't a performance, it's a real battle. Why does it have to be like this? Because martial warriors have to face many dangers. Once they walk out of this competition, they will need to face the brutality of life. The audience was confused by the commentator's words. Some were puzzled, while others didn't understand at all. However, no matter what, the competition had to continue. The following competitions were even more intense. The audience saw many tragedies play out on the big screens. The people on the screen were covered in blood or had broken arms and legs. The spectators' faces turned pale with fright, and an uproar shook the skies above the dragon's den. This was just a competition. Why did they have to resort to such cruelty? When did this turn into a life-or-death struggle? Everyone was dumbstruck. The impact of these images had rendered them speechless. In the past, they had a limited understanding of martial warriors. Their only source of information about martial warriors was the internet. However, many gory scenes or even news about martial warriors were restricted content. Ordinary civilians didn't have access to them. But the restriction had been loosened now. For instance, ordinary people were allowed to view the national #1 martial arts competition so that they could personally view these ghastly scenes. This was to let everyone know what a martial warrior represented. This is so scary. Tan Shasha's face turned white as she muttered to herself. What else? This is the real martial warrior's world, said Shu Hongye. Tan Shasha looked at Shu Hongye silently. Then she glanced at Lingxuan and was surprised. Chuhan, don't you find it scary? My father was a martial warrior. Lingxuan gritted her teeth and replied. Tan Shasha and Shu Hongye were stunned. They thought that Lingxuan came from an ordinary family. They had no idea that her father was a martial warrior. Why didn't she mention it in the past? They exchanged glances with each other before observing Lingxuan's expression. In the end, they didn't probe further. At the same time, on the other side of the audience stand, Wang Shengguo and Li Xiumei went silent. They knew that the martial warrior's world was full of dangers, but they had a deeper understanding of it after the competition today. Now they understood the grim reality behind the glamorous front of martial warriors. Blood, cruelty, death, these harsh words flashed past their minds. When they looked at Wang Teng's figure again, their gazes were filled with worry. Wang Teng was used to these scenes, though he had experienced worse battles compared to them. The brutality in the arenas was nothing. Time passed slowly. Wang Teng returned to the resting area again after his match ended. He sat down in a corner and secretly collected all the attribute bubbles scattered around Dragon's Den. Fire Force 10, Water Force 5, Enlightenment 12, Metal Sword Presence 10. Huh? Metal Sword Presence? Wang Teng wondered to himself. This attribute bubble had caught his attention. It was another sword presence attribute. Wang Teng already possessed a metal sword presence, but it was only at the 7th level. He was still a distance away from enlightening his metal sword conscious. He never expected to receive this sword presence in the competition. After collecting the attribute bubble, he felt that he had a deeper understanding of his metal sword presence. Are there any more? Wang Teng retraced the path of his spiritual power and found the arena where the metal sword presence came from. He looked in that direction and saw a familiar figure battling in the arena. This person was none other than his senior sister, Wan Baipu. During this trip, Wang Teng had gotten familiar with Han Zhu, Wan Baipu, and the other seniors. Hence, when he saw her match, he stopped to take a look. The metal sword presence came from Wan Baichu's opponent. Wang Teng had some impression of this young man. He was the young master of the Qian Yuan sect, Zhao Yuanwu. Holding a longsword in one hand, he exuded a fierce metal sword presence. Rays of golden sword aura intertwined in the air and draped over Wan Baichu like a huge net, leaving bloody wounds on her body. Wang Teng couldn't help but frown. Wan Baichu wasn't Zhao Yuanwu's match. However, his senior sister was a proud lady. Even at this stage, she refused to admit defeat. Zhao Yuanwu is already at the 5-star soldier level. Senior sister has no chance of winning. Wang Teng sighed and shook his head. He observed Zhao Yuanwu's cultivation level using his spiritual sight in the arena. Zhao Yuanwu remained expressionless and said calmly, "Admit defeat." Wan Baichu didn't reply. Instead, the long whip in her hand flashed like water waves as she twirled it around. It formed the shape of a python when she lashed it out at Zhao Yuanwu. You overestimate yourself. Zhao Yuanwu sneered, bright golden rays congregating at the tip of his sword. He slashed his sword out. The python was beheaded instantly. Wan Baichu's long whip got chopped into two from his attack. Zhao Yuanwu continued his victorious pursuit and executed another attack. Wan Baichu was startled. She evaded hastily, but it was too late. She had no choice but to set up a defensive wall with her force. The attack hit the barrier like a speeding truck. Blood dripped down from her lips, and she flew backward by the momentum. Bang! Wan Baichu slammed violently on the ground. She vomited another mouthful of blood. Her aura was weak, and she couldn't get up. Despair flashed past her eyes. She opened her mouth and wanted to admit defeat. I admit 11. Boom. Unexpectedly, someone kicked her on her back. Splurt? Wan Beichu leaned back. Her face turned pale, and blood flowed out of her mouth uncontrollably. Zhao Yuanwu, Han Zhu, and the others were watching the match too. When they saw this scene, they were infuriated. They glared at Zhao Yuanwu like daggers. She hasn't admitted defeat yet. Zhao Yuanwu smiled as he looked at them. He raised his leg and stepped on Wan Beichu again. Boom. Wan Beichu vomited blood and fainted. Useless. Zhao Yuanwu smiled in contempt. He didn't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. Instead, he wiped his shoes on Wan Beichu's back and said coldly, "You should have admitted defeat sooner with this little ability of yours. Why did you waste my time? You were just asking for a beating." Bastard. His words ignited flames of anger in the other students' hearts. Wang Teng also stood up gradually and squinted. There was a vicious glint in his eyes. This fellow is infuriating. Chapter 349, Zhao Yuanwu has turned crazy from all the practices. Once Wan Beichu was heavily injured and lost all her fighting capacity, the judge announced Zhao Yuanwu as the winner. The medics dashed out and carried Wan Beichu away for treatment. The audience witnessed everything through the big screens. They commented angrily. Zhao Yuanwu is inhuman. How could he treat a lady like this? He's barbaric. That lady wanted to admit defeat. How can he do that? Everyone's impression of Zhao Yuanwu dropped to rock bottom. They detested him for his disgusting actions. However, Zhao Yuanwu didn't give a hoot. He calmly walked down the arena under everyone's stare. All the students from Hanghai Military Academy went to take a look at Wan Beichu, except for Han Zhu and Wang Teng, who remained at the scene. Han Zhu took a step forward and blocked Zhao Yuanwu's path. Zhao Yuanwu looked at him indifferently. Move! She didn't have the energy to continue fighting. Why did you have to injure her so badly? Han Zhu clenched his fist tightly as he squeezed out the words through his teeth. Zhao Yuanwu snorted. He remained expressionless even when Han Zhu was questioning him. He said with disdain, "Injure her badly. Are you always so naive? I was kind enough not to take her life. If this was a war, who would care about her life? If she isn't powerful enough, she should have admitted defeat at the start. What's the point of being stubborn? You should thank me for helping her to understand reality." You, Han Zhu, turned speechless from anger. This person was outrageous, shameless, audacious. Han Zhu had never been so infuriated at someone. He couldn't control the anger in his heart, and it was about to explode. "Do you want to hit me?" Zhao Yuanwu stared at Han Zhu and smiled. "You can try." Han Zhu was on the verge of losing his temper. Force surged out of his body and congregated on his fists. Zhao Yuanwu lowered his head and stared at Han Zhu's fists, a smile appearing on his face. "We'll meet in the arena one day as we progress." A calm voice suddenly appeared behind Han Zhu. At the same time, someone placed his hand on Han Zhu's shoulder. "Wang Teng." Han Zhu regained his composure, and the force in his hands dissipated gradually. "I know you." Zhao Yuanwu turned and glanced at Wang Teng. He smiled calmly. "Do you think that you will continue to advance in the tournament?" "Huh? Who knows?" Wang Teng replied nonchalantly. Zhao Yuanwu stared at Wang Teng for a few seconds. "If I meet you during the competition, I'll let you know that your small little tricks are nothing." He walked past the two of them after he finished speaking. Wang Teng and Han Zhu didn't stop him, staring at his back as he left. Then they returned to the resting area to take a look at Wan Beichu. "Zhao Yuanwu isn't an easy person to deal with," Han Zhu said to Wang Teng gravely as they walked. "Yes?" Wang Teng nodded. However, he didn't comment further. Although Zhao Yuanwu was arrogant, Wang Teng wasn't afraid of him. After all, he was more powerful than him. If they really met in the arena, Zhao Yuanwu would be the one getting tormented. They soon arrived at the infirmary. Peng Yuanshan and the other heads were present too, as well as the students. The medical personnel had already finished the treatment. Wan Beichu was still unconscious, and her injuries seemed serious. "That bastard, how can he be so vicious?" Another young lady in their team complained angrily. He's an impudent guy. He did it on purpose, Han Zu said. He's powerful, though, Du Yu said pensively. Silence pervaded the room after that. Suddenly, Peng Yuanshan opened his mouth and asked Han Ju, "Are you confident of winning if you fight with him?" "President?" Han Ju looked at President Peng and replied seriously, "I'll do my best." "Good. Don't embarrass Huang Hai." Peng Yuanshan nodded, then he left with the other heads. In the afternoon, the list of the matches was displayed on the screen. Wang Teng scanned through it and saw his name. He shook his head as his opponent wasn't Zhao Yuanwu. What a pity. He sighed secretly. He searched for Zhao Yuanwu's name on the list. Suddenly his gaze paused, feeling startled in his heart. Zhao Yuanwu versus Han Zu. He didn't meet Zhao Yuanwu, but Han Zu met him. Han Zu's ability. This is a little difficult. Wang Teng frowned slightly and sighed again. With the help of his spiritual sight, he knew that Han Zu was at the 5-star soldier level. However, he was still some distance away from Zhao Yuanwu. Furthermore, Zhao Yuanwu was the young master of the Qianyuan sect. He had a strong background and foundation. Han Zu couldn't win in this aspect. They could only rely on their combat prowess. Wang Teng was in deep thought as he walked to his arena. This time his opponent was from the first university, and it was a lady. This attracted everyone's attention. Would Wang Teng be able to continue his winning streak? His next opponent was from the first university. Based on her information, she was one of the top 5 martial warriors in the university. General Bai aimed his camera at Wang Teng's arena again. He whispered to his viewers, "My dear bosses, who do you think is stronger? Mao Na from the first university or Wang Teng?" Various replies floated across the screens. The first university is very powerful. I hope to see Wang Teng win again, but this might be a difficult match for him. For some reason, I feel that Wang Teng will win. The brick maniac, the invincible presence. Brick maniac? General Bai had a sudden thought. He asked again, if Wang Teng is stronger than Mao Na, do you think he will use his brick on her? Everyone was stunned by his question. Use the brick, General. Are you a devil? You are destined to remain single. How can you knock a lady with a brick? Why do you even have this thought? How can he bear to hit this pretty young lady? Even if he's stronger than her, he will take care of her. Who knows? Have you forgotten about Zhao Yuanwu? What if Wang Teng is a martial arts maniac like him? That's true. That lunatic. Zhao Yuanwu, sitting in the Qianyuan sect's resting area, suddenly sneezed. He felt puzzled in his heart. The viewers in the live stream room continued guessing. Without a doubt, their interest was piqued. They were anticipating Wang Teng's upcoming match. The judge blew the whistle and the match officially started. Mao Na paced around the arena slowly, holding a dagger in each of her hands. The blades of the daggers gave off a cold glint while her own gaze was calm and deep. She looked like a spirit. Wang Teng stood in his original spot leisurely as he sized up Mao Na with interest. This lady wasn't weak. She was most likely quick and agile. Judging from her weapons, she should be specialized in close combat. She was looking for a chance to attack. Suddenly, Mao Na moved. Her body turned into lingering shadows, and she disappeared on the spot. When she appeared again, she was already behind Wang Teng. Her daggers were like the blades of a mantis. They shot towards her opponent's temples at the speed of lightning. Chapter 350, The Brick Maniac, The Invincible Presence. Many people were stupefied when Mao Na suddenly made her move. Her speed was too fast for their eyes, and she was a level above ordinary martial warriors. In a blink of an eye, she arrived behind Wang Teng. The audience cried in alarm when they saw the daggers inches away from Wang Teng's temples. There was an uproar in General Bai's live stream room. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, that speed. Is she even human? Wang Teng is in danger. At that instant, Wang Teng suddenly squatted, the 2 daggers cut through the empty air. Astonishment flashed past Mao Na's eyes. Her long legs shot up like a catapult as she kicked Wang Teng, who was squatting down. Bang! The air around her erupted. This was proof of how powerful the kick was. Since Mao Na seemed to specialize in agility, no one expected her strength to be powerful too. The next instant, her kick made contact with something. She looked down and noticed that Wang Teng was grabbing her calf with his bare hands. If a normal martial warrior had stopped the kick with his hands, his arms would have been destroyed. Yet Wang Teng grasped Mao Na's leg firmly while still squatting. He didn't even need to move. Mao Na squinted. She had trained her strength especially, so in this aspect she was much stronger than martial warriors of the same level. However, Wang Teng managed to block her kick effortlessly. Suddenly she sensed a strange feeling coming from her calf. "You've trained your leg well." She heard the young man speaking in a joking tone. Pervert. Mao Na's expression underwent a huge change. Wang Teng was pinching her calf. "Let go of your hand." She leaped into the air as she swept the other leg at Wang Teng's head. "You sure are a ruthless young lady. All your attacks are aimed at my lethal points." Wang Teng shook his head. He exerted strength on his hand and swung Mao Na away. Naturally, her attack ended in failure. Mao Na twirled her body in midair. She pointed her toes and tapped lightly on the ground, not making a single sound. Shu Hongye wore a strange expression as she said, "Why do I feel like he's teasing Mao Na, that fellow?" Lingxuan bit her lips. "Little brother Wang Teng is so naughty. How dare he tease other bitches before he teases me?" Tan Shasha complained furiously. Lingxuan, Shu Hongye. The two young ladies stared at Tan Shasha helplessly, finding her thoughts a little dirty. In the arena, after Mao Na landed on the ground, she didn't take any breather. She left behind after images and dashed towards Wang Teng. She directly targeted his face this time. Green force enveloped the daggers in her hands, forming sharp green-colored blade rays. She stabbed, slashed, swept, and chopped with her daggers. As they danced in the air to outsiders, they became green rays of light. This scene appeared alarmingly dangerous. Yet Wang Teng just stood in the same spot and tilted his body left and right slightly. He shifted his head a little and managed to evade and neutralize every single attack. Mao Na couldn't injure him at all. General Bai stared at them with his mouth wide open. He was dazzled. He didn't know where to look as the two martial warriors exchanged blows with each other. Mao Na's ability was universally acknowledged, so no one was surprised by her prowess. But they had a completely new impression of Wang Teng now. He was able to handle the powerful attacks with ease and dodge them without much effort. Wang Teng seemed relaxed and calm throughout the battle, showcasing his strength to everyone. In a single battle, he changed other people's impressions of him. They felt that he wasn't as indecent as his past performances. At the same time, General Bai's live stream room was hectic. 666 Wang. Wang Teng doesn't seem weak at all. I'm filled with anticipation. I think that he's putting on a show, but I have no evidence. In the arena, after the two of them exchanged a few hundred blows within a few breaths, Mao Na swept her leg and kicked Wang Teng's elbow. She made use of the backswing to retreat. Mao Na panted slightly as she looked at the composed Wang Teng. She was on her guard. Why is this fellow so powerful? She was confused. Wang Teng had won his previous two matches in an unprofessional way. Therefore, she didn't expect him to have this ability. Mao Na took a deep breath. She had already realized that it was useless to continue this meaningless fight. If she didn't execute her ultimate move, she would be the loser of this match. As this thought appeared in her mind, the force in her body surged into her daggers. The glow around her daggers became brighter and brighter, slowly taking physical shape. This is wind presence. Wang Teng stared at her, mouth agape. He knew that she was a wind element martial warrior, but he didn't know that she had enlightened her wind presence. Suddenly, Mao Na crossed her daggers and rubbed them together. The sharp blades released sparks in the air. Boom, the two balls of wind presence collided and merged together, forming a whirlpool. Sharp wind blades were spinning in the whirlpool like a grinder. If someone got sucked inside, they would suffer serious injuries without a doubt. Go. Mao Na waved her daggers while yelling. The whirlpool flew towards Wang Teng at a fast speed. This is interesting. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered, however. There was no anxiety on his face. Staring at the frightening whirlpool, he raised his hand. Boom! He punched. Wang Teng didn't put up any show or make any fancy moves. It was just a simple punch. The audience felt that they had heard the roar of an ape, but no one took it to heart. They thought it was an illusion. Their gazes were fixed on the collision of the two attacks. After Wang Teng released his punch, the whirlpool paused for a second. The terrifying fist force slammed into the whirlpool, causing a loud explosion. Bang! The whirlpool erupted the next second. The wind blades crumbled into ashes under the force of the punch, vanishing into thin air. As the residual force spread across the arena, the sturdy floor shattered. Dust flew into the air and blocked spectators' view. Mao Na was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. Her attack was destroyed by Wang Teng's punch. Was this a joke? How was this possible? I'm not playing with you anymore. Unexpectedly, a voice sounded beside her ear. Goosebumps appeared all over Mao Na's body, and her back broke out in cold sweat. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Feeling a strong gust of wind behind her, her expression changed. Bang! Then she felt something slamming against the back of her head. Bastard. The impact caused Mao Na's eyes to roll back in her sockets before she fainted. She could feel the firm texture of the object behind her. That bastard must have used his brick to hit her head. As a lady, she had to suffer this inhumane treatment too. The dust dispersed, and the scene in the arena was finally displayed to the audience. The match had ended. Mao Na was unconscious on the floor while Wang Teng was still standing. He had won again. However, they didn't know how he won this time. Huh. Is that a huge bump behind Mao Na's head? A sharp-eyed person noticed something amiss. Then more and more people saw the bump. It was too glaring. Mao Na was lying with her face on the ground and the back of her head facing the sky. It was impossible to disregard the huge bump right there. Is that the brick? Someone guessed. This injury must have been caused by that brick. Even if they didn't see what happened, they were sure of their guess. Wang Teng had used his brick and slammed the back of Mao Na's head. Terrifying. The brick maniac, the invincible presence. This sentence filled up the entire screen in General Bai's live stream room. Chinese internet slang meaning cool, awesome, or amazing. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.